Chapter 1082. You are blocking me from watching Zhang Xian pose boom. With a smooth motion, the map in the Skyleaf King's grasp opened up, and the Saint Ascension Hall suddenly began shaking intensely. In fact, the shaking seemed to extend to the Qiuwu Palace and even beyond. An enormous power seemed to be gushing from the depths of the ground, and it felt as if something frightening was about to surface. Feeling the powerful aura, everyone's face warped in horror. The aura was simply too powerful. The Skyleaf King was already an opponent that was nigh impossible for them to deal with previously, but before this aura, they felt that they did not even stand a sliver of chance. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. This is the aura of the subterranean gallery's seal? He had felt such a sensation from the seal in the subterranean gallery before. Vast and powerful, it felt like something no being could never hope to stand against. Jai. The aura grew more and more powerful, and eventually, at the summons of the map, a massive sphere slowly burrowed out of the ground. Similar to a crystal ball, the sphere was transparent. Zhang Xian could not tell what it was made of, but the sheer power harnessed within it could easily crush all of them. Seeing the abrupt twist in circumstances, Wu Shi hurriedly asked, Zhang Yinqiu, what is going on? It's the map. With a pale face, Zhang Yinqiu spoke with despair in his eyes. Map? Doesn't the map only serve to point out a safe path through the ancient domain? Wu Shi asked with a frown. They had seen the map when Zhang Xian had it, and all it had done for them so far was create a bridge that led them into the true Qiuwu Palace. Other than it, it seemed to serve no practical purpose at all. Point out a safe path? Zhang Yinqiu shook his head. It's far more important than that. That map is actually the key to Qiuwu Palace. Inscribed on it are the words of the ancient gods and a unique spatial formation. Once it fuses with the sphere, the map will be able to store the entire Qiuwu Palace within it. Store the entire Qiuwu Palace within it? The crowd was startled. On your way here, you must have realized that Qiuwu Palace is actually a folded space. The sphere over there is the core of Qiuwu Palace. It serves to regulate the energy within it and stabilize the space. The map serves as the key to controlling the sphere. Once the sphere fuses together with the map, the entire Qiuwu Palace will become a painting, similar to the Celestial Palace outside. If that happens, not only will the Skyleaf King gain possession over all of the treasures that ancient sage Qiuwu and Kong Shi have left behind, we will also be trapped within the painting, and the Skyleaf King would be able to deal with us as he please. Zhang Yinqiu said anxiously. Everyone's body jolted in shock. The reason they were so helpless before the Scarlet Leaf King back when they were within the Celestial Palace was because they were trapped within the painting, whereas the Scarlet Leaf King was outside the painting. The old principal was right. Once the Skyleaf King successfully fused the sphere together with the map, the entire ancient domain would be his to control. If that truly happened, they would be in deep trouble. Back then, on top of leaving behind his heritage for master teachers, ancient sage Qiuwu has also created the map and entrusted it into trustworthy hands so that those who require its strength would be able to use it in times of crisis. Those who possess the map can fuse it together with the sphere, and that would grant them complete control over Qiuwu Palace. If the Skyleaf King truly gains possession of Qiuwu Palace, even without the heritage, he would still be able to analyze and reverse engineer the structure of the seal. Once he succeeds, the otherworldly demonic tribe will be able to send their armies into the master-teacher continent, and mankind will be in for a tough fight. It is also for this reason that I rushed over as fast as I could to stop him, having thought that the Skyleaf King had already obtained the map. Upon hearing those words, everyone came to a realization. Previously, Zhang Xian had been thinking that since it was impossible for the otherworldly demonic tribe to obtain ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage, why did the old principal and the others still charge into the ancient domain to stop them despite knowing the huge risks it posed? At this moment, everything was finally clear to him. What do we do now? Wu Shi asked worriedly. They were currently in a race against time. If the Skyleaf King succeeded in fusing the sphere with the map, mankind could very well be facing a calamity on an unprecedented scale. There's only one thing we can do now. Stop the map and the sphere from fusing together. Zhang Yinqiu said grimly. All right. Everyone replied grimly. Principal Zhang, You should go and attempt for a breakthrough first. Leave the Skyleaf King to us. Wu Shi said. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. He knew that given his current strength, he would not be of any help for the others in their fight against the Skyleaf King. Since that was the case, it was better for him to focus on achieving a breakthrough. Once he succeeded, the current adversity they were in could be resolved easily. Not expecting the nascent saint cultivator to be thinking about breaking through at such a crucial moment, Zhang Yinxiu could not help but frown. Breakthrough? Even if a nascent saint achieves a breakthrough to Saint Realm, it still won't make a difference to the current plight we are in. Don't worry, Principal Zhang Yinxiu. It's not any ordinary breakthrough that he's going for, Wu Shi replied with a soft chuckle. After which, he took in a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly grew solemn. With an abrupt leap, he charged swiftly toward the Skyleaf King as if a streak of lightning. Sla. Knowing that his opponent wielded strength far beyond him, Wu Shi used a secret art right from the get-go, forcing his body to exert a might far beyond his current limits. Wait for me. Guild leader Han also swiftly leaped up to support Wu Shi. In an instant, the two Saint Fordan experts immediately began clashing with the Skyleaf King. Had it been any other occasion, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit would be more than able to subdue the both of them with a single palm strike. However, at that moment, he had to devote a portion of his strength and focus to facilitating the fusion of the map and the sphere, so his strength had been reduced significantly. As a result, a stalemate had actually arisen from their clash. Not any ordinary breakthrough that he's going for. On the other hand, Zhang Yinxiu knew that he would not stand a chance against the Skyleaf King in his current form, so he turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian doubtfully instead. Just what kind of breakthrough was the latter going to achieve for Wu Shi to say such words? However, this doubt did not last for too long in his mind, as he soon saw Zhang Xian walking toward the Saint Ascension platform. The Saint Ascension platform was protected by an extremely powerful seal, making it nigh impossible for anyone else to approach it. Yet, for some reason, the seal displayed an exceptional intimacy toward Zhang Xian, opening up a path for him to pass through without any hesitation. A thought surfaced in Zhang Yinxiu's mind, and his eyes widened in shock. The seal opened up for him? Could it be? Could it be? Celestial Master Teacher? In terms of their understanding of Qiuwu Palace, there was no one there who could rival Zhang Yinxiu. There was only one possibility for the seal to open up a path voluntarily for one to pass through. The person had met the requirements to become a celestial saint. In other words, the young man before him was actually a celestial master teacher. Hong Long. Before his shocked gaze, the young man before him took a seat on top of the Saint Ascension platform. With a flick of his wrist, a seven-colored fluid materialized before the young man. That is, the seven-colored earth jade essence. Zhang Yinxiu exclaimed. As rare as the seven-colored earth jade essence was, it had a rather distinctive and unique appearance. Those who had heard of it before could easily recognize it. On the Saint Ascension platform, Zhang Xian held the seven-colored earth jade essence in one hand, while tapping on it lightly with the forefinger of his other hand. In the next instant, the seven-colored energy harnessed within the fluid swiftly seeped into the many acupoints throughout his body. Jai. A resounding echo sounded, and Zhang Xian's aura began surging swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had already overcome the limitations of nascent Saint Pinnacle, heading toward a far greater level. Such incredible power. Is he really just attempting a breakthrough to Saint Realm? Zhang Yinxiu gulped subconsciously as he stared at the sight before him fixedly. Even though the young man before him was only attempting a breakthrough from nascent Saint to Saint Realm one Dan, the aura that he was emanating felt profound and unfathomable, as if one was staring into the deep abyss. Zhang Yinxiu had once witnessed a Saint 2 Dan achieving a breakthrough to Saint 3 Dan, but it paled greatly in comparison to what was happening before him. If anything, they were not even on the same level. Zhang Yinxiu could hardly believe his eyes. Is he really trying to become a celestial saint? The fact that Kong Shi had made such preparations within the Qiuwu Palace showed that he had no doubt that there would surely come another celestial saint after him, but even so, Zhang Yinxiu still found it hard to believe that anyone could succeed in accomplishing that seemingly impossible feat. After all, there was only one Kong Shi in the world. None could replace him. None could match up to him. Had the world not had Kong Shi, the ancient times would have been bleak like the onset of a long night. He's definitely going to. After all, that fellow knows of nothing but showing off. While Zhang Yinxiu was still caught in his state of disbelief, a slightly sour voice sounded beside him. Turning around, he saw that the fatty who had been exchanged for him had, at some point in time, taken a position beside him, his eyes fixated on the young man on the Saint Ascension platform as well. There was a deeply displeased look on his face, seemingly angered by the fact that the limelight had been stolen by the other party. You are bleeding from your 7 apertures, one. Upon seeing the state that the fatty was in, Zhang Yinxiu's lips began twitching uncontrollably. If anyone were to bleed from their 7 apertures as profusely as the fatty was at the moment, they would surely have died near instantly. Yet, the fatty seemed to be completely unfazed by it. He continued looking at the young man on the Saint Ascension platform with his teeth gritted in envy. "Oh, it's actually nothing much once you get used to it," the fatty replied nonchalantly. "You can actually get used to bleeding from your 7 apertures?" Zhang Yinxiu nearly fainted on the spot. Just where in this world did this monster come from? While others were dying due to bleeding from their 7 apertures, this fatty was saying that it was fine once one had gotten used to it. "No, it's not just that." With twitching lips, Zhang Yinxiu continued speaking. "There's a sword stabbed into your back. I think it has pierced through your heart." If the fatty was only bleeding from his 7 apertures, he would not have been so surprised. However, there was a sword plunged into his back, and judging from the angle, it had pierced right through the fatty's heart. Was he really still fine despite being in such a state? Pierced through my heart? Perplexed, the fatty glanced downward and saw the tip of a sword protruding from the front of his chest. His eyebrows shot up before replying nonchalantly, "Oh, I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't said so. However, that's not really an issue to be concerned over. It'll be fine once I pluck it out." After saying those words, the fatty bent his hand in an inconceivable angle to grab the sword behind his back and extract it. Tossing the extracted sword nonchalantly on the ground, he said, "There, it's done." Zhang Yinxiu was completely frenzied. The insanity that he had just witnessed made him feel as if the world had gone mad. Just what in the heck was the monster before him made of? How could he still be living despite being in such a state? Curses! You sure are resilient, aren't you? Let's see if this can kill you. While Zhang Yinxiu was still overwhelmed by his shock, a wrathful bellow sounded from the sky. The next moment, the Skyleaf King threw a powerful palm down toward the fatty. Gotcha! In the blink of an eye, the fatty was reduced to a flat lump of meat, glued to the ground. Horrified, Zhang Yinxiu subconsciously took numerous steps back with a pale face. It was just a moment ago that he was still speaking to the fatty, but the latter was suddenly reduced to a lump of meat the next moment. The striking visual was something that was hard for him to accept in a moment. "This young brother over here, rest assured, even at the cost of my life, I will exact vengeance for you," Zhang Yinxiu said solemnly before turning his gaze toward the Skyleaf King with eyes reddened in killing intent. However, before he could even finish his vow, an impatient voice sounded from the ground. "What the heck are you mumbling there? Hurry up and step away. You are blocking me from watching Zhang Xian pose." Alarmed, Zhang Yinxiu lowered his head, only to see that 2 eyes were staring at him impatiently from the lump of meat on the ground. Chapter 1083. Celestial Saint Ordeal. Leaping up, Zhang Yinxiu nearly fainted from shock. If the other party was still living despite bleeding from the 7 apertures and taking a sword to the heart, he could at least still reason it as the other party possessing a secret art of some sort, which allowed him to shift his heart away from its original position. But how could a person who was smacked into a lump of meat possibly still be living? More importantly, you said that I was blocking your path? Just how concerned are you with Zhang Shi's posing? No, attempting a breakthrough that you are still so fixated on watching it despite being in such a state. Just as Zhang Yinxiu was rendered at a complete loss of words, another surge of sword chi flashed across the air. The Skyleaf King seemed to have noticed that the fellow was still alive, and launched another wave of attack over out of fury. Gotcha! Under the immense might of the Skyleaf King, the lump of meat was immediately split into two lumps as it wriggled relentlessly on the ground. Why you? You should be dead this time around, right? With quivering lips, Zhang Yinqiu couldn't help but ask. You're the one who is dead. Your entire family is dead. The two lumps of meat refuted furiously, after which the two eyeballs on them turned towards the Skyleaf King and spat. It's only out of consideration for your dignity that I chose to feign death here, and yet, you just have to persistently come for me time after time again. You are just asking to die, aren't you? Hong Long. The two lumps on the ground merged back with one another, and in just a few moments, he had already reverted back to his original appearance as a fatty, as if he hadn't been injured in the first place. With a furious roar, he charged towards the Skyleaf King in the sky. Just like that, Zhang Xian's clone joined the fray as well. However, it was apparent that the strength of Zhang Xian's clone was far from matching up to the Skyleaf King. Shortly after leaping up, he was knocked back down into the ground with a single slap, reduced to a lump of meat once more. This time, before Zhang Yinqiu could even express his grief, the lump of meat gathered again once more and continued clashing with the Skyleaf King. Not only was Zhang Yinqiu dazed, even Wu Shi and guild leader Han were stupefied as well. Wasn't Principal Zhang's friend a little too absurdly resilient? It was as if his body was made of rubber, and nothing could faze him at all. How in the world did he manage to cultivate a body like that? A moment later, Wu Shi recovered from his shock and bellowed, "Let's go all out. We just have to keep him stall him for a while." There wasn't any time for them to be surprised at the moment. No matter the cost, they had to prevent the Skyleaf King from successfully fusing the map and the sphere together. If the Skyleaf King were to succeed, they would all lose their lives here. The collaborative offense carried out by the numerous Saint Fordan experts brought forth a furious barrage of sword chi and zhen chi. Devastating shockwaves rippled into the surroundings, inflicting havoc upon everything that stood in its path. With an indestructible monster joining the battle, Wu Shi and the others were able to remain unharmed under the Skyleaf King's attacks for the time being. Seeing that the situation over there was stable for the time being, Zhang Yinqiu turned his sight back to the young man on the Saint Ascension platform and saw that the energy within his body was still increasing ceaselessly, as if the power he harnessed within his body was boundless. Just how much energy does he have in his body? Zhang Yinqiu couldn't help but be astonished. Any nascent saint cultivators in his place would have already expended their zhenqi by now and withered into dry jerky. Yet, the young man seemed to be completely unfazed by the massive energy consumption he was making. Just in terms of zhenqi reserve in itself, even 10 of him in his peak state couldn't compare to the young man. After watching the situation for a while, Zhang Yinqiu determined that they were still doing fine for the time being, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to turn his gaze back to the battle in the sky when he caught sight of a beautiful silhouette not too far away, and he frowned. "Luo Shi, why aren't you participating in the battle too?" The beautiful master teacher who had come along with Wu Shi's expedition team, Luo Shi, was currently standing nonchalantly on the spot, as if the battle that was going on in the sky had nothing to do with her. "I need to protect Zhang Xian," Luo Shi replied calmly. "He's just attempting a breakthrough. With the protection of the Saint Ascension platform, he can't possibly be in any danger." Zhang Yinqiu frowned. "Even if your cultivation might be beneath the others, given that everyone else was putting their life on the line, shouldn't you at least be doing something? To say that you are protecting Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi is just attempting a breakthrough on the Saint Ascension platform. What could possibly happen to him?" Hong Long. Before Zhang Yinqiu could finish his words, the deafening rumbling of thunder abruptly sounded in the sky above. All of a sudden, pitch-black clouds appeared in the sky right above the Saint Ascension platform, and the destructive lightning energy harnessed within them threatened to lay waste to everything beneath it. That is, the leaving aperture ordeal? How can it possibly appear here? Zhang Yinqiu widened his eyes in shock, and he nearly keeled over. It was said in the legends that when a primordial spirit realm cultivator attempted a breakthrough to leaving aperture realm, he would have to undergo a lightning ordeal. The trial would temper one's primordial spirit, making it more resilient. It was a necessary requirement for the primordial spirit to be able to exist independently of the body without dissipating. In a sense, it could be considered as a life-and-death trial in order to ascend to higher ranks. It was for this reason that even though there was only a small gap between primordial spirit realm and leaving aperture realm, there was a world of a difference in both of their fighting prowess. Only upon reaching leaving aperture realm could one be considered to have reached the upper echelons of the master-teacher continent. However, clearing the leaving aperture ordeal was no easy feat. There were many primordial spirit realm experts who would suppress their cultivation for several centuries for fear that their primordial spirit would dissipate under the devastating might of the lightning. This resulted in a disproportionately low number of leaving aperture realm cultivators as compared to primordial spirit realm cultivators. Considering that Zhang Shi was a nascent saint cultivator attempting a breakthrough to saint realm, why would he be put through such a fearsome heavenly ordeal? Everyone wishes to become a celestial saint, but without sufficient strength, how could one obtain the acknowledgement of the heavens? Luo Shi remarked nonchalantly before taking a step forward. She glanced at the ominous clouds that shrouded the sky as she clenched her fists tightly together. A requirement to becoming a celestial saint is to prematurely undergo the leaving aperture ordeal? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yinqiu gulped. He was incapable of sweating as a mere soul, but at this moment, he felt as if his back was drenched with cold sweat. Leaving aperture ordeal. This was a trial which innumerable half-leaving aperture realm in history had lost their life to. Given that Zhang Shi was only a nascent saint cultivator, how could he be able to endure it? Putting everything aside, Zhang Yinqiu could tell that even in his peak state, his body and soul would still dissipate at first encounter with the overwhelming lightning energy gathered in the sky above. This is not the leaving aperture ordeal but saint ascension ordeal. Those who wish to ascend to a celestial saint has to first undergo a trial to prove that they are worthy of becoming one. Luo Ruoxin's voice was impassive, but she was unable to conceal the deep worry in her eyes. He must overcome the heavenly ordeal with his own strength. We can only pray the best for him. Saint Ascension ordeal? While the others were shocked by the sudden arrival of the lightning clouds on the Saint Ascension platform, Zhang Xian also came to realize what was going on, and a frown appeared on his face. It was no wonder why no one had succeeded in becoming a celestial saint in the past several dozen millenniums. There were bound to be a handful of astounding geniuses who were able to comprehend the secrets behind Kong Shi's cultivation technique as well, but one who wished to don the crown had to bear the weight of it. Those who wished to become a celestial saint had to undergo the Saint Ascension ordeal to prove their worth. There was no way he would be able to overcome the lightning ordeal easily. Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible for him to avoid the lightning ordeal, and the only way he could succeed was to face it straight on. Thus, gritting his teeth tightly together, he opened up his pores, and spiritual energy in the surroundings began rushing into him like a whirlpool. At the same time, he lifted his gaze and stared right into the dark clouds above. Honglong. Seemingly sensing Zhang Xian's battle will, the lightning clouds in the sky couldn't hold themselves back any longer. A thick streak of lightning burst from the sky, headed towards the young man seated in the middle of the Saint Ascension platform. If one had to make a comparison between the field of lightning from before to the thick streak of lightning headed towards Zhang Xian at this instant, it would be reminiscent of a young sprout standing before a towering, ancient tree. The both of them weren't even close to being at the same level at all. Before the lightning could even reach him, Zhang Xian could already feel an incredible force threatening to eradicate his body and dissipate his soul. He felt that if his cultivation had been any lower, he wouldn't stand a chance against the streak of lightning at all. The Saint Ascension ordeal is divided into the soul ordeal, body ordeal, and heart ordeal, and each of them is more difficult than the previous. Luo Ruoxin said with a slightly anxious edge to her tone. It was impossible for others to intervene in this kind of ordeal. Not only would it not do any good, it might even trigger the wrath of the heavens, inducing the heavens to bring forth greater destruction to the world. Soul ordeal? Hearing Luo Ruoxin's words, Zhang Yinqiu frowned. He had learned a little about the process of becoming a celestial saint through the writings left by Kong Shi around the Saint Ascension Hall. He thought that he had already grasped a thorough understanding of the matter, but at this moment, he realized that what he knew paled far in comparison to the young lady before him. The soul ordeal is the very first trial of the Saint Ascension ordeal, and it places the cultivator's soul through the tempering and cleansing of lightning. The slightest lapse in concentration in this phase can easily lead to one's soul dissipating entirely. Luo Ruoxin explained, "The soul has to undergo the cleansing of lightning?" Zhang Yinxiu shuddered in fear. As he was currently in soul form, he could vividly understand how much souls feared lightning. Lightning was the natural nemesis of all souls. Putting aside a lightning streak as thick as the one in the sky, even just the slightest electricity was unbearable to a soul. "Zhang Shi, I can only pray the best for you now," Zhang Yinxiu said as he looked at Zhang Xian intently. Voila! As soon as the lightning seeped into Zhang Xian's body, he immediately felt a burning sensation in his soul, as if someone had lit an inferno within it. His condensed soul immediately began flickering unstably, and it seemed as if it might dissipate at any moment. Pain. Zhang Xian's face paled. The burning sensation came from the very depths of his soul, and it was so excruciating that he felt as if he could lose his mind at any moment. It was fortunate that he had tempered his soul through the lava and field of lightning while he was making his way through the ancient domain, or else his soul might have already dissipated by now. It seems like the various trials outside aren't chosen by random. Kong Shi has intentionally designed it to temper the later generations so as to prepare them for a breakthrough to celestial saint. While enduring the excruciating pain of the lightning, an epiphany suddenly came to Zhang Xian. Throughout the journey, he had been wondering what the purpose of setting up the lava and the field of lightning was. If it was to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe, it didn't make sense why Master's teachers were impeded by them as well. Looking back, it seemed like everything was for the purpose of tempering the soul so as to make it sufficiently resilient to overcome the soul ordeal. Tzzzzzz. As the lightning energy raged within Zhang Xian's body, his soul shattered into fragments before reforming once more. It was fortunate that the process was occurring within his body, or else his fragmented soul would have long dissipated in the world. Under the intense pain from the rampage of the lightning energy, Zhang Xian felt his consciousness slowly growing hazy. He hadn't expected becoming a celestial saint to be easy, but he didn't think that it would be so frightening either. That kind of intense pain left him feeling as if every inch of his soul was being slowly cut apart before being sewed back together. Endure. I must endure it. Since Kong Shi was able to do it, why can't I? Zhang Xian thought as he clenched his jaws tightly in determination. Kong Shi was mortal just like any of them. If Kong Shi could clear the trial, why couldn't he? After all the effort he had put into cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, he would be letting himself down if he couldn't even endure this much pain. Jai. With the further reaffirmation of his resolution, even though the lightning energy coursing through his body was still as painful as ever, it didn't seem as insurmountable and fearsome as before anymore. It looks like he has cleared the soul ordeal. Upon seeing this sight, Luo Ruoxin heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, however, she frowned worriedly once more and said, "The body ordeal is a trial which assesses not only one's physical body but one's grasp over Jinqi and cultivation as well. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong there. As the body ordeal consisted of more aspects, it would be more difficult to overcome it than the previous soul ordeal, and the cultivator would be put through a greater deal of suffering as well. The lightning streak in the soul ordeal was fearsome, but as long as the cultivator's soul remained within his body, he wouldn't be in too much danger as long as he didn't succumb to the pain. However, the same couldn't be said about the body ordeal. If the cultivator's body were to be lacking in the slightest, he could very well be reduced to ashes on the spot. Kacha. After a long moment of gathering energy, the second streak of lightning finally burst forth. It was much thicker than the first streak of lightning, roughly the size of the trunk of an ancient tree. It descended to the ground with a force which seemed as if it could tear even the Saint Ascension platform into shreds as well. You might be able to call forth the lightning ordeal, but do you think that I will allow you to become a celestial saint that easily? At this moment, The Skyleaf King had finally shaken free from Wu Shi and the others' encirclement. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian had successfully overcome the soul ordeal, his face turned livid. Raising his palm, he sent a powerful strike right towards Zhang Xian. Chapter 1084. I am a really good teacher. Voila! The spiritual energy from the surroundings converged together to form a massive palm print, which was then blasted toward Zhang Xian with astounding force. If he were struck by the palm strike, there was no doubt that he would die there and then. Skyleaf King, your opponent is me. Alarmed, Wu Shi and guild leader Han hurriedly rushed forward to defend Zhang Xian from the palm strike. Not expecting there to be such an abrupt twist in events, Luo Ruoxin's face darkened as she shouted hurriedly, "Don't rush over." However, it was already too late. Wu Shi and guild leader Han had already stepped into the perimeter of the lightning ordeal. Pumping their zhenqi furiously, they were able to barely deflect the powerful palm strike that the Skyleaf King had sent over. However, in the next moment, a deep rumbling sounded from above, and the dark clouds abruptly expended more than twofold. An even more astonishing amount of lightning energy was gathering within the dark clouds, preparing to launch a lethal strike upon its target. Upon seeing that sight, Zhang Yinqiu's face paled. What happened? Why would there suddenly be a rise in the difficulty of the lightning ordeal? The previous streak of lightning was already something that even Zhang Xian could hardly withstand, so if it were to grow stronger, the Saint Ascension ordeal alters its difficulty according to the strength of the cultivator. As Wu Shi and guild leader Han stepped into the vicinity of the lightning ordeal mistakenly thought that Zhang Shi has achieved a breakthrough, so it's sending down an even stronger streak of lightning for him to deal with, Luo Ruoxin explained with a pale face. What should we do then? Zhang Yinqiu's body shook in shock. There's nothing we can do. We can't interfere in the matter. Luo Ruoxin gritted her teeth. The more we try to help, the more formidable the lightning ordeal that Zhang Shi will be put through. Gotcha! Before she could finish her words, the black clouds finally finished charging up, and the lightning grew 2 times larger in the blink of an eye. Honglong! From the first streak of lightning, Zhang Xian's entire body was already charred black. With the descent of the second streak of lightning, he felt as if a force was tearing his entire body apart. Pooh! Fresh blood burst forth from his mouth as his veins ruptured from the lightning energy rampaging through his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was dyed crimson. Quintuple incandescence golden body. Muttering softly, the insides of Zhang Xian's body began glowing brilliantly as he drove the quintuple incandescence golden body to its very limits. The second streak of lightning was the body ordeal, so he only had his strongest physical body cultivation technique to rely on to fend off the lightning. Gotcha! 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 Under the relentless assault of the lightning from above, layer after layer of radiance shimmering around him broke one after another. As if his body was made of ceramic, cracks began appearing on his skin, and blood flowed profusely out of those cracks. How could the lightning be so powerful? Zhang Xian exclaimed within his heart. Even though the previous soul ordeal was unbearable, it had not been beyond his limits. On the other hand, the body ordeal he was going through was simply too powerful. Despite having cultivated his quintuple incandescence golden body to its pinnacle, facing the lightning, he felt like an egg being smashed by a hammer. There was no way he could win at this rate. Jai. The cracks on his body grew larger and more numerous, and the lightning energy engulfed his entirety. In that moment, Zhang Xian felt as if his head and 4 limbs were torn apart by 5 horses heading in different directions. It's not just 5 horses. It's 100 of them, 1,000, 10,000. The lightning energy felt like 10,000 horses tugging every part of his body. It was as if it would not rest until he was reduced to ashes. I can't hold on any longer. The zhenqi in his body swiftly flowed to fend off the lightning energy, and it managed to fend off the devastating lightning energy for 9 whole breaths. However, on the 10th breath, he finally came to the limit of his strength, and the lightning energy broke through the defenses of his zhenqi. Even though he cultivated the peerless heaven's path divine art, The lightning ordeal he was currently going through exceeded his limits. He could not hold on any longer. This won't do. If this continues, I will surely die. So what if you are a lightning ordeal? I don't believe that you don't have flaws. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian turned a cold gaze toward the dark clouds in the sky. You might be a powerful force of nature, but nothing in this world is perfect. As long as you have flaws, I will be able to exploit them to tide me through this crisis. With a glance, a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Zhang Xian quickly flipped it open. Hula. A series of words appeared in his head. The second phase of the Saint Ascension ordeal, body ordeal. Through gathering the power of lightning, it devastates the cultivator's physical body and zhenqi through the destructive might harnessed within it. Flaws? Number 1. The nature of the lightning makes it highly destructive against material beings, but it inflicts minimal damage on immaterial beings like souls. It is considered a physical attack. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It inflicts minimal damage on souls? His soul was still weakened from the previous soul ordeal. If the lightning within the body ordeal was ineffective against his soul, he could very well absorb it with his soul. Come out, my soul. With a roar, his soul swiftly slipped through his glabella, and opening his mouth wide, he devoured the lightning that was still descending from the heavens. Due to the overwhelming radiance of the lightning, no one saw his soul. They merely thought that he had used a secret art of some sort. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As if a potent tonic, the devoured lightning was swiftly processed into soul energy, enlarging his soul once more. When the lightning coursed through Zhang Xian's body and exploded, it caused his body to be inflated to its limit, seemingly threatening to burst it apart. However, when it came to his soul, while it had similar effects, all it had done to its soul was only to make it slightly more condensed. That was not much of a threat at all. Before long, his soul was finally done absorbing the energy harnessed within the second streak of lightning, and his soul reverted back to its initial size of 10 meters. While the quantity of his soul energy had increased, its purity did not take a dip at all. If anything, it seemed to be even more fearsome than before. Does this mean that I have cleared the second phase of the Saint Ascension ordeal? Swiftly returning his soul back to his body, Zhang Xian looked up and saw that the second streak of lightning swiftly weakening before eventually clearing altogether, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had swiftly analyzed the flaws of the body ordeal's lightning with the library of Heaven's Path, or else his body might have succumbed to it and turned into meat paste. Hong long long. With the conclusion of the second streak of lightning, thunder began rumbling in the dark clouds above once more as the third streak of lightning threatened to fall. This time, the rumbling was clearly much louder, and the sheer size of the lightning spanned a diameter of a meter. It was as if it was determined to tear Zhang Xian apart. Gotcha! It finally descended down into the world. Die! In that moment, the Skyleaf King flicked his finger toward Zhang Xian, and a surge of sword chi flew over. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian had managed to clear the second phase of the Saint Ascension ordeal, he felt deeply threatened. Thus, he intended to kill Zhang Xian once and for all before the final streak of lightning descended. Otherwise, if the humans were to usher in another celestial saint, that could very well become a catastrophe for the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, even though it was only a single flick of the finger, that surge of sword chi actually harnessed the full strength of his body. Luo Ruoxin's eyes narrowed upon seeing that attack. She began to move forward to protect Zhang Xian, but before she could do so, a figure suddenly appeared right before her. Pucci. That sword chi tore a huge hole through the figure, but it was eventually still stopped before it could reach Zhang Xian. Upon seeing that sight, Luo Ruoxin heaved a sigh of relief and stopped. The figure was none other than Zhang Xian's clone. The Skyleaf King had provoked them far too many times that even someone as composed as the clone could not hold himself back anymore. How dare you attack my main body? You must be tired of living. With a furious roar, the aura of Zhang Xian's clone's body surged furiously, and with a hoo, he leaped right up to the Skyleaf King in the air. Not expecting the other party to charge right up to him without any fear for his life, The Skyleaf King was stunned for a moment before sending a palm strike downward. Gotcha! Struck by the palm strike, Zhang Xian's clone was reduced to a pancake once more. Nevertheless, it did not erode his fighting will in the least. He continued to dash forward furiously despite the unseemly form he was in, determined to bring down the Skyleaf King. Slot. The next moment, a ferocious might struck the Skyleaf King, causing his primordial spirit to dissipate slightly. Damn it! Not expecting the other party to risk his life to launch such desperate attacks against him, the Skyleaf King's face turned livid with rage. Honestly speaking, he was getting vexed at dealing with the fellow before him. It was as if the fellow's body was indestructible. No matter what kind of attacks he launched against the fellow, the latter would always be able to morph back into his original shape a moment later and continue launching frenzied attacks against him. He truly had no idea how he should deal with such an opponent. No, this won't do. It's pointless for me to engage them in conflict. As long as I can fuse the map and the sphere together, I will be able to gain complete control over the Qiuwu Palace. By then, even if Zhang Xian successfully becomes a celestial saint, he will still be trapped in my grasp, the Skyleaf King thought as he dodged the clone's attack. As a primordial spirit, he dared not approach Zhang Xian in close quarters due to the overwhelming lightning energy that had gathered around him, so he had been trying to launch long-range attacks instead. However, it had not been too effective as the others had been trying their best to intercept his attacks. Not to mention, there was even a seemingly indestructible existence among their ranks that was plaguing him. At this point, he had already realized that it was unlikely that his attacks would reach Zhang Xian. Thus, the best option he had was to quickly fuse the map and the sphere together. As long as he could gain complete control over the Qiuwu Palace, he would be able to destroy the group before him easily, even if they did have a celestial saint among them. Scram! With a furious roar, the Skyleaf King knocked the clone away before placing one of his palms on the sphere to forcefully push it against the map, hastening the fusion process. Wong! A loud buzz sounded as the map and the sphere fused with one another. Quick! We have to stop him! Zhang Yinxiu exclaimed in a panic. Wu Shi, Guild Leader Han, and Vice Principal Ji Yin dashed over, but before they could come close, they were already knocked back by a flick of the Skyleaf King's hand. As the battle continued, it was apparent that the Skyleaf King held the advantage in terms of stamina. On top of that, the rest of them had sustained considerable injuries over the course of the battle, resulting in a significant decline in their fighting prowess as well. As a result, they found themselves gradually becoming less and less able to stop the Skyleaf King. We are doomed. Seeing that the map and the sphere were close to being fully fused with one another, and the shaking of the Qiuwu Palace had stopped as well, Zhang Yinxiu's face paled in horror. It seemed like they had come to the end of the route now. There was nothing they could do at this point anymore. We can only pray that Zhang Shi successfully becomes a celestial saint. If he can achieve a breakthrough, we might still stand a chance at reversing the current situation, Zhang Yinxiu muttered as he turned to look at the young man on the Saint Ascension platform. At this moment, Zhang Xian was currently facing the final phase of the Saint Ascension ordeal, the Heart Ordeal. This was known to be the hardest trial to overcome, and its dangers far exceeded the previous two. It won't be easy to overcome the Heart Ordeal. Inner demons will sprout within one's mind and assault one's weaknesses. Even the strongest of experts will find it hard to withstand the beguilement of the inner demons. Let's hope that he can endure it, Luo Ruoxin said with a worried frown on her forehead. Zhang Xian's successful clearance of the first two trials had done little to alleviate her worries. If Zhang Xian were to fail this trial, his consciousness could be wiped out, resulting in his complete death. It was known among cultivators that tempering one's body was easy, but tempering one's mind was difficult. Countless talented cultivators in history had died not in the midst of battle, but against the inner demons that had sprouted in their minds during cultivation. Oblivious to the happenings outside, in that very instant, Zhang Xian found himself sinking into a unique state of mind. As thick as the lightning streak for the Heart Ordeal was, it did not inflict the slightest pain on his body. Instead, it brought his consciousness into a land of complete darkness. Alone and lost, He found himself unsure of where he had come from and where he should head to in the future. Aimlessly, he walked within the seemingly boundless world of darkness. No directions and no goal. He found himself sinking deeper and deeper into confusion. Where am I? Where do I have to go? Zhang Xian thought in a daze. Boom. In the midst of his confusion, a completely dark existence reminiscent of a devil suddenly materialized before his eyes. With an alluring voice he said, "The cultivation technique that you have cultivated so far is flawed. If you continue down this path, death is the only thing you will find at the end of the road." Flawed. Even in his dazed state, Zhang Xian was taken aback by those words. Then, his dazed eyes opened wide on reflex as he replied, "For you to say that the cultivation technique I have cultivated is flawed, it seems like you must have a seriously wrong interpretation of cultivation. How about this? Why don't you become my student, and I will give you some guidance? Don't worry, I am a very good teacher." Inner Demon. Chapter 1085. Luo Ruoxin's strength. The inner demon was on the verge of tears. All along, he had been the one to break the mental resilience of others, causing them to doubt themselves so as to create an opening in their state of mind. Using this opening, he would devour the cultivator whole. Yet, against this fellow, he didn't even have the time to finish his words before the other party suddenly offered to become his teacher. That was not playing by the rules. I am an inner demon, all right? I am here to beguile you, not to be beguiled by you. Suppressing the exasperated emotions within him, the inner demon continued speaking with the same alluring voice as before. Cough, cough. As I was saying, there is a huge problem in your cultivation at the moment. If that wasn't the case, how could someone as talented as you, the first one to come close to being a celestial saint, possibly be put through so much pain? Just put your trust in me, and you will be able to unleash the full extent of your potential. His voice had a certain quality that drew others into a trance, making him even more fearsome than a demonic tunist. I get what you are saying, but you are the one who is severely misunderstanding something here. The fact that your cultivation technique is different from mine is sufficient evidence to say that you have a huge flaw in your cultivation. If you don't believe me, why don't you try executing a battle technique? I will analyze your situation for you. Waving his hand nonchalantly, Zhang Xian's eyes remained perfectly clear, unaffected by the inner demon's beguilement. Had the other party attempted to beguile him using another topic, there was no saying whether he would have fallen for it or not. However, to attempt to make him doubt his cultivation technique, he was a person who could even make ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul dissipate in embarrassment. So how could a mere inner demon shake his faith in his cultivation technique? Pong. Before Zhang Xian finished his words, the inner demon vanished on the spot with a loud pop. Since it was unable to beguile Zhang Xian, its raison d'etre had already vanished. As such, it could only vanish into nothing. Before its disappearance, it was actually suffering a mental breakdown within. How in the world did he meet with this kind of a cold and impassive figure? If he had a choice, he would never go there again. Whoa, I want to go home. Zhang Xian's battle with the inner demon had only lasted a moment. To the eyes of outsiders, they had only seen a thick streak of lightning falling upon Zhang Xian. The thick streak of lightning did not seem to have caused any damage to him. He had not spurted blood nor trembled in pain. His body had simply jolted abruptly for a moment before falling still. The next moment, a ray of golden light abruptly burst down from above, and innumerable flowers formed of origin energy fluttered in the air. Luo Ruoxin was dazed for a moment before her eyes widened in shock. He has already cleared the hard ordeal? But how did he do it so quickly? The hard ordeal was the most difficult phase in the Saint Ascension ordeal, so Luo Ruoxin had been clenching her fists tightly in anxiety, worried that he would not be able to overcome it. Yet, who would have thought that just a brief instant after the lightning fell on Zhang Xian's body, he cleared the ordeal? This was too shocking. Voila! As the flowers of origin energy fell to the ground, the dark clouds in the sky gradually cleared, and a pillar of pure white radiance descended from the sky. It was as if someone had broken a hole in the sky, causing energy to leak from the heavens. shrouded amid the white radiance. The injuries that Zhang Xian had sustained previously were healing at a visible pace, and his aura was also growing stronger and stronger with every passing second. Upon seeing this sight, Luo Ruoxin heaved a sigh of relief before stepping forward. Shortly after clearing the Saint Ascension ordeal was the period when Zhang Xian would be the most vulnerable. Even the slightest damage inflicted in this moment could claim Zhang Xian's life. Within this span of time, she would have to make sure to guard him tightly so that no one could lay even a single finger on him. The descent of sacred light. Zhang Shi has managed to become a celestial saint. With reddened eyes, Zhang Yinqiu's tightly clenched fists finally opened up as the tension left his body. With this, they would finally be able to defeat the Skyleaf King. However, in that solemn moment, a frenzied laughter sounded. Ha ha ha, I have finally succeeded. Following which, the ground suddenly began trembling intensely. It was not just limited to the Saint Ascension Hall. It felt as if the entire Qiuwu Palace was coming to life. The Skyleaf King raised his hand, and a map gradually floated toward him. In that moment, everyone suddenly felt a restraint acting upon them, as if they were going to be trapped within the painted world once more. It's over. In this moment, everyone's heart turned cold. Zhang Xian had managed to clear the Saint Ascension ordeal, but he still required some time before he could become a celestial saint. If the Skyleaf King managed to escape from the Saint Ascension Hall, their plan to defeat him would end in failure. Instead, trapped within the painting, they would become easy prey that the Skyleaf King could pick on at his whim. However, they had already expended all of their Zhenqi in the previous fight, and they were unable to stop the Skyleaf King anymore. Just a step away from success, who would have thought that they would be outdone at this critical moment? Ha ha ha, it's my victory. What celestial master teacher or celestial saint? It makes no difference at all. You will only end up dying at my hands like the other ants. Having succeeded in gaining possession of the Qiuwu Palace, the Skyleaf King could no longer hold back the agitation in his heart. With a furious roar, he turned his sight toward the crowd. They had humiliated him again and again over the past few days, and he had finally found an opportunity to return the favor. Boom! Raising his palm, he sent a powerful palm strike toward the young man seated on the Saint Ascension platform, Zhang Xian. That was the fellow whom he harbored the greatest hatred towards. Not only did he attempt to steal something from his living quarters, he even had his ally destroy his physical body. No matter what, the Skyleaf King was determined to end his life right there and right then. Hoolah! There wasn't anything extraordinary about the strength of the palm, but for some reason, it was able to tear through even space itself, opening up a black rift in its trajectory. Gaining possession of the Qiuwu Palace was equivalent to becoming the new master of the folded space. In other words, the Skyleaf King wielded absolute authority over the ancient domain. Within this space, even if his opponent possessed far greater strength than him, he would still be able to crush the other party easily. Damn it! With a furious bellow, Zhang Xian's clone rushed forward to stop the palm strike. However, upon contact with the black rift, he was immediately ripped in two before falling back to the ground. An ability that could even sever space was far beyond what Zhang Xian's clone could deal with at the moment, even after his abilities were augmented from absorbing the entire lightning elemental orb. It's over. Seeing how powerful the Skyleaf King's attack was, everyone felt their heart turning cold in despair. Who would have thought that the only celestial saint after Kong Shi would actually die in such a manner? Just as everyone thought that it was Zhang Xian's end, the young lady who had been standing guard beside the Saint Ascension platform all this while, Luo Ruoxin, suddenly raised her gaze to look at the Skyleaf King with a frown of displeasure on her face. Humph! She flicked her hand lightly. Gotcha! The incomparably powerful palm strike suddenly stopped in midair before dissipating entirely. In the following moment, the Skyleaf King suddenly found his primordial spirit being completely immobilized in midair, as if an ancient insect trapped within a fossil. Even the gleeful look from before had frozen on his face. Unable to believe what was happening, the Skyleaf King roared fearfully, "How can this be possible? Why you? Who the hell are you?" He was not too sure how powerful he had become after gaining control over the Qiuwu Palace, But one thing was for certain. Even a Saint Seven Dan cultivator would have been killed before the palm strike he had launched earlier. Yet, with a casual flick of her hand, the young lady had actually dissipated his attack and sealed his movements completely. Just how powerful was she? If she was so powerful, why hadn't she made a move from the very start? As long as I am here, none of you will lay a finger on him. Completely disregarding the Skyleaf King, Luo Ruoxin placed her hands behind her back and made a cold declaration before turning back to Zhang Xian once more, perfectly composed. The rest of you can fight to your deaths all you wish, but I will not allow a single one of you to hurt him. The faces of Wu Shi and the others paled upon witnessing that scene. They had traveled through the ancient domain with the young lady, and not once had they noticed anything extraordinary about her. Who would have thought that she was actually such a powerful expert? It was truly bewildering. Can you see through her cultivation? Guild leader Han asked Wu Shi discreetly. With a bitter look on his face, Wu Shi shook his head. With his strength and eye of discernment, he was actually unable to measure the depth of the strength of the person standing before him. In other words, the other party was much, much stronger than him, achieving a level that was beyond his understanding. But if she possesses such powerful strength, why didn't she save us back at the Celestial Palace? Why did she watch nonchalantly as we lost so many friends? Guild leader Han gritted his teeth in indignation. To an expert of her caliber, our existences might very well mean nothing at all. Wu Shi sighed deeply. Perhaps, in the very first place, the reason she chose to come to the ancient domain was Principal Zhang. Even though he had not had much interaction with the young lady, he could tell through the nonchalant eyes of hers that she was not one who concerned herself deeply with those around her, much like an observer watching a commotion impassively. It was only in affairs regarding Principal Zhang that the air of nonchalance around her would be broken temporarily. How could a person like that possibly do something excessive as to save them? Besides, the Celestial Palace was intended to be one of the trials set by ancient sage Qiu Wu. If she had made a move then, there might have been unforeseen circumstances. Guild leader Han was rendered speechless. Indeed, as a cultivator advanced their cultivation and comprehended the essence of the world, life and death would gradually unravel before their eyes as an inevitable state of life. It was simply a natural cycle of the world. Life was not something to be celebrated, and death was not something to grieve over either. Considering how Luo Ruoxin did not owe anything to them, she had no reason to interfere and save them either. Otherwise, she might end up finding herself being restrained by the rules of the world. The higher one's cultivation became, the more fearful one would be of the heavens. Besides, it's not like she hasn't done anything at all. She was the one who had been dropping us hints all along, and due to that, Zhang Yuan even accused her of being the Skyleaf King, Wu Shi said. After a long moment of hesitation, Guild leader Han finally nodded in response. You're right. While Luo Ruoxin had not helped them against the otherworldly demons, her advice had played a crucial role in helping them through the ancient domain. If not for her, they would not have been able to bypass the black sand of oblivion or escape from the Celestial Palace back then. Upon understanding all of that, Guild leader Han was finally able to let go of some of the frustration he felt within. Glancing at the completely immobile Skyleaf King, he could not help but ask curiously, to be able to seal the movements of the Skyleaf King so easily. How powerful do you think she is? I think that she could very well be. At this point, Wu Shi's face turned extremely grim. A 9-star master teacher. Chapter 1086. You are Kong Shi? 9-star master teacher? Guild leader Han's mouth twitched uncontrollably as his lower jaw slackened in shock. There were not many 9-star master teachers even throughout the entire master teacher continent, and every single one of them could cause the master teacher pavilion to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. How in the world had a figure like that ended up joining them in their expedition? Furthermore, how could she be so young? Guild leader Han couldn't help but ask, aren't you overestimating Luo Shi's capabilities a little too much? It was true that Luo Ruoxin's strength felt unfathomable to them, so he would not doubt it even if Wu Shi said that she was a Saint Seven Dan expert. But 9-star master teacher? It would be no joke to say that 9-star master teachers were old monsters who had dominated their own sphere of influence for countless years. How could such a young lady possibly be a 9-star master teacher as well? You think that I am overestimating Luo's capabilities? To tell you the truth, I think that I might even be underestimating her. This folded space was left behind by ancient sage Qiuwu, and by gaining possession of the Qiuwu Palace, it's not wrong to say that the Skyleaf King inherited his heritage. The fact that Luo was able to subdue him despite being within the Qiuwu Palace so easily shows that her true strength doesn't pale much in comparison to ancient sage Qiuwu. What else could a person who wields that much strength be if not a 9-star master teacher? Wu Shi explained. At this moment, guild leader Han suddenly recalled something and said, All right, what you said does make sense, but if I recall correctly, there are some artifacts that can produce effects similar to this when driven by one possessing a unique bloodline. If I recall correctly, the Sage Luo clan possesses one such artifact. Similar to ancient Sage Qiuwu, the founder of the Luo clan is also known for his prowess in spatial manipulation. The dimension silencer that he left behind does have the ability to manipulate space, but it requires one to possess a very pure bloodline in order to drive it. Wu Shi nodded slightly before suddenly falling into a daze upon realizing what guild leader Han was getting at. You are trying to say that Luo Ruoxin is the young princess of the Luo clan? Seemingly in possession of some insider information, guild leader Han explained, Indeed. If I recall correctly, the young princess of the Luo clan is at a similar age as well. It is said that she succeeded in awakening her bloodline when she was only 3, and she is known to be the offspring with the purest bloodline in the several dozen millennia history of the entire clan with the exceptional of the founder himself. She immediately received the acknowledgement of the Dimension Silencer and gained possession of it. I have heard the same as well. It's said that despite her young age, the young princess possesses cultivation far superior to her peers, and her beauty is also matchless as well. However, it seems like due to that certain matter, she ended up falling out with her clan and left home. Wu Shi nodded. Now that you speak of it, it does seem very likely for Luo Ruoxin to be the young princess of the Luo clan. With the Dimension Silencer and the sheer purity of her bloodline, even a true 9-star master teacher would have to tread carefully around her. Indeed, that would also explain her extensive knowledge of the ancient domain. If I recall correctly, the Luo clan is ranked among the top 10 of the Sage clans, right? Wu Shi nodded. You're right. It can stand its ground even in the face of behemoths like the Glacier Plain Court. While the duo was communicating telepathically, the person they were discussing, Luo Ruoxin, continued standing in front of Zhang Xian quietly. She watched as his aura grew stronger and stronger, and eventually, when he finally managed to break through his bottleneck as a nascent saint, she heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Xian was indeed unaware of the happenings outside. The sacred light that had gathered around him was warm and comfortable, putting him in a state of relaxation. At the same time, it also nourished his body, zhenqi, and soul. Driving the heavens path divine art, his cultivation surged ceaselessly. As if a Taotai one with an insatiable appetite, he greedily consumed the sacred energy around him. Saint Realm Wundan Primary Stage. Saint Realm Wundan Intermediate Stage. In less than 2 hours, his cultivation had already reached Saint Wundan Pinnacle. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. So far, he had only managed to form the Saint Wundan Heaven's Path Divine Art, so he was unable to cultivate any further than that. Taking an inward look at the current state of his body, Zhang Xian could not help but tremble in agitation. As expected of Celestial Saint, my origin core has already exceeded 1st grade, achieving the level of perfection. Even before becoming a Celestial Saint, Zhang Xian had already managed to raise the tier of his origin core to 1st grade. However, after being acknowledged as a Celestial Saint, he found his origin core being further enhanced to a tier that far exceeded the level of 1st grade, achieving a height that could only be described by the word perfection. It seems like Kong Shi's origin core wasn't at 1st grade either. He should have achieved the level of perfection as well. Having become a Celestial Saint himself, He instinctively understood that Kong Shi must have gone through the same process. Of the 3 phases of the Saint Ascension ordeal, the body ordeal destroyed the origin core within one's body before reforming it with sacred energy, thus inducing a breakthrough in its tier, reaching a level far beyond what ordinary cultivators could ever achieve. My cultivation is at Saint Realm 1 Dan, but my true fighting prowess should be comparable to a Saint 3 Dan pinnacle expert. With my current strength, I should be able to easily defeat Feng Sun at peak condition, Zhang Xian thought in excitement. He had only defeated Feng Sun previously due to the latter suppressing his cultivation initially, so he had been able to grasp the momentum of the battle right from the start and overwhelm the other party. But now, having reached Saint 1 Dan pinnacle, even if Feng Sun were to go at him at his full strength, he would still be able to subdue him easily. As for Saint 4 Dan cultivators, considering how primordial spirits were involved in the equation, the situation would become a little uncertain. In order to face primordial spirit realm experts head-on, he would have to advance his soul cultivation first, but the heritage of soul oracles that he had obtained was only up to transcendent mortal 9 Dan, so it would be hard for him to progress any further than that. It seemed like he would have to find some time to visit the ancient domain of soul oracles that Mo Hunching had mentioned earlier. It would also be a good opportunity to check up on Lu Chong and see if he was facing any problems with his cultivation. Voila! Zhang Xian stood up. You have awakened, Luo Ruoxin said. How are you feeling? Not too bad, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Turning his gaze upwards, he could not help but be startled by what he saw. What happened to the Skyleaf King? The Skyleaf King was frozen in the sky with a gleeful look on his face, not moving in the slightest. Despite his facial expression, fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He attempted to assault you, so I taught him a lesson, Luo Ruoxin replied nonchalantly, as if she had just accomplished something insignificant. You taught him a lesson? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. He knew full well how powerful the Skyleaf King was, so for Luo Ruoxin to be able to subdue the latter so easily, just how powerful was she? In that moment, Zhang Xian felt like he had gotten a glimpse into why Luo Ruoxin had said that it would be difficult for them to get together. Considering her strength, he was indeed a little too weak to stand by her side. Having become a celestial saint, he had thought that he would at least be able to stand unrivaled among his peers. However, when he saw that Luo Ruoxin, who was around the same age as he was, possessed the strength to subdue the Skyleaf King so easily, the pride he was feeling a moment ago vanished without a trace. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, it had only been a single year since he started rising through the ranks. Given the sheer size of the master-teacher continent, the odds were that there were a significant number of astounding geniuses of his age group who possessed cultivation far surpassing him, especially among the offspring of the sage clans. This further affirmed his previous thoughts. There was always a mountain higher than the other in the world, so he had to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, he might just end up dead without realizing what had come his way. This fellow has tried to kill me time and time again. Allow me to return the favor to him first. Smiling at Luo Ruoxin, Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward the Skyleaf King with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Vice Principal Ji Yin was right. Having just become a celestial saint, he was still able to tap into the vast energy within the Saint Ascension platform to exert strength beyond his current capabilities. The Skyleaf King might have been a powerful leaving aperture realm expert, but with the current strength which Zhang Xian wielded at his disposal, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party easily. Who? With a snap of Luo Ruoxin's finger, the seal around the Skyleaf King was finally released. Zhang Xian waved his hand, and an overwhelming surge of sacred energy immediately crushed the Skyleaf King against the ground. You. Not expecting Zhang Xian to become so formidable all of a sudden, the Skyleaf King widened his eyes in fear. Realizing that the odds were severely against him, he immediately gathered every ounce of strength he had and attempted to flee. Having fused the map and the sphere together, he had managed to gain control of the Qiuwu Palace. With the possession of such strength, he thought that he had finally reached the peak of his life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly found himself at risk of being knocked down from the peak. Trying to flee? Humph! Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes menacingly as he raised his palm furiously. Through telepathy with his clone, he had already learned what had happened while he was on the Saint Ascension platform. Kacha! The Skyleaf King cried in agony as he fell back to the ground once more with his primordial spirit convulsing uncontrollably. Given Zhang Xian's current state, the Skyleaf King might not necessarily have been a match even while utilizing the strength of the Qiuwu Palace, so how could he possibly withstand Zhang Xian's attack when all that was on his mind at that moment was to flee? A moment later, the Skyleaf King was tossed into the Saint Ascension platform. Exposed directly to the brilliant radiance of the sacred light, he screamed frenziedly in agony as he struggled desperately. As time passed, his screaming gradually quietened down until it eventually settled into silence. Who? Zhang Xian grasped forward, and a bundle of pure energy from the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit appeared in his hands. The sacred light of the Saint Ascension platform had the effect of destroying the consciousness of the otherworldly demonic tribe. After being exposed to it for an extended period of time, the Skyleaf King had already lost his sense of self, turning into nothing more than a bundle of pure energy. Clone, you have done well this time, Zhang Xian said with a smile before flicking his finger, and half of the bundle of energy flew into his clone's body. Jai. After absorbing the bundle of pure energy, his clone's aura began surging steadily. His clone's strength was mainly derived from the 9 Hearts Lotus, so there was no need for him to cultivate it all. As long as his soul grew stronger, his fighting prowess would grow as well. Absorbing only half of the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit, even if his clone was unable to reach leaving Aperture Realm, it should sufficient to grant him strength comparable to a half-leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. Pairing that with his indestructible body, he would be a match for even a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator. I am very grateful to the rest of you as well. Zhang Xian turned to Wu Shi and the others with a smile. He divided the remaining energy bundle into several portions, and with light flicks, he directed them into their heads. Thank you, Principal Zhang. Knowing that Zhang Xian had just offered them a hard-to-come-by opportunity to push for a breakthrough, Wu Shi and the others uttered their thanks before quickly sitting down to cultivate. Boom. Not too long later, Guild Leader Han was the first to achieve a breakthrough to half-leaving Aperture Realm. Shortly later, Wu Shi followed suit. As for Vice Principal Ji Yin and the others, while their improvements were not as exaggerated, they still managed to reinforce their primordial spirit realm cultivation significantly. All in all, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit had managed to induce a substantial advancement in everyone's cultivation. Feeling the raging power flowing through their body, everyone bowed deeply in gratitude. Principal Zhang. Zhang Xian turned to look at them with a solemn expression. I hope that all of you will keep the matter of me being a celestial master teacher and a celestial saint a secret. For the time being, it was still better for him to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, it could very well induce widespread fear among the otherworldly demonic tribe, thus compelling them into extreme actions. If so, his life could be in grave danger. More importantly, low profile, and low profile. Important matters had to be repeated thrice. Don't worry, our mouths are sealed. Wu Shi and the others replied earnestly. A matter concerning a celestial master teacher and celestial saint had already far exceeded their jurisdiction. It was something that could very well affect the future of mankind, so they dared not speak of it lightly. Hearing their guarantee, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. You have my gratitude for this matter. After which, he flicked his wrist and tossed a bundle of Grand Intermittence grass over. Wu Shi, I will leave it to you to forge a Grand Intermittence pill to heal Vice Principal Tanqing. For the time being, I intend to study the map and the sphere carefully to see if I can find a way to revert the old principal back to his original form. All right. Grabbing the Grand Intermittence grass, Wu Shi nodded. Apothecary was one of his supporting occupations. While it was not the one that he was the most proficient in, he was at least sufficiently skilled to forge a Grand Intermittence pill. After he was done making arrangements, Zhang Xian headed straight up to the sphere and placed his palm on it. A moment later, his eyes narrowed in shock. You are Kong Shi? Chapter 1087. Kong Shi's warning. Zhang Xian could see a tall figure reflected within the sphere. Dressed in a tall coronet and a long robe, the figure commanded a divine aura that seemed to harmonize with his. Instinctively, he realized that the figure within the orb was a person who had been recognized by the heavens as well, a celestial saint and a celestial master teacher. There was only a single person in history who had achieved such a feat, Kong Shi. Who? As soon as the thought emerged in his mind, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a powerful suction force coming from within the sphere. His consciousness was forcefully dragged out of his body and into the sphere. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he found that he had entered yet another folded space. It was not too large, around several dozen meters in diameter. Perhaps due to being coarsely made, the folded space was devoid of anything. All that could be seen was white space, except for a figure standing in front of him. Assessing the figure before him carefully, Zhang Xian could not help but frown in intrigue. Kong Shi, why are you? The previous time he met Kong Shi at the Saint Ascension platform, the latter was young and dashing, exuding a refreshing aura of youth. But the figure standing before him at this moment, his face was slightly bruised, and the long robe he donned was a little dirty. Summarizing it with a single word, unkempt. It was as if someone had beat him up. But beat Kong Shi up? How could that be? He probably left behind his will shortly after he successfully became a celestial saint, Zhang Xian deduced. Having just undergone the Saint Ascension ordeal himself, while Zhang Xian had already made a full recovery with the nourishment of the sacred energy, his body and clothes were still stained with dirt and blood. In that sense, he was in an even more unkempt state than Kong Shi. That was probably what had happened to Kong Shi as well. It might only have been a lingering will, but it had assumed the same untidy look that he had back then. Perhaps it was to serve as a reminder to the later generations about the callousness of the Saint Ascension ordeal? Waving his hand, Kong Shi said with a grim expression, "I don't have much time here." Zhang Xian nodded in response. "If I'm not mistaken, you are also plagued with the innate fetal poison, right?" Kong Shi asked with a keen look in his eyes. "Why, yes, that's right." Hearing Kong Shi raise the matter, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in agitation. Staring at Kong Shi intently, he asked, "How can I resolve the innate fetal poison? I beseech you to point a way out for me." He had intended to pose this question to Kong Shi the previous time he met him, but the other party only left him with a "I am not alone in my path" and a hearty laugh before disappearing. Since Kong Shi himself was raising the topic this time around, he would finally be able to resolve the issue once and for all. As long as he could free himself of the innate fetal poison, he would not have to charge forward so anxiously anymore. The nervousness that he was constantly plagued with could finally be put to rest as well. We'll talk about that later. I have more important matters to entrust to you at the moment. Kong Shi shook his head before continuing. The fact that you were able to ascend to become a celestial saint means that you are following the same path as me. Since that's the case, you are bound to find yourself faced with great trouble in the future. Thus, I want to offer you some advice here. In order to free yourself from destiny and reach a greater height, you will have to forge your own path. Walking down a path paved by the wisdom of your predecessors can allow you to grow swiftly, but it will also limit your scope and potential. Forge my own path? Not expecting Kong Shi to say such words out of nowhere instead of telling him the cure for the innate fetal poison, Zhang Xian was slightly bewildered. Indeed. Kong Shi nodded. You should have heard that I am in possession of a certain artifact known as the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, right? Zhang Xian nodded in response. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was an unparalleled artifact that Kong Shi wielded. Back then, it was using this artifact that he had been able to suppress the otherworldly demonic tribe and drive them out of the master-teacher continent. However, that artifact had vanished along with Kong Shi, and its whereabouts were a complete mystery to everyone. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn concerns the future of mankind. Since you are in the same plight as me, there's a very good chance that you will be able to drive it as well. By no means should you allow it to fall into the hands of others. This is very important, so remember this. Also, you have to make sure to be wary of. Kong Shi spoke with an extremely urgent tone, as if there was something that Zhang Xian had to accomplish urgently. As Kang Shi spoke, he slowly raised his palm. However, before he could finish what he was about to say or do, Zhang Xian suddenly heard a worried voice. Zhang Xian, are you all right? Zhang Xian's body jolted as his consciousness returned to his body. Opening his eyes, he saw Luo Ruoxin standing before him with worry in her eyes. Most likely, she must have noticed that his consciousness had been drawn out from his body, and worrying that something bad might have happened, she rushed over to check on him. Zhang Xian reached forward to squeeze the young lady's hand as he replied with a smile, I am fine. He had already heard about how Luo Ruoxin had protected him from the Skyleaf King in the midst of his breakthrough. Even if her cultivation was far greater than his, even if her identity was a complete enigma to him, even if the path ahead was going to be tough, he had no intention of giving her up at all. It's good that you're fine. The young lady heaved a sigh of relief before flashing him a smile. Give me a moment, I need to check on the sphere first, Zhang Xian said before turning his attention back to the sphere. A moment later, a helpless expression surfaced on his face. Within the short span of time, while he was conversing with Luo Ruoxin, Kang Shi's will had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if his previous encounter with Kang Shi had been a fleeting dream. Zhang Xian scratched his head frenziedly. Considering how Kang Shi founded the Master Teacher Pavilion and is a figure who is deeply respected by countless master teachers, I thought that he would at least be more reliable than that. To disappear in the middle of his words, he is just as unreliable as my clone. All he wanted to do was learn the cure to the innate fetal poison, and yet, despite encountering Kang Shi's will twice, the other party had ended up speaking about completely useless matters instead. Just the thought of it left him deeply stifled. You told me to seek out the great codex of spring and autumn, but I don't even have the slightest clue where it will be. How can I possibly find it and prevent it from falling into the hands of the others? Furthermore, who or what are you asking me to be wary of? Look at ancient sage Qiuwu. Despite being traumatized by me, he was at least able to finish most of what he wanted to say before dissipating. As the world's teacher, aren't you a little too weak? Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. It seems like Kang Shi left behind his will shortly after he became a celestial saint, so his strength was nowhere on par with ancient sage Qiuwu. But still, for his will to be unable to sustain itself long enough to finish his words, it had not been easy for him to have an opportunity to meet Kang Shi, and he had intended to uncover the secret to resolving the innate fetal poison from the latter. Yet, due to Kang Shi's limited time, he ended up missing this chance as well. Forget it. Knowing that there was no point brooding over the matter, Zhang Xian decided not to think too much about it. Ultimately, Kang Shi had only been a Saint One-Dan cultivator when he left behind his will. The very fact that he could sustain himself for more than several dozen millenniums and speak with him was already an incredible accomplishment in itself. Even if Kang Shi was the world's teacher, he was asking a little too much of the other party here. It seems I only have myself to rely on for the innate fetal poison, Zhang Xian thought as he rubbed his glabella. Sighing deeply, he turned his gaze to the sphere and thought, for the time being, I should cultivate this sphere first. At this point, the sphere had already fused perfectly with the map, forming something similar to a globe. The various trials that they had encountered on the journey through the ancient domain could be seen on the globe. Extending his consciousness into it, Zhang Xian could feel the entire folded space being right at his fingertips. He could tell that as long as he cultivated the sphere, he would be able to gain control of the entire Qiuwu Palace and obtain astounding strength. Carefully placing his hand on the sphere, he began to infuse Zhanqi into it. Jai. The following moment, Zhang Xian could feel his will gradually spreading across the sky of the Qiuwu Palace. Be it the unbounded world, the black sand of oblivion, or the floating celestial palace, everywhere that he had been to appeared before him more vividly than ever. In fact, he found that with just a single thought, he could easily alter the formations throughout the entire folded space, be it to intensify them or to calm them. As expected, cultivating the sphere grants me control over the Qiuwu Palace, Zhang Xian thought in agitation. At the same time, he also found that he could store the entire folded space within the sphere at his whim. In other words, One who had claimed possession of the sphere would be able to take the Qiuwu Palace anywhere they went and enter it whenever they wanted. Upon realizing this, Zhang Xian's heart began leaping in excitement. As the fragmented souls of ancient sage Qiuwu had already dissipated, there was no way for him to claim the other party's heritage anymore. However, if he could take the Qiuwu Palace away with him and examine it carefully, he would definitely be able to advance his understanding of space significantly. This could prove vital to him in advancing his cultivation in the future. Zhang Xian continued infusing his zhanqi into the sphere, cultivating every single portion of it. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes once more. He had finally completed cultivating the key to controlling the Qiuwu Palace. With a flick of his hand, he stowed the sphere into his storage ring. Voila! Shortly after stowing the sphere, he found the sacred energy that had augmented his fighting prowess earlier vanishing altogether, and his strength reverted back to Saint One Dan Pinnacle. Gotcha! As if being drained of its energy, the Saint Ascension platform split in two down the middle, and the divine aura that had shrouded it earlier dissipated without a trace. Seeing how the divine platform a moment ago had been reduced into an ordinary stone platform, Zhang Xian shook his head. Even if I tossed this thing out into public, I doubt anyone would believe that Kong Shi and I ascended to Celestial Saint on top of it. Having accomplished its raison d'etre, the Saint Ascension platform no longer had any reason to continue existing. Tossing aside the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind, Zhang Xian turned around to face the others. Wu Shi was still in the midst of forging the Grand Intermittence Pill. There were quite a few errors in his forging technique, but through his sharpened senses as a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert, it would not be too difficult for him to successfully forge a Grand Intermittence Pill. Meanwhile, Guild Leader Han and the others were in the midst of recuperating from the battle and reinforcing their cultivation. Seeing that they did not require his help, Zhang Xian turned to the idol Luo Ruoxin and said, "I just met Kong Shi." Hearing those words, Luo Ruoxin nodded with a smile and said, "This is the place where he truly ascended to Celestial Saint, so it's perfectly normal for him to have left his will here. Indeed, he advised me to forge my own path forward instead of blindly treading down the path paved by the wisdom of my predecessors." After musing over the advice Kong Shi had given him, Zhang Xian found that there was some sense to what the other party had said. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been relying on the Library of Heaven's Path to compile the Heaven's Path Divine Art for him. He had never tried to think deeper into the Heaven's Path Divine Art, and he had never attempted to innovate either. In a sense, he was indeed blindly treading down the path paved by his predecessors. Luo Ruoxin nodded. Kong Shi is right. In cultivation, it is of the utmost importance that one finds a path that belongs solely to oneself. It seems like I can't cultivate as I did before. As the world's teacher and the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Kong Shi must have noticed something peculiar for him to say such words. Thus, Zhang Xian knew that he could not take the other party's words lightly. "I know that it'll be difficult, but to become a true expert, it won't do for you to not have something of your own," Luo Ruoxin said. "However, there's no need for you to rush into it at the moment. As long as you continue searching, you will surely be able to find your own path eventually." "You're right," Zhang Xian nodded. In cultivation, one could only take a step at a time. At the very least, he had overcome one of the greatest hurdles ahead of him and successfully taken the first step into sainthood. No matter how difficult the path in the future would be, he was confident that he would eventually stand at the very peak of the master-teacher continent. Holding the young lady's hand tightly within his, Zhang Xian declared with unwavering determination, "Ruoxin, rest assured. No matter what kind of difficulties we face in the future, I will surely stand by your side until the very end." Chapter 1088. Luo Ruoxin's identity. Wu Shi's proficiency as an apothecary was still decent, so not too long later, he succeeded in forging the Grand Intermittence Pill. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the rise in his cultivation or the incredible maturity of the Grand Intermittence grass using in the forging, but a total of 5 Grand Intermittence Pills were produced from that single cauldron. Vice Principal Tan Qing had to consume 3 of them before his severed limbs finally recovered back to its original state. granting him the ability to move once more. Old Principal, you are currently a long way from reaching primordial spirit realm, but your soul does possess exceptional resilience due to being bathed in the sacred light for 2 years. Why don't I impart to you a soul cultivation technique first so that your soul can enter this puppet for the time being? Meanwhile, I will try to find a way to forge a new body for you. Walking up to Zhang Yinqiu, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out an otherworldly demon puppet. Zhang Yinqiu's soul was far more resilient than ordinary souls due to it being nourished by the sacred energy lingering around the Saint Ascension platform for 2 years. While his soul couldn't be compared to primordial spirits, it was still capable of existing outside of its body for an extended period of time. As long as Zhang Xian forged him a fitting body within this period of time, he would be able to live on like an ordinary human without any problem. This is an otherworldly demon puppet? Upon seeing the form of the puppet, Zhang Yinqiu immediately shook his head. He had devoted his life to fighting against the otherworldly demonic tribe, so how could he possibly allow himself to possess the body of an otherworldly demon puppet? Back then, Grandmaster Wu Yangzi used the flesh of the otherworldly demons to forge these puppets. These are the very pinnacle of his craftsmanship. Knowing that Zhang Yinqiu revered Wu Yangzi, Zhang Xian quickly added, "You are saying that these puppets are personally forged by Grandmaster Wu Yangzi?" Zhang Yinqiu widened his eyes in shock before hurriedly turning his gaze towards the puppet. His admiration for Wu Yangzi came from deep within his heart, and it was due to that he was able to uncover so much information regarding the ancient domain while investigating Wu Yangzi's case. After examining the otherworldly demon puppet for a while, he couldn't help but nod in admiration at the exquisite craftsmanship. However, he still eventually shook his head and said, "No matter what, I am still a master teacher. To live on using the flesh and blood of an otherworldly demon, I really can't do it. Master, you aren't dead." Just as Zhang Yinqiu was about to turn down Zhang Xian's goodwill, an agitated voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Yinqiu raised his head and saw a massive ape-like saint beast diving towards him with teary eyes. Byzantium Helios. Upon seeing the saint beast's appearance, Zhang Yinqiu's eyes also reddened. That saint beast was his tamed beast, the Byzantium Helios beast. Both the master and the subordinate thought that they were bound to be divided by life and death, and they hadn't really thought that a day would come where they would be able to meet one another again. "Master, I really miss you." The Byzantium Helios beast kneeled down and hugged Zhang Yinqiu. Tears streamed freely down his face, and in this moment, he bore no resemblance to the austere guardian saint beast of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy whom everyone knew of. It seems like the old principal truly means a lot to him. Seeing the state of the duo, Zhang Xian fell into deep contemplation. It was apparent from the Byzantium Helios beast's reaction that he truly missed the old principal. No matter what, they had still spent several centuries together, and the connection between them wasn't something that could be replaced that easily. Thus, with a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian returned the soul which the Byzantium Helios beast had offered to him previously. Principal Zhang. Noting the return of his soul tribute, the Byzantium Helios beast quickly turned his gaze towards the young man with a look of disbelief in his eyes. "From today onward, you will be free to make whatever choices you want. If you like, you can remain as the old principal's tamed beast," Zhang Xian said with a smile. To be honest, given Zhang Xian's current strength, it was also pointless to attempt to retain the Byzantium Helios beast by his side either. Since that was the case, he might as well grant the other party freedom, so that the other party could remain by Zhang Yinqiu's side. "Thank you, Master." The Byzantium Helios beast kowtowed to Zhang Xian in gratitude. If not for the young man before him, he might very well never meet with the old principal ever again. "Zhang Shi, I have made up my mind. I will enter the otherworldly demon puppet for the time being. Previously, I have nothing to hold me back. You have already become the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and I believe that it will be brought to greater heights under your leadership. That's why I thought that it would have been better for me to die gracefully than to grasp so hideously to life." At this point, the old principal looked at his saint beast and smiled. "However, after seeing him, I found motivation within me to continue living. Zhang Yinqiu was a man who had devoted his entirety to the Master Teacher Academy, so till this day, he was still without a wife and offspring. On top of that, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had already found an incredibly talented individual to take over his place, so he thought that his existence served no purpose anymore. Yet, upon seeing the fondness that the Byzantium Helios beast had for him, he realized that there were still much more he could do. It was still too early for him to rest. Sometimes, a person didn't just live for himself but for others as well. All right. Hearing his agreement, Zhang Xian nodded. Reaching forward, he imbued Zhang Yinqiu's soul with a unique energy and escorted him into the puppet. A few moments later, the puppet opened its eyes. The otherworldly demon puppet didn't look particularly impressive on the surface, but it was still a true Saint 3 Dan expert. In possession of such a body, Zhang Yinqiu's fighting prowess was significantly enhanced. After dealing with Tanqing and Zhang Yinqiu's affairs, Zhang Xian led the group towards the entrance of the Saint Ascension Hall, where the seal stood. With a snap of his finger, the sphere appeared once more, and with another flick of his finger, an opening appeared within the seal. All right, let's go. The group walked out, and before long, they met up with Mu Shi, Feng Sun, and the others who were waiting outside for them. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian and the others had returned safely together with Vice Principals Tanqing and Ji Yin, a wave of cheerings broke out amidst the crowd. Since the aim of their mission had been met, they decided to head out of the Qiuwu Palace. Thus, Zhang Xian raised the sphere up high, and a brilliant radiance shrouded the crowd. In the next moment, the crowd found themselves standing on the volcano on top of the embracing Swallow Mountain. Having finally managed to escape from the ancient domain, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a smile, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of treasures appeared before him. Everyone, here are the treasures contained in the storage rings we have obtained thus far from killing the otherworldly demon kings in the midst of our expedition. Since we have managed to get out from the ancient domain alive, it's only natural that we should split the spoils of war amongst ourselves. As valuable as the treasures from the Skyleaf King, Scarlet Leaf King, and the others were, it was with the collaborative effort of the entire expedition team that he was able to defeat them. Previously, when they were still in the ancient domain, it was unsure whether they would be able to escape with their life or not, so it made no difference whether they divided the spoils amongst themselves or not. However, since they had managed to overcome the ancient domain safely, it was only right for them to do so now. Principal Zhang, you were the one who killed the Skyleaf King and the others. We can't possibly take these items. Not expecting Zhang Xian to take out everything within the storage rings, everyone was startled. They couldn't help but feel a little moved by his generous gesture. In the depths of their hearts, they knew that it was thanks to the young man before them that they were able to defeat the otherworldly demon kings and escape from the ancient domain alive. Throughout the whole expedition, they hadn't accomplished anything much, so they felt embarrassed to take the items before them. We have entered the ancient domain as an entire team. Without the rest of you, I might not have been able to survive till now either, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Zhang Xian smiled. Upon becoming a celestial saint, his state of mind had changed as well. As valuable of these artifacts were, it would be put to better use if it could raise the cultivation of more people. That would be far better than him monopolizing it alone. All right then, we will be graciously accepting your gifts then. Seeing that Zhang Xian's mind was made up, the crowd decided not to turn him down any longer. Even after splitting the treasures amongst themselves, the gains of every individual was still very substantial. The expedition team left Zhang Xian with a huge bulk of the treasure, but these were of not much use to him anymore. After all, his greatest gain in the ancient domain was gaining possession of the Qiuwu Palace. With a twist of the sphere, the folded space which the ancient domain was located in was secretly transferred to the surface of the sphere. From afar, it looked as if a map was inscribed onto the sphere. After dividing the treasures, Wu Shi and guild leader Han walked up to Zhang Xian, and Wu Shi said, "Principal Zhang, since this matter has been settled, we will be heading straight back to the Qing-conferred empire to report. Thus, we will be bidding you farewell here. All right, may we meet again in the future." Zhang Xian nodded. "Before we leave, We would like to have a private chat with you. Is that fine with you? Wu Shi sent a telepathic message over. All right, Zhang Xian replied. With a grasp of his hand, he created a seal around him to prevent anyone from listening in. After which, he turned to the duo and asked, May I know what matter it is that you would have to keep it away from the ears of the others? Wu Shi and Guild Leader Han glanced at one another hesitantly before Guild Leader Han stepped forward to speak. Actually, it isn't anything much, but there's just one matter which we would like to advise Principal Zhang on. Advise? Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. Just what kind of matter could it be for the both of them to offer him an advice privately? I'll get straight to the point then. Based on our observations over the past few days, I believe that Principal Zhang is interested in courting Luo Shi, right? After a moment of silence, Wu Shi said, That's right. Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. It was perfectly normal for a gentleman to court a lady. There was no need for him to deny the matter before others. Not to mention, the lady was the only person whom he had found his heart beating for, and he had intended to spend his entire life together with her. Then, are you aware of Luo Shi's background? Wu Shi asked. This, based on what I have heard so far, it seems like she's related to Sage Luo clan? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking. That is indeed what the both of us have deduced as well. In fact, we believe that there is a very good chance she's the young princess of the Luo clan. Wu Shi revealed his deduction with a grim expression. Young princess? Zhang Xian was taken aback. The young princess is known to have the purest bloodline in the Luo clan ever since the time of the founder. Not only does she possess unparalleled talents, it's said that she has also inherited the supreme artifact of the Luo clan as well, the Dimension Silencer. Wu Shi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Sage clans pay particular heed to the purity of their bloodline, and as such, the choice of partner is extremely important to them. Not to mention, she is in possession of the most important artifact of the Luo clan. So, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for her to be wedded to any outsiders. This, Zhang Xian frowned. If she's not allowed to be wedded to outsiders, is she to remain single for life? For those whose bloodlines are of average purity, it wouldn't matter whether if they were wedded to outsiders or not. But for those whose bloodlines are as pure as the young princess of the Luo clan, it would be difficult. Wu Shi shook his head. Even if she were to get married, it would very likely be a matrimony amongst sage clans. Matrimony amongst the sage clans? Indeed, the cultivation techniques of sage clans mustn't be leaked to outsiders at any cost, so those of the sage clans often opt to marry amongst themselves. Furthermore, if one marries to another whose bloodline is as pure as one, there will be a greater chance for the offspring to possess equivalent or greater talent. Thus, I fear that your wish to get together with her will be fraught with difficulties. It is an arduous path you are treading on. Wu Shi hesitated for a moment before he replied. He was not opposed to the both of them getting together, but he felt that there were some things which Zhang Xian should know beforehand. It was simply not that easy to wed the daughter of a sage clan. More importantly, according to what I know, the young princess of the Luo clan is already betrothed to an offspring of a very powerful sage clan. It is also for this reason that the young princess fled from the clan, and to this date, no one knows where she is. The one who spoke this time around was Guild Leader Han. After having guessed Luo Ruoxin's identity, the various rumors he had heard regarding her surfaced in his mind. While it was only second-hand news, so there was a good chance it was unreliable, he still felt that it was important to inform Zhang Xian of it. If Zhang Xian really wished to get together with Luo Ruoxin, he would not only have to go against the Luo clan but the other sage clan which Luo Ruoxin was betrothed to. Since they had braved through danger together, he mustn't allow Zhang Xian to dive into the matter without understanding the risks. Betrothed to an offspring of a very powerful clan? What clan is it? Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask. It is a clan which shares the same surname as yours. At this point, Wu Shi paused for a moment before continuing on. Zhang clan of the Sage clans. Chapter 1089. Not even able to withstand a single blow, Zhang clan? Zhang Xian frowned. Indeed, even amongst the Sage clans, The Zhang clan is ranked in the top 3. It would be no joke to say that they are one of the strongest clans throughout the entire master-teacher continent. Their inner disciples, consisting of those who possess bloodline of superior purity, can easily reach Saint Realm by 16 and leaving Aperture Realm experts by 20. If a comparison must be made, the strength of the Zhang clan is definitely above that of the Luo clan. Wu Shi remarked. The Zhang clan is so formidable? Zhang Xian was astonished. Indeed, if you really wish to court Luo Shi, there's a good chance that you will find yourself standing against these two clans. But of course, given Principal Zhang's talents, it's only a matter of time before you are able to surpass the Sage clans. However, before then, it'll be best for you to lie low. After all, your standing as a celestial master teacher and celestial saint is simply too astounding. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to learn of this matter, they could very well dispatch the full might that they had at their disposal to destroy you, and that would put you in peril. Furthermore, you shouldn't take it for a given that all master teachers are willing to side with you. Alright, that's all that we wish to talk about. We'll leave it to you to decide the path you wish to walk down. Wu Shi smiled. If you really wish to stand against the two sage clans, feel free to approach us for help. No matter how difficult the task may be, we are willing to stand behind you. Indeed, Principal Zhang, regardless of your choice, we will back you unconditionally. Guild leader Han added. As long as the young man before them didn't meet his end prematurely, there was no doubt that he would eventually achieve great things. As powerful as the sage clans may be at the moment, give it a few hundred or 1,000 years, and they would surely be nothing before the eyes of this young man. But at the moment, without sufficient strength, it was still best for the other party to lie low. Otherwise, great trouble could very well ensue. You have my gratitude. Understanding that the both of them were only saying those words to him out of concern, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and thanked them. He knew that Luo Ruoxin's background was bound to be atypical, but who knew that it would be that complicated? It was no wonder why she was reluctant to accept him and had even warned him against it. If the opponent was going to be two sage clans, one would indeed have to stop and think twice. Principal Zhang has always been a wise and reliable figure, so I believe that you will be able to make the right decision yourself. Thus, we won't say any more than that. We will be waiting for your arrival at Qingyuan Conferred Empire. So till then, farewell. Wu Shi, Guild Leader Han, Mo Shi, and the others clasped their fists and took their leave. Principal Zhang, we are returning straight to our academies as well. Before we leave, we would like to express our earnest gratitude to you. It's due to your leadership that we are able to overcome the ancient domain safely. Wu Tianxiong and the others also walked over and bade their farewells. Principal Zhang, we will be returning to the Combat Master Hall now. We will make preparations for the arrival of your students for the exchange. Zhang Yuan, Feng Sun, and the others from the Combat Master Hall did the same too. Very soon, everyone went on their own ways, leaving behind just Zhang Xian, Zhang Yinqiu, Ji Yin, Tan Qing, and Luo Ruoxin. Alright, let's return to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Thus, the group began making their way back. Zhang Shi, I heard from Feng Sun earlier that the students of our academy are intending to head to the Combat Master Hall for an exchange. May I ask what is the matter about? Standing atop the back of the Saint Beast, Zhang Yinqiu hesitated for a moment before walking up to Zhang Xian to ask. Exchange. This was something usually conducted amongst powers of equivalent strength. For one, it was not uncommon for the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to bring their students to Yunxiu, Luoqing, and the other Master Teacher Academies so that they could learn from one another. But the Combat Master Hall, one must know that the Combat Masters were existences capable of rivaling opponents who surpassed their cultivation realm. To bring their students there for an exchange, how is that any different from asking for a beating? When I was still a student, I established a student faction known as the Xinxian faction, and I have specially conducted a few lessons which brought about a substantial rise in the overall fighting prowess of the students. I know that the Combat Master Hall is powerful, but I think that this is a good opportunity for them to see the world. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. But even if you have specially conducted a few lessons, our students are still bound to be far from matching up to the geniuses of the Combat Master Hall. The Combat Masters are simply too powerful. While it does broaden their horizon, I fear that it would end up as a crushing blow to the confidence of our students, and that would impede their further growth. Hearing those words, Vice Principals Ji Yin and Tan Qing couldn't help but shake their heads. It seemed like Zhang Shi was still too young. As a celestial saint, it was natural that he could defeat Feng Sun and the others as easily as if dicing vegetables on a chopping board. However, their students were just ordinary humans. How could they be able to match up to the likes of the Combat Master Hall? If they were to really head there for an exchange, wouldn't they simply lose all of their confidence? Don't worry, I have already given them a heads up. In this exchange, it doesn't matter whether they win or lose. What is more important is for them to know that there's a mountain beyond the other, as well as to give them a goal to strive for. Zhang Xian replied, All right then. Seeing that Zhang Xian knew what he was doing, the crowd decided to go along with his decision. The aerial Saint Beast traveled at an incredible speed, and within just a few days, the massive Hongyuan city had already come into sight. The rest of you can return to the Master Teacher Academy first. I intend to take a brief stop at my manor first. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bade Zhang Yinqiu and the others farewell. Before returning to the Master Teacher Academy, he wanted to first see how Wang Ying and the others were faring on their cultivation. As for the academy, there was school head Mo and the others standing for it, so it was unlikely for anything to go wrong there. Besides, with the return of Zhang Yinqiu and the two vice principals, they were bound to have much to talk about, so Zhang Xian felt that he should leave them to be. Returning back to the manor, Zhang Xian noted that Wang Ying and Lu Yang had made substantial advancement in their cultivation in his absence. They had started to cultivate the Saint Ascension decipher, and their zhenqi had grown more condensed and substantial, granting them far greater fighting prowess than before. Zhang Xian divided the various treasures he had obtained from the ancient domain amongst them before calling butler Sun Chang over. In the 10 days of absence, Sun Chang seemed to have grown even fatter. However, his cultivation remained the same as before, a clear sign that his heart was not on cultivating at all. Naturally, Zhang Xian gave him a good lashing yet again, but judging from past experience, it didn't seem likely that it would work. Perhaps it was due to how reliable and driven his students were that the world gave him such a worrying butler for him to fuss over. While Zhang Xian was offering his students pointers and teaching his butler a lesson, Zhang Yinqiu and the others finally returned back to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Even though Zhang Shi is an incredible genius, he's still a little too young and lacking in worldly experience. It is truly reckless of him to propose an exchange between our academy and the Combat Master Hall. I honestly think that he's making too light of the matter. My sentiments exactly. Which of the combat masters aren't top-notch geniuses, invincible existences within their own cultivation realm? If our students were to clash with them, there's a good chance that instead of motivating them, it would end up eroding their confidence and drive. Zhang Yinqiu, Ji Yin, and the others sighed. Fighting a rival of the same strength, as one could motivate one to strive harder so as to overcome the rival. However, when the gap between both parties was too great, it would only cause one to despair and fall into despondency instead. This was simply how the human mind worked. How about this? Let's first pay that Xian faction which he talked about a visit first, and in the midst of doing so, we can warn them about the strength of the Combat Master Hall once more. At the very least, if we prepare them for what that is about to come mentally, it'll cushion the trauma that they would suffer later on. After a moment of silence, Vice Principal Ji Yin said, Indeed, we should emphasize to them that the exchange with the Combat Master Hall serves to show them what the peak fighting prowess within their individual cultivation realms are, and they should lower their positions beforehand so that they wouldn't be too dismayed by their lack of strength. Vice Principal Tan Qing nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio had already made up their minds. Considering that Zhang Shi was currently the principal and he had already confirmed an appointment with the Combat Master Hall, it would be improper for them to attempt to veto his decision at this point. That would be undermining his authority and that of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. However, the least they could do was to give the students a heads up of what that was about to come and inform that they were visiting the Combat Master Hall to study and not to challenge them. If they could ready their mindsets beforehand, the students wouldn't be too affected by the disparity in their fighting prowess. All right, let's go over then. They had learned about the location of the Xinxian faction's headquarters from Zhang Xian on the journey here, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. As Zhang Yinxiu was currently possessing the body of an otherworldly demon puppet, he chose to remain on the back of the aerial saint beast. On the other hand, Vice Principals Ji Yin and Tan Qing leaped down the aerial saint beast and walked towards the headquarters. However, before they could get past the entrance, they were already stopped by several students. "May I know whom you are looking for?" one of the students asked. "I am here to look for the person in charge for the Xinxian faction." Vice Principal Ji Yin was slightly surprised to see that the students didn't know who he was, but nevertheless, he still replied politely. As most of the members of the Xinxian faction were freshmen of the same batch as Zhang Xian, they had never really seen the two vice principals before, as the both of them had gone missing in the ancient domain 2 years back, so they were unable to recognize them. "The person in charge? All right, I'll invite him over right now." While the student didn't recognize the two vice principals, he did notice that the two elders carried an extraordinary air of authority around them. Thus, he quickly left without much hesitation, and before long, he brought Ruohuan Gongzi and Song Chao back with him. The both of them were the founders of the Xinxian faction, so naturally, they were their de facto leaders when Zhang Xian wasn't around. "May I know the reason for the arrival of our guests?" Seeing that the two elders possessed strength far beyond them, Ruohuan Gongzi and Song Chao exchanged swift gazes before clasping their fists respectfully. "I heard that you intend to visit the Combat Master Hall for an exchange?" Not bothering to beat around the bush, Vice Principal Ji Yin got straight to the topic at hand. "There's indeed such a matter. This is also the reason why the members of the Xinxian faction has been working hard recently so as overwhelm the Combat Master Hall with our prowess and teach them a lesson." This matter was no secret. There was no one in the academy who was unaware of the matter, so there was no need to hide it from the two guests either. Overwhelm the Combat Master Hall? Teach them a lesson? Vice Principals Ji Yin and Tan Qing exchanged gazes, and the knit between their eyebrows tightened. "Are you honestly telling me that you intend to teach that bunch of monsters from the Combat Master Hall a lesson? Do you have a death wish?" Truly, the ignorant knows no fear. After a moment of silence, Vice Principal Ji Yin spoke up. "How about this? If you're that confident in your ability, why don't the both of us suppress our cultivation to your level and have a match with you?" "You want to have a match with me?" "That's right. Those from the Combat Master Hall possesses strength far superior to their counterparts, so it won't be easy for just anyone to defeat them. If you can defeat us when our cultivations are suppressed, it won't be an issue for you to face the Combat Master Hall. Otherwise, I hope that you can head there with the intention to learn from them instead." Vice Principal Ji Yin said. "Very well, I understand your sentiments. We, of the Xinxian faction, won't bully you either." Hearing the proposal made by the two elders, Ruohuan Gongzi hesitated for a moment before turning his gaze towards a student who was sweeping the area not too far away. "You, come over here. Spar with these two elders for a while. Make sure to go easy on them so as to not hurt them." Ji Yin and Tan Qing, seeing how that fellow, instead of sparring with them himself, ordered a student sweeping the area to fight with them instead, even instructing the latter to go easy on them, the two vice principals nearly exploded on the spot. "Are all of the freshmen as arrogant as you? Very well, I sure am interested to see how powerful you are." Clenching his jaws tightly, Ji Yin suppressed his cultivation to the same level as the sweeping student before beckoning with his hand. "Come." "Master, Vice Principal Ji has begun fighting with a student." In the air, the Byzantium Helios beast informed the old principal. "Don't worry, the both of them know what they are doing. They won't go overboard." Zhang Yinxiu replied with a reassuring smile. He was just about to continue speaking when a gust of wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Shortly after, he saw Vice Principals Ji Yin and Tan Qing flying over. To his astonishment, the two primordial spirit realm experts had the mark of a broom imprinted firmly on their faces, and their clothes were soiled with dust and mud as well. "What happened?" Zhang Yinxiu couldn't help but ask. "We were defeated." The duo replied with unspeakable embarrassment on their faces. "The both of you were defeated?" Zhang Yinxiu widened his eyes in disbelief. Two powerful vice principals actually got pummeled? How was that possible? Seeing the incredulous expression that Zhang Yinxiu had, the faces of the duo reddened further as they added, "We weren't able to even withstand a single blow." Chapter 1090. Poison Hall Headquarters. Just recalling the offense of that sweeping student left the two vice principals on the verge of tears. He was simply too powerful. It was as if he could peer right into the flaws of their movements. No matter how they attempted to dodge, the broom would accurately fall on their faces without fail. Were it not for the fact that they possessed superior physical resilience as primordial spirit realm experts, they would probably have ended up bedbound. Initially, they had thought that the sweeping student might just have been a hidden expert of the Xinxian faction, so indignant with their loss, they had chosen another opponent to fight against. Yet, they actually lost even more tragically. To think that they would be no match for the students when in the same cultivation realm. Zhang Shi said that he conducted a few lessons for them. Seeing the pitiful plight that the two vice principals were in, Zhang Yinxiu suddenly recalled what the young man had said earlier, and his lips started quivering wildly. Just what in the world did Zhang Shi teach them for the students to become so powerful? Unable to take it any longer, he turned his gaze toward the Byzantium Helios beast. Principal Zhang did conduct a few lessons for the students, but as for the exact details, I am not too sure about them either. The Byzantium Helios beast shook his head. He had spent most of his time in the myriad ant hive nest cultivating, so he was not too sure about the happenings within the academy. Never mind, let's find Mo Zhu and the others. Seeing that the Byzantium Helios beast wasn't too certain on the details either, the trio hurriedly headed toward the Elder Hall. Not too long later, they met Zhao Bingxiu, Mo Zhu, and the others. The school heads were agitated to meet them once more, and the trio ended up explaining what had happened to them in the ancient domain. It took quite a while before the trio was finally able to pose the question that was on their mind. We had the Combat Master selection not too long ago, and the Combat Master Hall ended up sending two parties to assess our students. However, they were defeated so tragically that they were completely sapped of their confidence. In fact, they even fled overnight just a day before they were supposed to fight with Principal Zhang's direct disciple, not bothering to bid any of us farewell beforehand. School head Mo swiftly brought Zhang Yinxiu and the others up to date on recent matters. Are you certain that it isn't our students who were sapped of their confidence? The trio was frenzied by what they were hearing. Just what in the world had happened to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy in the 2 years that they were trapped in the ancient domain? Not only so, Principal Zhang also managed to tame all of the spirit beasts and saint beasts on the Cloud Mist Ridge, and he has distributed them among the students of the Beast Tamer School. Currently, just counting the number of perfect harmonization realm spirit beasts, we have more than 20,000 of them. Also, Principal Zhang has conducted a few public lectures from time to time, and those have induced at least a twofold rise in the overall fighting prowess of our students. Seemingly oblivious to the shock the trio was going through, School head Mo continued explaining the various changes in the academy nonchalantly. The more he spoke, the stiffer the bodies of the trio became. Eventually, before School head Mo could finish his piece, the trio was already completely petrified. It was just a moment ago that they had been worrying that Zhang Shi was too young and inexperienced to manage the academy, but at this moment, they realized that they were the ones who were too inexperienced to manage the academy. To think that they had even doubted the other party's capabilities, it sure was a huge farce. 10 days later, Zhang Xian stood on the deck of a massive ship, looking ahead into the distance. Within the compartments of the ship housed the tens of thousands of Xinxian faction members, and the heart of every single one of them was leaping in excitement. They could not wait to cross blows with the combat masters with their refined skills. Over the prior 10 days, Zhang Xian had conducted another 5 lessons for them before packing them into the ship to set forth for Qingwen Conferred Empire. Due to the enormous size of the ship, they had to find dozens of saint beasts before they were able to take off. For the exchange with the Combat Master Hall, Zhang Xian had only brought School head Mo and Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan with him. Zhang Yinxiu, Ji Yin, and Tanqing, seeing that there would likely be no problem with the exchange, chose to remain behind at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to manage the matters there. In truth, as Zhang Xian knew that he would have to continue charging ahead in order to resolve his innate fetal poison, as well as to get together with Luo Ruoxin. It was very unlikely that he would be able to spend much time in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy in the future. In fact, there was a good chance that he would not return there after heading to Qingyuan Conferred Empire, at least not in the short run. Thus, he had attempted to return the position of principal to Zhang Yinqiu. However, the latter just would not agree to it no matter how he tried to convince him. Zhang Yinqiu was deeply concerned by the state he was in. He felt that if an incomplete person like him were to become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it might undermine its prestigious name. As such, Zhang Xian could only continue holding on to his title as the honorary principal. But of course, all of his responsibilities as the principal were still entrusted to Zhang Yinqiu to handle. In the past 10 days, Zhang Xian had also paid a visit to the Blacksmith Guild to browse through their books in hopes of finding a way to heal the Golden Origin Cauldron, but it was a pity that the smithing mastery within the Hongyuan city was deeply limited. He had found a way to give birth to a new spirit within an existing artifact, but waking up a dormant one was proving to be far more difficult than he had anticipated. It was to save them that the Golden Origin Cauldron had ended up falling into the state it was in, so Zhang Xian could not allow it to die just like that. After careful contemplation, he decided to pay a visit to Qingyuan Conferred Empire to study more advanced smithing techniques before making a move. Looking at the fleeting white clouds and feeling the raging wind before his eyes, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. The day before their team set forth, Luo Ruoxin had paid a visit to him and informed him that she still had matters to attend to, so she had to leave Hongyuan Empire for the time being, and she would not be able to meet him in Qingyuan Conferred Empire either. As reluctant as Zhang Xian was, he could only nod in agreement. In any case, since he had already learned of her true identity, he did not need to worry about being unable to meet her in the future. There was one thing that Wu Shi had said that he agreed deeply with. His current strength was still insufficient to go against the Sage clans directly. If he wanted to be together with Luo Ruoxin, he would have to work a lot harder. Zhang Shi, this is a gift that my father and King Huai prepared for you. Fearing that you would be reluctant to accept it, they told me to hand it over to you only after we left Hongyuan City. A crisp voice came from behind him, and Yu Feier walked up to Zhang Xian's side. For the exchange at the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and she had tagged along as well. They were considered members of the Xinxian faction as well, so they had been allowed to join the trip. Gift? Not expecting Emperor Yu Shanqing and King Huai to prepare something for him, Zhang Xian took the storage ring from Yu Feier's hands. Knowing that Zhang Shi is proficient in the art of smithing and pill forging, they have prepared some ores and medicinal herbs within the ring. They aren't particularly valuable or rare, but they have prepared many portions of them so that you need not fret about being short of ingredients. Yu Feier said with a smile. As the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian was bound to have a bright future ahead of him. Naturally, Yu Shanqing and the others were reluctant to let go of this huge tree. Actually, I am the one who should be thanking your father. Knowing their intentions, Zhang Xian decided to accept the gift graciously. Thinking back, had Yu Shanqing not given the Bodhi seed to him, which he had used to grow a Bodhi saint tree within his folded space, there was a good chance that they would have been unable to overcome the black sand of oblivion in the ancient domain. He had been too busy over the past 10 days, so it had slipped his mind to extend his gratitude to Emperor Yu Shanqing for the matter. Choosing not to delve too much into this topic, Yu Feier looked at Zhang Xian with a heated gaze. Zhang Shi, I have recently met with some troubles in my cultivation. May I ask you to give me some pointers? Of course. Zhang Xian nodded. While he was offering some pointers to Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and the others also dropped by. Thus, he decided to share the recent insights he had regarding cultivation with them as well. After receiving the warning from Kong Shi, he had not rushed into cultivating for the past few days. Instead, he had been thinking about the path that he intended to head down. While he hadn't managed to create any formidable cultivation technique or battle technique, he did reinforce his cultivation further, allowing him to tap into his newfound strength more smoothly. His insights were profound yet concise, making them valuable pointers to any cultivators. Luo Qiqi, Yu Feier, and Hu Yaoyao benefited greatly from his teachings. A month passed in a flash. The three ladies advanced substantially in their cultivation within that period of time. After 3 months of cultivation, Yu Feier had managed to achieve a breakthrough to half Saint Pinnacle, and Hu Yaoyao had managed to reach nascent Saint Pinnacle. Of course, the one who had made the greatest advancement within that period of time was none other than Luo Qiqi. 2 months ago, her cultivation had still been at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, similar to Yu Feier. However, within this short period of time, she had managed to advance her cultivation to Saint Wendan Pinnacle, putting her on par with Zhang Xian. Even Zhang Xian could not help but be astonished by the rate at which she was advancing her cultivation. It seemed like she was indeed a person of great talent. Her recent improvement was not just limited to her cultivation. Her mastery at pill forging had also made significant progress as well. With her current proficiency, she could probably forge any grade 7 primary pill easily. While the three of them were improving at light speed, Zhang Xian's 2 direct disciples, Wang Ying and Lu Yang, weren't slacking either. Within a span of 2 months, Wang Ying had managed to advance from Chrysalis Realm primary stage to nascent Saint Pinnacle. It was the same for Lu Yang as well. It was due to them cultivating a simplified version of the Saint Ascension, decipher that their cultivation was not advancing too quickly. If it had been an ordinary Heaven's Path divine art, they would have long reached higher realms. On the other hand, Sun Chang's progress was still the slowest of them all, as his heart was not in cultivating. Nevertheless, with Zhang Xian's spot-on guidance, as well as the vast resources he had available to him, his progress was still much faster than the normal students of the academy. At this moment, he had already reached Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from Chrysalis Realm. After a month of cultivating, Zhang Xian had fully reinforced his Saint Wendan Pinnacle cultivation. Even though he had not achieved a breakthrough, his true fighting prowess could already be said to be invincible among all cultivators beneath Primordial Spirit Realm. More importantly, he had found that his soul depth had also increased quite a bit after the Saint Ascension ordeal, rising from the initial 21 to 23. 1. The difficulty in raising one's soul depth was not constant. Instead, just like cultivation, it became increasingly harder to raise one's soul depth the higher it was. Raising one's soul depth from 1.0 to 3.0 wasn't difficult, but raising it from 21 to 23.1 required at least several dozen times the effort required for the former. Even so, if not for the hard ordeal being too easy, the growth of Zhang Xian's soul depth would surely have been more than that. As Zhang Xian had spent most of the journey cultivating, he did not converse much with others. After an entire month of traveling, a humongous city finally came into sight. The capital of Qingyuan Empire, Qingyuan City. As Zhang Xian and the others arrived at Qingyuan City, Poison Master Bai Ting and Poison Master Hai Mingjin finally arrived at the Poison Hall headquarters with Wei Ruyan. Chapter 1091. Tome of Poison Legacy. The headquarters of the Poison Hall was located amid a massive mountain range. Unlike the other branches, which were concealed by formations, it was an enormous city that extended for several thousand kilometers, exposed in the open. It had an economy of its own, producing and selling its own resources, reminiscent of a mini-kingdom. Upon seeing the majestic city before his eyes, Bai Ting couldn't help but remark, "It is said that vast majority of the mountain range has been laced with lethal poison, and any personnel who isn't a poison master of the Poison Hall would be swiftly poisoned to death. As such, there is no need for the headquarters to conceal itself from the eyes of the world at all." The Poison Hall was a feared existence throughout the Master-Teacher continent. Thus, for safety considerations, most branches were concealed within a formation so that the other occupations would not be able to find it. However, it was different for the headquarters. It was in plain sight amid the mountain range, not concealed by any formation at all. Nevertheless, due to the fact that the mountain was filled with countless poisonous worms and venomous beasts, anyone who wished to enter the Poison Hall headquarters would have to pay a heavy price. This was also why, even though the location of the Poison Hall headquarters was common knowledge, no one dared to make a move on it. Even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would have to think thrice before launching a crusade against it. I wonder if the day will come when Poison Masters are able to walk beneath the light once more, just like the other occupations. Hai Mingjin sighed as he shook his head bitterly. Even though the headquarters were built in the open, it still had to be constructed in the depths of a mountain, different from the other occupations, which were located in prosperous and majestic cities. The cold and sinister image of poison masters was simply too deeply imprinted into the minds of the populace, causing them to be fearful of poison masters. Such a point of view was not something that could be changed easily. I also hope that such a day will eventually come. Fortunately, it seems to be within sights. Glancing at the young lady behind whom he had carefully embraced with his zhenqi, a gentle smile surfaced on Bai Ting's face. Ever since leaving Jingyuan City, they had flown for nearly 2 months without rest, but the young lady still showed no signs of awakening. Furthermore, the poisonous aura that was emanating from her body only seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Were it not for the antidotes that she had provided them back when she was still conscious and disguised as Sun Chong, even with their incredible resistance to poison as 7-star pinnacle poison masters, they would have already been poisoned to death by now. For the mere aura she emanated passively to be intolerable for poison masters of their strength, the innate poison body sure was fearsome. Unique constitutions were something that came innately with one's birth, so there was nothing they could say about that. However, what had truly impressed them was the deep level of understanding the founder possessed regarding the use of poison. On their journey to the Poison Hall headquarters, they had been musing over the poison knowledge that the founder had imparted to them previously. The deeper they delved into the knowledge, the more fearsome they realized that the founder was. It could be said that the knowledge that they had gained over the past 2 months was far more than what they had learned in the previous several dozen years. On top of that, the antidote that they had been given was truly miraculous. It was no joke to call it the antidote to all poisons. Not only was it able to neutralize the poison emanating from the young lady, it could even curb the toxins from the poisonous worms and venomous beasts on the mountain range. A few days ago, Bai Ting had been bitten by a poison worm, and they had thought that he was a goner. However, shortly after consuming the antidote, he managed to make a full recovery from the poison. To think that a simple pill would actually be effective against a myriad of poisons, even though they were seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't help but find it inconceivable. If not for the antidotes that they were given, they would have probably died multiple times before they could come to this point. As long as the founder awakens and regains her full strength, it won't be difficult for us to win the acknowledgement of the other occupations. The Poison Hall has never suffered from a lack of experts, but it's a pity that none of them are willing to submit to the other, so they end up building and ruling over their own factions instead. This has led to the Poison Hall being severely segregated, and we are unable to stand our ground before the other occupations. As a result, we have been forced to hole up in remote places, unable to stand in the light. Recalling the various happenings in the Poison Hall over the past few centuries, Hai Mingjin couldn't help but sigh. Truthfully, the Poison Hall did not start out in such a manner. At the very start, they shared the sunlight along with the other occupations, and poison masters didn't have to hide their identity from the others out of fear. The Poison Hall had ended up in its current plight was because there had been no single poison master who was outstanding enough to take over the position of the head of the Poison Hall after the passing of their founder. As the rules governing the Poison Hall were not as strict as that of the other occupations, it was not uncommon for poison masters to kill one another. Furthermore, they had no particular standard to the disciples that they accepted, thus resulting in there being both kind-hearted individuals and evildoers amid their ranks. Due to such circumstances, the strength of the Poison Hall had been on a constant decline, thus resulting in the current plight it was in. If there was a person whom everyone in the Poison Hall was willing to recognize and submit to, their plight could very well have been very different. Perhaps, they might even have reached the same level of prosperity as they had achieved back then. Let's not get ahead ourselves for the time being. The current Poison Hall seems to be very different from how it used to be. I have informed my teacher about my arrival in advance, and out of safety considerations, I decided not to inform my teacher about the founder. Even so, my teacher still told me to be very careful when heading over, and that I should make sure not to catch anyone's attention. It appears that the Poison Hall is currently caught in an intense faction rivalry, and even my teacher is helpless to stop it. Bai Ting sighed. Your teacher? Do you mean Myriad Poison Eminence, Lin Jianghai? Haiming asked. Even though Bai Ting was his close friend and they had both come from the same poison hall, the other party had never really told him about his heritage before. He had only managed to fathom a guess from the other party's poison arts. Indeed, my teacher is Poison Master Lin Jianghai. I have studied under him for 30 years, but due to my lacking talent, I was unworthy of inheriting the essence of his heritage. Otherwise, I would have been an 8-star poison master by now. As soon as Bai Ting spoke of his teacher, his voice immediately became very respectful. He felt deeply indebted to his teacher. Without his teacher, he would not be. Even if he was not his teacher's direct disciple, the debt that he owed his teacher was still something that he could not hope to repay in his lifetime. Recalling the various information concerning the Poison Hall headquarters, Haiming could not help but comment. The Poison Hall headquarters consists of the 2 guardians, 4 eminences, 12 poison kings, and 72 tier 1 hall masters. Even the weakest of these experts is at 8-star pinnacle. The myriad poison eminence is ranked in the middle of the 4 eminences, and even the weakest of his direct disciples is an 8-star poison master. Those who manage to become his disciple are the most outstanding of all poison masters, and they are deeply envied by others. Even though he was only a 7-star pinnacle poison master, he had been looking forward to visiting the headquarters, so he had read quite a few books regarding it. As such, he had a rough idea regarding the various powers within the headquarters. As there had not been a single poison master who could win the respect of everyone else, the seat of the hall master had been empty for countless years. The affairs within the poison hall were basically dealt with by the 4 eminences, and as for the 2 guardians, they often spent their days wandering the lands, so it was extremely hard to contact them. Even the poison masters of the headquarters had rarely seen them around. As such, the 4 eminences were known to be the pinnacle of authority and power within the poison hall. As one of the disciples of the myriad poison eminence, even if Bai Ting was not a direct disciple, he was still allowed to travel in and out of the poison hall headquarters freely. Otherwise, given that both of them were mere 7-star poison masters, they would have been shut out at the entrance. All right, let's hurry up and enter the city. The poison aura within the founder's body is running out of control. If we don't suppress it soon, I fear that her life might be in danger. Bai Ting urged before proceeding ahead with Wei Ruyan. The city in the Poison Hall headquarters was not any much different from the capitals of the kingdoms and empires outside. On top of poison masters, there were also ordinary civilians walking around. Walking through the city, Bai Ting and Haiming could not help but glance at one another in confusion. Usually, the main streets should have been bustling with life, but there was not a single soul in sight. Shops at both ends of the streets were tightly shut, and there were no vendors or anything of that sort. It was cold and desolate. Did something happen? But that should not have been the case. If the Master Teacher Pavilion were to make a move on the Poison Hall headquarters, it would have surely caused a huge commotion throughout the Master Teacher Pavilion, and they could not possibly have been unaware of the matter. So, that was unlikely to be the case. But, other than the Master Teacher Pavilion, what else could sap the life out of the massive Poison Hall headquarters? Let's continue heading in, Haiming proposed. Bai Ting nodded. At that point, a voice suddenly sounded. Is the person ahead of me Junior Bai Ting? The duo raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man flying over. Perhaps due to his hunched back, the middle-aged man had a short stature of roughly 1.6 meters. He did not seem like a particularly impressive figure, but the 8 stars on the emblem in front of his chest showed that he was not a person whom one should underestimate. Upon seeing the other party, Bai Ting immediately clasped his fist and bowed. Senior Yuan Ling. Hearing that name, Haiming had the fright of his life. Yuan Ling? Could he be the 8-star pinnacle poison master who once succeeded in poisoning a Saint 8 Dan Saint Beast to death? He did not know too many 8-star poison masters, but Yuan Ling's reputation made it impossible for him to not know of the other party. As an 8-star pinnacle poison master, Yuan Ling was one of the 72 tier 1 hall masters. His greatest known feat was to have concocted the cloud smoke powder. Colorless and odorless, the cloud smoke powder warped into the form of a cloud when scattered, allowing it to drift along with the wind. With a sufficient dosage, It would be lethal even to a Saint 8 Dan expert. It was said that Hall Master Yuan Ling was once pursued by a Saint 8 Dan Saint Beast, and left with no choice. He had released the cloud smoke powder and poisoned the latter to death. It was due to this battle that he had become well known throughout the Empire Alliance. There was no one among the Qingyuan conferred Empire Poison Hall who knew not of his name. Who knew that such an incredible figure was actually Bai Ting Sr.? It was truly shocking to think of it. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Teacher heard that you have reached leaving Aperture Realm and intend to take the 8-star Poison Master examination, so he had me fetch you. Yuan Ling smiled. Due to Zhang Xian's advice, Bai Ting had not revealed the matter regarding the founder yet, using his intention to take the 8-star Poison Master as a pretext to enter the Poison Hall headquarters instead. This way, it would guarantee them a safe passageway into the Poison Hall without any trouble. Thank you, Senior. Right. Weren't you dispatched to the Huaijin branch? Why are you at the headquarters as well? Bai Ting asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, the heads of the regional Poison Hall branches were not allowed to leave their post. Thus, it was peculiar for Yuan Ling to be in the headquarters and even fetching him personally. You haven't heard of the matter yet? Yuan Ling was taken aback. A moment later, he nodded in realization and said, Right, it has been many years since you left the headquarters, so it's understandable that you are unaware of the current situation. Right Guardian Shun Ju returned recently, claiming to have found an artifact of the founder. Using this, he intends to organize the Grand Conference of Poison Masters and appoint himself as the new Hall Master. As such, the 72 Tier 1 Hall Masters were all summoned to the headquarters to attend the conference, and the crowd in the city has also headed over to watch the commotion. That's why the streets are completely empty today. Right, Guardian Shun Ju? An artifact of the founder? The duo frowned upon hearing those words. Intrigued, Bai Ting continued asking, May I know what artifact it is? It's the founder's Tome of Poison Legacy, Yuan Ling replied. Chapter 1092. The Founder Arrives, Tome of Poison Legacy? Bai Ting and Hai Mingjin leaped in astonishment. According to the rumors, the Tome of Poison Legacy was an artifact personally written by the founder of the Poison Hall. She had detailed all of the secrets of her poison arts within the book, and it was the artifact that all poison masters craved to obtain. However, it was said to have disappeared from the face of the world along with the founder. After the founder died, there were quite a few Hall Masters who had taken over after her. However, as they had not inherited her true heritage, they were unable to receive widespread acknowledgement among the Poison Masters, resulting in the current chaos within the Poison Hall. For the longest time, everyone had thought that the Tome of Poison Legacy had disappeared for good, but who would have thought that Right Guardian Shinju would actually manage to retrieve it? Indeed, with this artifact, he can be officially inaugurated as the new Hall Master of the Poison Hall without any doubts about his legitimacy. Just that. Forget it. Let's not talk about this any further. You'll understand once you meet teacher anyway. Yuan Ling was still intending to continue speaking when he paused for a moment and swallowed his words. Beckoning the both of them to follow him, he flew ahead. The duo followed him closely. As Saint 5 Dan experts, their flight speed was beyond ordinary. It did not take them long to arrive at a vast residence located at the center of the city. With Yuan Ling taking the lead, they walked toward the hall that their teacher had taught them in the past. Before they could enter it, arguing could be heard echoing from within. He's using that as an excuse to climb over us. Why should our teacher do it? At the very most, we'll just fight it out with him. He's going too far. We can't just sit silently by the side and let him do whatever he wants. Just because he says that it's the Tome of Poison Legacy, are we supposed to accept it like that? Is there anyone who can verify his words? I remember that our teacher had a grudge with him back then. He must be trying to make use of this matter to get rid of his rivals so as to successfully promote himself to Hall Master. It's not like we don't know how narrow-minded that Right Guardian of ours is. With such a card in his hand, he's bound to make a move against us. Walking into the room, they saw dozens of Poison Masters gathered, each of them with an indignant look on their face. Swiftly scanning the room, Bai Ting noted that they were all the seniors and juniors who had studied alongside him back then. Most of them had already attained the strength of 8-star poison masters. In the center of the room sat an elder who was dressed in plain clothes. He had an elusive aura that could hardly be felt, and his breathing was so indistinct that it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or not. Had he not been seated in the center of the room, one could have overlooked him very easily. Intrigued, Hai Mingjin secretly used his spiritual perception to scan the other party, and the result that he got left him startled. To his shock, his spiritual perception actually reflected that the space that the plain-clothed elder took up was completely empty. What incredible strength he wields! Hai Mingjin narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It was obvious that the person before him had achieved strength far beyond his imagination, such that even his spiritual perception was incapable of perceiving the other party's existence. An expert of the other party's caliber did not need to even raise his hand to destroy him. Just a single thought, and his soul would have been helplessly crushed. There was the huge disparity in their strengths. It was unimaginable how powerful the elder would be if he were equipped with poison. Truly terrifying. Teacher, Junior Bai Ting is here. Ignoring the crowd's argument, Yuan Ling stepped forward and reported. The elder nodded before turning his gaze to Bai Ting. I thought that you wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough when your heart turned cold after the incident. Not bad. You were still able to qualify as an 8-star poison master in the end. You didn't let me down. Teacher. Bai Ting's eyes reddened as he stepped forward and kneeled on the ground. Ever since leaving the headquarters, he had never met his teacher because he felt too ashamed to face him. Upon seeing his teacher once more, the emotions that had welled up within him for many years could not be contained. The elder smiled. All right, you are going to be an 8-star poison master very soon, so you shouldn't cry over minor matters like this. Yes. Bai Ting nodded. Standing up, he turned a confused look to his teacher and asked, Teacher, I happened to overhear someone saying that someone wants you to do something. If I may ask, what does that mean? Judging from how indignant everyone was, it was bound to be nothing good. It's nothing much. The elder waved his hand before sighing deeply. You should focus your effort on taking the 8-star Poison Master examination while you are here and leave as soon as you're done. The Poison Hall is no longer the safe place you know of. We might face bloodshed very soon, so escape as far as you can. This, Bai Ting frowned in confusion. His teacher was one of the 4 eminences, so what could have happened for him to speak of such depressing words? Furthermore, shouldn't Shanju's retrieval of the Tome of Poison Legacy and inauguration as the new Hall Master have been a joyous event? Noting the confusion in Bai Ting's eyes, an 8-star Poison Master stepped forward and explained, I believe you should have heard the news that Guardian Shun has found the Tome of Poison Legacy and intends to become the new Hall Master, right? Yes, Bai Ting replied with a nod. Senior Yuan Ling had just informed him of the matter. The Tome of Poison Legacy is an artifact left behind by the founder, and it carries lethal poison. There is only one way to open it, and it's through the life tribute ritual. Guardian Shun intends to have our teacher conduct the ritual, the 8-star Poison Master said through gritted teeth. Hearing those words, Bai Ting's eyes widened in shock. Poison Masters had a habit of sealing their manuals using lethal poison. In order to open such manuals, one would have to possess the ability to undo the poison. Otherwise, one would have to wear away the poison with life. In other words, it was using human lives to wear away the poison on the manual. If 1 was not enough, 2. If 2 were not enough, 3. There was bound to be a limit to the poison laced on the manual, so there would come a point where it was sap dry. This was also what the life tribute ritual was. Life tribute was an extremely callous ritual, and it undermined the dignity of life. This was one of the practices that had the Poison Masters deemed as a type of demonic art, causing it to be snubbed by the orthodox occupations. But why our teacher? Bai Ting asked through gritted teeth. His teacher was one of the 4 eminences, so why would they sacrifice such an esteemed individual for the life tribute? Our teacher had a conflict with Guardian Shun many years ago, so we believe that this is Guardian Shun's attempt to get back at him. Furthermore, the poison on the Tome of Poison Legacy is indeed too potent, such that it's impossible for even normal humans to approach it. As such, It can only be neutralized by 9-star poison masters. It's for this reason that Guardian Shun specifically singled out Teacher so as to further build his prestige. Through this incident, he wishes to send out a stern warning to the entire Poison Hall so that none dare oppose him. The 8-star Poison Master replied with clenched fists. While Life Tribute could wear away the toxicity of the poison, its effectiveness was also dependent on the strength of the tribute. Considering the potency of the poison that laced the Tome of Poison Legacy, even if they were to sacrifice 20,000 ordinary humans, it still would not wear away the poison. Only 9-star Poison Masters wielded sufficient strength to wear away the poison on the Tome of Poison Legacy. Anyone other than that would not do. Since he's obviously using this matter to get back at us, can't Teacher just turn him down? Bai Ting asked anxiously. Teacher can indeed turn him down, but Guardian Shun is forcing Teacher to comply with his demands in the name of greater good. In the name of greater good? Indeed. He promised all of the Poison Masters that as long as the Tome of Poison Legacy is opened, he will pick out the easier content and make it public knowledge for all Poison Masters to study, thus substantially raising the overall prowess of the Poison Hall. Through this promise, he is attempting to sway public opinion against our Teacher, thus forcing Teacher to conduct the Life Tribute ritual. All of the Poison Masters in the headquarters are currently loitering around the area. They are claiming that they intend to witness the inauguration ceremony, but in truth, most of them are just keeping a surveillance over the manor, fearing that Teacher will attempt to escape, the 8-star Poison Master said with reddened eyes. Only in trying times would one be able to see through the hearts of those around them. The Poison Masters who were close with his Teacher, or usually fawned on him, had all fled as far as they could, leaving behind only his students to guard the area. Bai Ting could not help but clench his fists tightly as well. Indeed, with such terms to draw the other Poison Masters in, his Teacher would have no choice but to become the sacrifice. Otherwise, with public opinion working against him, it would not be long before he fell from grace. Interrupting the words of the Poison Master, the elder sitting in the center of the room waved his hand. All right, I have already made up my mind on this matter. After I'm dead, don't come to this manor anymore. Stay as far away as you can so that we will at least be able to preserve our heritage. No one would dare think of laying their hands on his disciples while he was alive, but once Shinju got his way, there was no doubt that he would turn his eyes to his disciples next. The Poison Hall was not as strictly bound by rules as the Master-Teacher Pavilion. In here, strength spoke the loudest. Without sufficient strength, the only fate one would face was death. Teacher. Upon hearing those words, those present could not help but feel disconsolate. Even Yuan Ling's eyes had reddened as well, and a sorrowful silence drifted in the air. At this moment, Bai Ting's voice abruptly broke the atmosphere. Teacher, actually, you need not sacrifice yourself. It might not be that easy for Guardian Shun to become the Hall Master either. Hearing those words, everyone quickly turned their gazes over. Even the elder could not help but frown. Junior Bai, why would you say such words? Yuan Ling asked. It's nothing much. If it was any other occasion, Guardian Shun would indeed be qualified to become the Hall Master with his contribution of retrieving the Tome of Poison Legacy, and no one would dare say anything against it. However, I fear that the tome won't be sufficient now. Bai Ting spoke confidently. He won't be able to become the Hall Master even with the Tome of Poison Legacy? What do you mean by that? Yuan Ling frowned, unsure of what Bai Ting was driving at. The others were bewildered by Bai Ting's words as well. What was the Tome of Poison Legacy? An artifact that the founder had left behind. To draw a parallel, it was equivalent to Kong Shi's Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. It was the supreme treasure of the Poison Hall. It could be considered the symbol of authority of the founder, and anyone in possession of it would receive the acknowledgement of all Poison Masters. It was precisely due to Shanju obtaining the Tome of Poison Legacy that his Teacher was put in a spot at the moment. Yet, his junior was saying that even a person in possession of the Tome of Poison Legacy was unqualified to become the Hall Master? Then, who in the world was qualified to become the Hall Master? Junior Bai, I have no idea what you are getting at. The Tome of Poison Legacy is the supreme artifact of the founder, and anyone in possession of it will naturally gain the greatest authority within the poison hall. The 8-star poison master shook his head. Unless the founder appears at this moment, there's no way we can prevent him from becoming the hall master. Senior Liu is right. I have indeed invited the founder here today. Bai Ting chuckled. You have invited the founder here? Junior Bai, the founder passed away several dozen millenniums ago. So how could you possibly invite her here? This isn't a joking matter, Junior Bai. Everyone was startled for a moment before shaking their heads. If the latter had said that he had found another artifact of the founder, they might still have been able to believe it. However, to have found the founder herself, wasn't that the same as daydreaming? I have indeed found the founder. She's only a fragmented soul at the moment, and she's currently possessing the body of this young lady. Bai Ting pointed to the person behind him. It was only at this moment that everyone noticed that Bai Ting had wrapped his zhenqi around a young lady. He gently placed her down before unwrapping his zhenqi, and in an instant, poison aura immediately burst out of Wei Ruyan's body, causing everyone to involuntarily take a step back. Before anyone could comprehend what was going on, the elder seated in the center, Lin Jianghai, suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. This is the innate poison body? The innate poison body was the unparalleled unique constitution of their poison hall. Ever since the passing of their founder, the poison hall had not been able to find a single individual who possessed such a constitution. Who would have thought that one would suddenly appear before them at this moment? She doesn't just possess the innate poison body. She has the poison soul constitution as well, Bai Ting said. This? Lin Jianghai's body trembled in agitation. What is going on? Why is this young lady unconscious? It's like this. Bai Ting began to explain how he had met the founder at a poison hall branch and promised the latter that he would bring the young lady to the headquarters. You are saying that the soul of our founder has possessed the body of this young lady? It's only because of her inability to withstand the pressure from the poison soul constitution in her weakened state that she has fell into a coma? Lin Jianghai's body stiffened from shock. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at this pill that we were given. Flicking his wrist, Bai Ting took a jade bottle out from his storage ring. With a smile, he took out a pill that the founder had given him, and he presented it to his teacher. Chapter 1093 Spare Me. Founder 1, he had consumed the pill multiple times on the journey to the headquarters, so by now, there was only a single pill left in the jade bottle. Upon taking a closer look at the pill, Lin Jianghai frowned. Isn't this a pill used for reinforcing one's core? As a poison master, he was very familiar with all kinds of medicinal properties. With just a glance, he could tell that the pill before him was an ordinary pill that was used for reinforcing one's core. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. That was what I thought at the start too, but after it was reforged in the founder's hand, it transformed into an all-cure antidote. Bai Ting said. Lin Jianghai frowned. His title as the myriad poison eminence had originated from the huge variety of powerful poisons he had up his sleeves. For an ordinary pill for reinforcing one's core to be able to cure all poisons, was that not as good as saying that little pill was his nemesis? Extending his spiritual perception to the pill before him, he could see what was within the pill in an instant. The more he looked at it, the more perplexed he felt. Based on his eye of discernment and deep understanding of medicinal herbs, there was definitely nothing different about the pill before his eyes. It was no different than the products that were commonly sold in the market. Putting him aside, even if a Saint 5 Dan cultivator were to eat 3 gene of such a pill, it would not have any effect at all. To call such a pill an all-cure antidote, wasn't that exaggerating its effects a little? For him, a 9-star poison master, one of the greatest poison users in the world, to be unable to see through what was special with the pill. Had it not been for how confidently Bai Ting had spoken, he would have surely had the latter thrown into the ditch that very instant. Are you certain that it has the effect of curing any poison? Lin Jianghai asked doubtfully. If teacher doubts my word, I can prove it to you right now. Bai Ting smiled confidently. Turning around, he asked, Senior Yuanling, may I know if you have any of your cloud smoke powder with you at the moment? I do. Yuan Ling nodded as he passed a jade bottle over. As the most powerful poison he had ever concocted, it went without saying that he would bring it no matter where he went in case he found himself in an emergency situation. Poison Master Hai, I will need to trouble you on something. Grabbing the jade bottle, Bai Ting beckoned Hai Mingjin over. Poison Master Bai, you need not stand on ceremony with me. If you have anything to ask of me, feel free to speak. Hai Mingjin walked over. Actually, it's nothing much. I would just like to trouble you to consume this bottle of cloud smoke powder. Flicking his wrist, Bai Ting passed the jade bottle over. Hai Mingjin's lips twitched wildly. He had been wondering what Poison Master Bai was up to, but to think that the other party wanted to use him as a pill sample beast for the poison. The best way to determine the effectiveness of an antidote was not to examine its constituents, but to try it out oneself. That was the most direct and efficient method. But shouldn't it suffice for you to test it on a pill sample beast or something? Why do you need me to do it? Without hesitating for long, Hai Mingjin walked over with gritted teeth. All right then. While he was a little reluctant to serve as a test subject, when he recalled how mystical the pill that the founder had produced was, he still confidently propped open the lid of the jade bottle and gulped down the cloud smoke powder contained within. Pooh! Right after consuming the poison, his face turned pitch black, and blood spewed wildly from his mouth. The crowd frowned upon witnessing that. With their knowledge as 8-star poison masters, they could easily tell it wasn't an act staged between the both of them. That fellow was truly poisoned. Here, knowing that the cloud smoke powder acted quickly, Bai Ting dared not dawdle. He hurriedly fed Hai Mingjin the antidote in his hand. Hai Mingjin hurriedly swallowed it. Shortly after consuming the pill, Hai Mingjin's pitch-black complexion began to revert back to normal. However, perhaps due to him consuming too much of the cloud smoke powder, the antidote wasn't sufficient to cure the poison altogether. Half of his face managed to revert back to white, but the other half still remained completely black, creating a peculiar sight. Nevertheless, the antidote still did help to suppress the poison and stabilize Hai Mingjin's condition for the time being. With an awkward look on his face, he said, "Cough, cough. Poison Master Bai, do you still have any more antidote? I think I might have eaten too much of the cloud smoke powder, and a single pill isn't sufficient to cure it. Due to the limited size of the pills, the amount of Heaven's Path Shinchi they could harness was also limited. Even though they could neutralize any poison, the grade of the cloud smoke powder was simply too high. A single pill was not sufficient to neutralize it entirely, thus resulting in the current situation." Bai Ting's lips twitched. That was the last pill. I also completed my bottle on the journey to the poison hall. Hai Mingjin's body shuddered, and he nearly burst into tears. It was supposed to just be a simple experiment to showcase the effectiveness of the pill to the others, but he ended up landing himself in such a state. Was there anyone more pitiful than he was? Just what in the world did he do to deserve this? Bai Ting's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He was intending to display the prowess of the founder's all-cure antidote to the crowd, but who would have thought that he would not have sufficient pills for it? All right, there's no need to experiment anymore. That's indeed an all-cure antidote. While the duo was feeling vexed by the situation they were in, Lin Jianghai raised his hand and spoke. Yuan Ling, neutralize that young man's poison. Yes. Yuan Ling walked up to Hai Mingjin and stroked his hand softly down the latter's back. In an instant, Hai Mingjin noticed a feeling of comfort rushing through his body, and the remaining blackness on his face also vanished without a trace. To be able to convert a pill meant for reinforcing one's core into an all-cure antidote that is capable of neutralizing even the cloud smoke powder. This is indeed an inconceivable feat. Ignoring Hai Mingjin, Lin Jianghai stood up and walked up to Wei Ruyan with a look of disbelief. If he still harbored some reservations a moment ago, he was completely certain at this moment. Putting aside the young lady's innate poison body and poison soul constitution, he had examined the antidote earlier carefully with his spiritual perception, and he had been certain that there was nothing special with it. Yet, it was actually capable of neutralizing poisons, even those at the level of the cloud smoke powder. This was truly a little frightening. He had taken a look at Yuan Ling's cloud smoke powder before, and it was a poison that was so potent that it could easily claim the life of even a Saint 8 Dan expert. To allow a mere core-reinforcing pill to be able to cure the poison of the cloud smoke pill without any problem, that was indeed an incredible technique. He found that even he was unable to comprehend the logic behind it. Probably, only the founder possessed such incredible means. Teacher, you believe me? Bai Ting's eyes lit up. Other than the founder, I can't think of anyone else who could possess such incredible skills. Lin Jianghai nodded with a smile. All right, let's go and attend the inauguration ceremony. Since Shunju wants me to die, let's see who will get the final laugh. A sharp glint flashed through Lin Jianghai's narrowed eyes. As a person who had managed to survive in the poison hall and climb to the very peak, Lin Jianghai naturally was not a good person either. We'll listen to your command. Seeing that their teacher had regained his confidence, the morale within the room lifted as they walked out with clenched fists. The inauguration ceremony would be held in a square not too far away from the residence. Practically the entire populace of the Poison Hall headquarters had come over to spectate the event, such that it was impossible to see the end of the crowd with a single glance. Placed on the pedestal at the very center of the square was a floating book that shimmered with a faint radiance. Beneath it stood a black-robed poison master who emanated an astounding aura. Seeing the newly arrived group, the black-robed poison master smiled. Eminence Lin, you are finally here. His voice boomed resoundingly across the entire square. I see that you have chosen to conduct the life tribute ritual to open the Tome of Poison Legacy. Good. Don't worry, your sacrifice won't be in vain. I'll spread the content within the tome to the entire Poison Hall and lead it to greater heights. Eminence Lin, as one of the 4 eminences, you have enjoyed the stipends of the Poison Hall for many years. It's time for you to do your part for the Poison Hall. Think about it, your sacrifice will become the blessing of the entire Poison Hall, allowing us to achieve greater heights. This is something to rejoice over. Rest assured, your name shall be echoed for all of the later generations to hear. On the stage, another 2 men shouted along with Shanju. They were both from the 4 eminences as well, figures of equal standing to Lin Jianghai. Ignoring their words, Lin Jianghai leaped onto the stage as he sneered coldly. Guardian Shun, Eminence Wang, and Eminence He, I came here not to conduct the life tribute ritual, but to discuss the nomination of our new hall master. Discuss the nomination of our new hall master? Eminence Lin, has age clouded your mind? Guardian Shun has obtained the Tome of Poison Legacy, an artifact of the founder, so it's only right for him to inherit the position of the Poison Master. Do you think that you can find another Tome of Poison Legacy in the world? Eminence Wang sneered back. The Tome of Poison Legacy is one of the most important artifacts to our Poison Hall. Since Guardian Shun has managed to retrieve it for us, it's only natural that he assumes the highest position as well. Are you trying to disregard Guardian Shun's contribution, or are you trying to disregard the founder? Eminence, he harumphed. These two had long since decided to stand on the same side as Guardian Shun, so their words were filled with disdain and ridicule for Lin Jianghai. You need not play such meaningless word games with me. Since I dared to propose the discussion of the nomination of the new hall master, naturally, I have made my preparations beforehand. Lin Jianghai flicked his wrist grandly before declaring, I have not found the Tome of Poison Legacy, but I have found the founder. Upon saying those words, Lin Jianghai tilted his head toward the sky and bellowed, Invite the founder in. Voila! Yuan Ling, Bai Ting, and the others carefully carried Wei Ruyan over and placed her lightly down on the pedestal. Founder? What does that mean? A commotion broke out amid the crowd. All of the poison masters glanced at one another in confusion, unsure of what was going on. Founder? Shunju and the other 2 eminences also frowned upon hearing those words. Indeed, this young lady over here is the founder of our Poison Hall. Lin Jianghai waved his hand grandly as he pointed toward Wei Ruyan. Her soul has survived through the ages before claiming the body of this young lady over here, who possesses the innate poison body. It's only a matter of time before she wakes up, and under her leadership, our Poison Hall will be brought to unprecedented glory. She's the founder? You must be joking. The founder passed away several dozen millenniums ago, so how could she possibly be a lady as young as that? Everyone was taken aback at first before a huge commotion broke out among them. At this point, Shunju also could not help but sneer coldly, "Eminence Lin, it seems your reluctance to contribute to the poison hall has eroded your rationality. You simply picked a person off the street and proclaimed that she is the founder. Why don't you go a step further and claim that she's Kongshu then?" Indeed. Shouts of approval broke out among the crowd below as well. The myriad poison eminence had always been a rational and dependable figure, but why was he acting so rash this time around? To claim that an unconscious young lady was the founder. He had to be joking. Audacious. Lin Jianghai roared authoritatively. Guardian Shun, as a 9-star poison master, how blind must you be to be unable to recognize the innate poison body? Innate poison body? The young lady possesses the innate poison body? An uproar exploded among the crowd. Shinju was also stunned for a moment before he hurriedly turned his gaze toward the young lady. Indeed, there was something amiss about the young lady, and a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. The innate poison body is a unique constitution that has only appeared in the founder in the past several dozen millenniums. None of us standing here have ever seen it before. For you to simply bring a young lady in here and claim that she possesses the innate poison body, I'm afraid that you will have to show us more evidence than that. Besides, even if she does possess such a unique constitution, how can you prove that she's related to the founder? Flinging his sleeves, Shunju sneered coldly. In order to prevent me from becoming the hall master so that you can continue sitting on your high horse, don't you think that you're crafting too huge of a farce over here? Crafting too huge of a farce? That could very well be the case. No one among us has really seen the innate poison body as well, so it's impossible to verify it on the spot. Furthermore, for a person possessing the innate poison body to suddenly emerge at this moment after all this time, how can there be such a huge coincidence in the world? As expected, right after Shanju said those words, echoes of agreement sounded among the crowd. They were already skeptical when Lin Jianghai said that the young lady was the founder, and Shunju's words served to further deepen their doubts. 3 gene equals 1. 5 kilograms. Chapter 1094 Spare Me. Founder 2. While the constitution of the young lady on the stage did resemble the innate poison body, no one present there had actually seen the true innate poison body in person, so it was difficult for them to verify the matter on the spot. Furthermore, for Lin Jianghai to proclaim that he had found the founder shortly after Shunju had found the tome of Poison Legacy. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared that Lin Jianghai was making it up to willfully go against Shunju. The innate poison body is also known as the constitution of disaster. Once unrestrained, the individual will begin releasing lethal poison from her body uncontrollably. I believe that all of you should have been well aware of this matter even before I spoke. Even though this young lady is unconscious, she has been passively releasing lethal poison from her body and soul. If Guardian Shin does not trust me, you can try to gather the poison aura together and see if you are able to withstand it or not. If even a 9-star poison master like you is unable to withstand it, that should be enough to prove whether she truly possesses the innate poison body or not. Lin Jianghai chuckled. There were not any more of the all-cure antidotes to prove that the young lady was the founder, but the poison aura that she emanated was the best proof in itself. While it might not cause much damage in the short term, it would be lethal even to a 9-star poison master if he were to take in too much of it. Not even 9-star poison masters could fake such an ability. Shinju was taken aback. With his eye of discernment, he was definitely more than capable of seeing whether the young lady before him possessed the innate poison body or not. However, it was just moments before his inauguration, and he was just a single step away from becoming the hall master. If he were to acknowledge that the young lady before him was indeed the founder, this opportunity would slip right through his fingers. And this was not a conclusion that he was willing to accept. Eminence Lin, do you take us for fools? Since you have prepared an innate poison body, it's only a given that you see through the act and prepare a sufficiently lethal poison beforehand. Guardian Shun would only be falling into your trap if he really attempted to take in the poison aura. I will have to earnestly ask you not to bring such unseemly schemes into this solemn ceremony. Eminence, Wang shouted. Indeed, others might not know much about you, but as fellow eminences, I know you quite well. If you are reluctant to die, just say so. It's really laughable how you can come up with such nonsense when it's time for you to play your part. The poison hall has truly misjudged you. Eminence, he sneered coldly. There's no need for you to change the subject over here and attempt to sway public opinion against me. If it's that easy to feign the innate poison body, our poison hall also wouldn't have been in tatters for so many years. Lin Zhonghai waved his hand. Whether this young lady is truly the founder or not, we can easily invite the wills of the predecessors and have them judge for us. Just like the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Poison Hall also retained the wills of their predecessors. If there was any matter that the Poison Hall had trouble confirming, they could invite the predecessors over to make a judgment for them. The wills of the predecessors would not lie, and they would not be swayed by their sentiments either. This would allow them to make a fair judgment. There's no need to bother the predecessors over something as minor as this. All we want to know is whether she possesses the innate poison body or not, right? That's simple. I will just have to check that no one has planted poison on her, and if the poison aura she is emanating truly comes from her body and soul, we will be able to confirm that she does possess the innate poison body, Shinju said with a frown. He had already confirmed that the young lady before him did possess the innate poison body, and that convinced him that he could not allow Lin Zhonghai to invite the predecessors to judge the matter. Once it was publicly affirmed by the predecessors that the young lady did indeed possess the innate poison body, there would be no way he could become the hall master anymore. The trouble he had gone through to obtain the Tome of Poison Legacy would have been in vain. As formidable as he was, there was still no way he could match up to an individual who possessed the innate poison body. It was clear whom the poison masters would eventually side with. Hong Long. Right after saying those words, Shunju raised his hand and grasped at Wei Ruyan. Hula. Propped up by his zhenqi, the young lady floated silently in midair. Her eyes were tightly shut, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. Let me take a look. While slowly making his way toward Wei Ruyan, a hint of killing intent flashed across Shunju's eyes as he slipped a sliver of his will from his primordial spirit discreetly into the young lady's body. He was going to kill the young lady under the pretext of checking on her. Once the young lady was dead, there would be nothing that Lin Zhonghai could use against him anymore. What founder or innate poison body? None of that was useful to a dead person. After the deed was done, he could push everything onto Lin Zhonghai. He could claim that in his attempts to feign the innate poison body, he used excessively lethal poison and ended up killing the young lady. In any case, the young lady had been in an unconscious state right from the start, so no one would be able to tell for sure when the young lady truly died anyway. His movements were extremely discreet. Lin Zhonghai had not thought that the great right guardian of the Poison Hall would actually be so despicable as to attempt to claim the life of the founder before everyone's eyes, so he was also oblivious to Shinju's movements too. As soon as the sliver of will entered the young lady's body, it immediately dived straight for her consciousness. As a 9-star poison master, his strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Even though it was only a sliver of his will, it was so powerful that even Saint Six Dan experts would not be able to withstand it. Voila! Upon reaching the depths of her consciousness, he saw a young lady floating quietly in midair. Her eyes were tightly shut, but a faint poisonous aura could be seen constantly emanating from her. As expected, she does possess the poison soul constitution as well. Shinju's complexion turned even more awful. It was already sufficiently difficult to find an individual who possessed the innate poison body, but to think that she would have the poison soul constitution as well. If this young lady were to survive, even if he managed to become the hall master today, it would not be long before he would be forced to abdicate for her inauguration. Individuals who possessed both of the constitutions were simply too fearsome. If they were to study the way of poison, their fighting prowess would surely surge through the ranks. It wouldn't take long for even a 9-star poison master like him to be outdone. I have prepared for several centuries for this position. No matter who you are, I won't let you get in my way. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shunju roared frenziedly. He warped his hand into a deadly sword and slashed it toward the unconscious young lady. The sword possessed such overwhelming force that it would kill the young lady even if she was conscious, let alone while she was in a dormant state. Sla. Just as the sword was about to cut through the young lady, a powerful aura abruptly burst forth from Wei Ruyan's consciousness, following which an immense might gushed out and stopped the sword in its path. What? Shenju narrowed his eyes in alarm. In the next moment, a figure appeared before his eyes. He was a will as well. He was not a primordial spirit, but he carried the inviolable authority of one who had been acknowledged by the heavens. Shenju could not help but feel an incredible pressure weighing down on him. Celestial Master Teacher? You are Kong Shi? Shenju's face paled in fright. He had not thought that he would encounter another will in the consciousness of the young lady, much less a celestial master teacher. In all of history, there had only been a single known celestial master teacher, and he was none other than the world's teacher. Could the man before him truly be that legendary figure? Trying to lay your hands on my student? I'll have you pay for this with your life. The figure narrowed his eyes before raising his palm. Tzzzzzzzzz. Several surges of zhenqi immediately gushed into the young lady's consciousness. Unlike ordinary zhenqi, these surges of zhenqi seemed to command the very might of the world itself, as if the heavens themselves were passing judgment upon an evildoer. No, that isn't. Horrified, Shenju tried to explain himself, but it was already too late. Like hot oil encountering the sparks, his will immediately burst into flames. Before he could even cry in agony, his will had been reduced to ashes. Pooh! With the elimination of his will, the real Shenju, who was in the midst of checking Wei Ruyan's condition outside, reeled in shock and blood spewed from his mouth. That will had originated from his primordial spirit, and its destruction had been so abrupt that his main body ended up suffering light injuries as well. Guardian Shan, not expecting the new hall master, whom they had embraced, to abruptly spurt blood while checking on the condition of a young lady, Eminence Wang and Eminence, he hurriedly rushed forward to check on his condition out of worry. However, what they met with instead was a pair of eyes filled with fear and horror, as if they had encountered a monster. Quick, we need to go now. With a pale face, Shenju quickly turned around to leave. However, before he could even take the first step away, he suddenly felt an indomitable aura rising from the young lady behind him. The aura was, in every sense of the word, overwhelming. It felt as if the world was collapsing around him, and no matter where he ran or hid, he would never be able to get away. Hong Long Long. The young lady slowly rose into the air, and despite the lack of any wind, her pitch-black hair was fluttering. Her tightly shut eyes paired with the poisonous aura that was flowing ceaselessly from her body created a truly sinister sight. Do you think that you will be able to escape after attempting to crush my soul with your primordial spirit? A cold, androgynous voice that induced panic and despair in the hearts of the listeners sounded from the depths of the young lady's body. Crush her soul? Guardian Shun attempted to kill the young lady? Everyone was stunned for a moment before directing furious gazes toward Shenju. They had thought that he was truly intending to check if the young lady possessed the innate poison body, but who would have thought that his true intention was to eliminate her? Shenju. Lin Jianghai was so furious that he almost erupted on the spot. Cold sweat drenched his entire body. To think that he was completely oblivious to it when Shenju attempted something right before his eyes. If something had really happened to the founder, how could he ever have faced the predecessors? Shenju's face paled. Turning to look at the young lady, he forcefully suppressed his fear and replied, I am just testing you. It was not my intention to kill you. Testing me? Humph. I was the one who single-handedly created the poison hall many years ago. Do you think that a brat like you is qualified to test me? Who do you think you are? The young lady's eyes were still shut, but her body was slowly drifting down from the air. Every single inch she moved downward, the pressure that Shenju felt increased twofold. It did not take long for Shenju to be completely drenched in sweat, and he felt like he was swiftly approaching his limit. He was a 9-star poison master, and his strength had already reached a frightening level. Yet, he found himself completely powerless before the other party, as if he was a mere puppet. Under the immense pressure, Shunju found himself incapable of uttering a single word. Considering how the other party was able to wipe away his will in just an instant, it was apparent that the other party's strength far surpassed his. More importantly, he was convinced that the person before him was Kong Shi, and this realization sapped his entire body of its strength. Back when I dominated the continent, there was not a person who dared challenge me. As a junior who has inherited my legacy, how dare you raise your hand against me? Has your arrogance made you forget your own position? The young lady's voice erupted once more. Every single word of hers seemed like thunder within the ears, leaving one not daring to respond. Elder, I really didn't intend to make a move against you. I just wanted to see who you are, Shinju replied anxiously. Do you know who I am now? The young lady sneered coldly. Before Shinju could respond, Eminence Wang stood forward and bellowed furiously. Who in the world are you? Where did you get the guts to cause trouble in the inauguration ceremony of our new hall master? He had not experienced what Shinju had undergone within Wei Rian's body, so he was unaware of what kind of terrifying monster he was standing before. Even though the young lady was emanating a powerful aura, he had made a mental gauge and determined that he would be able to defeat her with his strength. This was also why he dared to step forward and question her. Who am I? A chilling laughter burst from the mouth of the young lady. Voila! A book appeared from the glabella of the young lady, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to several hundred meters wide. The book emanated the divine aura of the heavens, sealing the movements of those within the area. Pong! Everything happened in a flash. Before Eminence Wang could even comprehend what was going on, he had already been reduced to a lump of meat. After crushing Eminence Wang, the young lady placed her hands behind her back as she stood loftily in the air, reminiscent of a demon or a deity. Do you know who I am now? Witnessing the horrific sight before them, Shinju and Eminence, he quickly kneeled to the ground. Founder, spare me. Chapter 1095. Spirit Awakener. Eminence Wang was a 9-star poison master just like them. Putting aside his proficiency in poison, his cultivation itself had already reached an unfathomable level. To be crushed in a single strike, such that even his primordial spirit had no chance to escape at all, it would probably be very easy for the young lady to do the same to them as well. The innate poison body, the poison soul constitution, and strength beyond measure. Without a doubt, the young lady before them had to be the founder. Not only were Shunju and Eminence he frightened into kneeling down, all of the poison masters who had gathered around the area hurriedly got onto their knees, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to the young lady before them. The young lady harumphed coldly. I don't wish to see anyone doubt me anymore. If anyone is harboring any thought of turning against me, know that you will share the same fate as Eminence Wang. She then turned to Shunju and Eminence he, and with an impassive look, she uttered coldly, offer your souls to me, and I can spare your lives. Yes. At this point, could Shinju and Eminence he afford to hesitate in the slightest? They hurriedly offered their souls to the young lady. Given how the other party could slay Eminence Wang as easily as snapping the neck of a chicken, she would not require too much more effort to get rid of them. Gaining possession of Shunju and Eminence he's souls meant that she now held absolute control over their life and death. As such, she no longer had to fear the duo turning against her. After that was settled, she turned to Lin Jianghai and sent him a telepathic message. Gather all of the 9-star poison masters in the poison hall here to awaken my constitution. I want to recover to my peak as soon as possible. Yes. Lin Jianghai had already heard of the story from his student, Bai Ting, earlier, so he was not too surprised by the happenings. Who? After hearing Lin Jianghai's response, the young lady fell back to the ground with her eyes still tightly shut, seemingly falling back into her unconscious state. However, after that incident, there was no one who dared to look down on the young lady anymore. All of the gazes directed toward her were filled with fear and deference. Lin Jianghai quickly gathered all of the 9-star poison masters that were currently in the headquarters, and with their combined strength, they managed to suppress and fully awaken Wei Ruyan's innate poison body. 3 days later, Wei Ruyan had finally awakened. Sitting on the highest throne that belonged to the hall master of the entire poison hall, she looked into the distance with her fists tightly clenched. She might have been unconscious, but she could vaguely feel what her teacher had done for her. Not only did her teacher risk his life to infiltrate the poison hall and seek of a cure for her, he had even severed a portion of his soul and slipped it into her consciousness so as to protect her from whatever danger she might have faced on her journey. This was a deed so great that she truly had no idea how she could repay him. Recalling her teacher's kind smile and elegant disposition, Wei Ruyan's eyes reddened, and she secretly made a vow in her heart. Teacher, Ruyan will not let down your expectations. Her mother had died shortly after her birth, and her father had eventually left her as well. For as long as she could remember, pain and suffering had been an integral part of her life. No matter how she struggled and ran, she could never escape from it. Who knew how many times she had lamented the callousness of the heavens? But just as she thought that she was at the end of her road, the world brought her teacher to her. For her, he had calculated every single possibility so as to ensure that no harm would come to her. For her, he was willing to brave through danger so as to buy her a sliver of hope. For her, he had stood unwaveringly before 9-star poison masters to protect her. With such a teacher, what else could she possibly hope for? I never thought that the soul fragment that I left with Wei Ruyan would end up being forced into action as well. The Poison Hall headquarters is far more dangerous than I imagined. Just as the flying ship was descending upon Qingyuan City, Zhang Xian felt the will that he had left with Wei Ruyan dissipating from overexertion, and he sighed deeply. Unlike the Master-Teacher Pavilion, chaos and lawlessness was the norm for the Poison Hall. It was a place where only those who possessed absolute strength could win the acknowledgement of others. Fearing for Wei Ruyan's safety, he had decided to deposit a fragment of his soul and a golden page with Wei Ruyan in case she landed herself in a dangerous position. From the looks of it, it was fortunate that he had prepared thoroughly. Otherwise, that student of his might have lost her life. Currently, he was a little too far away to perceive what had happened in the Poison Hall headquarters. But considering that the golden page had been used, Wei Ruyan should be safe for the time being. Putting aside 9-star poison masters, even 9-star master teachers would be helpless before the golden page. It should not be too difficult to instill deference into the hearts of the poison masters once it was used. Principal Zhang, Combat Master Feng and Combat Master Jiang are here. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, Ruahuan Gongzi walked over and reported. Raising his gaze, he saw that Feng Sun and Jiang Yuan were indeed in the midst of flying over to the ship. Zhang Xian walked forward to greet them. In the past month of absence, Feng Sun had managed to achieve a breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm as well. His strength had grown significantly greater and steadier from before. It was apparent that he had been working hard over the past month. As for Jiang Yuan, he had successfully reinforced his primordial spirit realm primary stage cultivation, and his mind had grown considerably more resilient as well. It seemed like being possessed by the Skyleaf King had made him realize that his greatest weakness lay in his mind, so he had decided to focus his efforts on that aspect. Principal Zhang, you are finally here, Feng Sun said with a smile. Considering the enormous size of their ship and the comparatively lower cultivation of the aerial saint beasts pulling the ship along, it was natural that Zhang Xian's group would take longer to arrive at Qingyuan City. However, this had worked in their favor as well. So far, those from the Combat Master Hall had already learned about the happenings in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so they had all prepared beforehand. So as to uphold their honor, the combat masters were far more motivated and driven than ever, and morale among them was at an all-time high. Within just the span of a single month, the overall fighting prowess of the Combat Master Hall had risen significantly. Even the head of the Combat Master Hall was delighted to see it. The Combat Master Hall has prepared accommodation for you and your students. Come, let me bring you over, Zhang Yuan said. All right. Controlling the Saint Beasts, the flying ship ascended once more, and not too long later, under Jiang Yuan and Feng Sun's lead, they arrived at a massive manor. It was extremely vast, spanning over an area of 100 Qingyuan. Even though Zhang Xian had brought a large number of students along with him, The size of the manor was still sufficient to house all of them comfortably. After settling the group into the manor, Feng Sun walked to Zhang Xian and said, "Principal Zhang, the exchange will be held 3 days from now. Our combat master hall will hold a grand welcoming ceremony to receive you then." "I'll be troubling combat master Feng then," Zhang Xian nodded. Considering how his students had just made the long journey from Hongyuan City to Qingyuan City, it was natural that they were feeling mentally fatigued at the moment. In order to be in their peak state for the exchange, it would be best for them to have a few days of rest. The date of the exchange had probably been arranged in consideration of that. After confirming the date that the exchange would be held, Feng Sun and Jiang Yuan took their leave. Shortly after that, Zhang Xian beckoned for school head Mo to come over. Have the students condition their state and cultivate diligently in preparation for the exchange 3 days from now. I have some matters that I have to attend to, so I'll be heading out for the time being. The purpose for holding an exchange with the Combat Master Hall was to broaden the students' horizon, so it did not matter whether they won or lost. After all, it was impossible for everything to go smoothly in cultivation. Besides, occasional losses weren't too bad either. It would help to build their mental resilience and aid them in maturing as a person. Putting everything aside, even Zhang Xian had suffered constant losses to his clone as well. Yet, despite losing time and time again, he had never lost his confidence and drive. Instead, he saw his clone as a goal that he should strive for, and that only served to fuel his motivation. Upon hearing that Zhang Xian was heading out, school head Mo nodded slightly. A moment later, he suddenly realized something, and he turned a worried gaze toward Zhang Xian. "Principal Zhang, we are currently in the capital of Qingyuan Conferred Empire, and there are many experts here. When you are outside, you must make sure to not act recklessly. Otherwise, even we will be unable to help you when you get into trouble." Their principal was an incredible person. On top of possessing unparalleled talent, he was righteous as well. However, he had just one single flaw: recklessness. Back in Hongyuan Empire, they could still cover up for him given the prestigious standing of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. However, in Qingyuan City, there were many individuals whose standing was above theirs, so it was still best for them to proceed carefully. They were only there for an exchange, so it would be best if they did not cause trouble beyond their means. Seeing the worried look on school head Mo's face, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. "Rest assured, I am only heading out to find a way to treat the Golden Origin Cauldron. I won't cause any unnecessary trouble." He had always conducted himself prudently, so why did school head Mo have such a poor impression of him? It was as if the other party regarded him as a troublemaker. That's good. School head Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, he was a little skeptical about what Zhang Xian had said. However, the latter was still the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, his direct superior. As an elder of the academy, it was within his rights to offer words of advice to the principal, but if he went too far, it could be considered insubordination. After leaving the manor, Zhang Xian asked around for the direction to the blacksmith guild before heading over. The Golden Origin Cauldron had fallen into a coma after saving the expedition team, and as its master, it was only right for him to find a way to save it. Before Zhang Xian reached the blacksmith guild, a rather peculiar-looking building came into sight. The building was reminiscent of a tower, rising straight into the clouds. Its top was rather slender, and it arched slightly downward like the neck of a swan. Reading the plaque that hung at the entrance, Zhang Xian was intrigued. Spirit Awakener Guild? What kind of occupation is a Spirit Awakener? He knew quite a bit about the various occupations in the world, but he had never heard of Spirit Awakeners before. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, an attendant suddenly walked up to him and said, "This young master over here, are there any artifacts that you need enchanted? At just a price of 10 middle-tier spirit stones, I can introduce you to the best Spirit Awakener in our guild. I guarantee that it will definitely be well worth your money." The attendant was a young man in his early teens. His cultivation was only at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan, but the brilliant gleam in his eyes seemed to hint that he was a particularly resourceful person. Zhang Xian casually took out 10 middle-tier spirit stones and tossed them over to the attendant. To the current him, middle-tier spirit stones were not worth much. He would not feel guilty no matter how many of them he splurged. Since the attendant seemed to know quite a lot regarding spirit awakeners, it would be a good opportunity to learn more about the occupation. Is spirit awakener a unique occupation? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, the attendant replied with a question of his own. Young master, you aren't a local, right? I came from Hongyuan Empire. Zhang Xian answered with a nod. The attendant chuckled. That explains it. It's not uncommon for those who came via Qingyuan Empire to have never heard of spirit awakeners before. In the strictest sense, spirit awakener cannot be considered as a unique occupation, but without a doubt, it's one of the most lucrative occupations in Qingyuan Empire. There are countless cultivators who have come in seek of their services, and even those from the master-teacher pavilion visit often. Perplexed, Zhang Xian asked, what can spirit awakeners do? Even if spirit awakener was not a unique occupation, considering how even master teachers sought their services, there was bound to be something extraordinary about them. It was probably an occupation similar to herbologist. Even though it might not have a distinct heritage required for it to be considered a unique occupation, their outstanding prowess in handling medicinal herbs was indeed something that mankind direly needed. As the name suggests, spirit awakeners have the ability to enchant spirits, the attendant said. For example, there are some cultivators who might find it hard to advance to consonant spirit realm due to having reinforced their cultivation too much. In such circumstances, if a spirit awakener assists in guiding the soul along, the cultivator will be able to achieve a breakthrough smoothly. Also, when weapons lose their spirit, spirit awakeners are also able to enchant a new spirit into it, thus breathing life into the weapon once more. On top of that, spirit awakeners are also able to guide souls into a unique state of mind that makes it easier for them to be refined and tempered. All in all, it is an occupation that is centered around support. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Do spirit awakeners have the ability to awaken a dormant spirit within an artifact as well? Of course. Other occupations might be completely helpless before a dormant spirit, but spirit awakeners definitely wield such a capability, the attendant replied proudly. Anything concerning souls and spirits come under the expertise of spirit awakeners. If that's what you are seeking, then I must say that you have come to the right place. Very well, take me in, Zhang Xian said with a nod. His purpose of heading to the blacksmith guild was to awaken the golden origin cauldron spirit, but seeing that the spirit awakeners happened to specialize in this field, he decided to pay their guild a visit first. While leading the way forward, the attendant asked, Young master, do you have an artifact whose spirit has become dormant? The spirits contained within artifacts were not too different from souls. They could be severely damaged in the midst of battle, and they would also gradually erode with time as well. Many powerful artifacts had met their downfall in such a manner. While reforging an artifact would grant it a new spirit, such a process could be highly damaging to the artifact, resulting in a decline in its tier. This was where spirit awakeners came in. In addition, there were formidable spirits who were unwilling to submit to their masters. In such cases, a cultivator might also opt to have the spirits erased so as to have a more subservient spirit enchanted into it. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. May I know what tier your artifact is? Depending on the tier of your artifact, the rank of the spirit awakener you need will differ as well, the attendant said. Saint Intermediate tier. Zhang Xian replied. Chapter 1096, Vice Guild Leader Su, Saint Intermediate Tier? The attendant leaped in shock. Saint artifacts were extremely precious commodities within the Qingyuan Empire. Even Saint Low-tier artifacts were extremely rare, let alone Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts. The most powerful weapon currently wielded by the Emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, the Infinite Sword, was also only at Saint Intermediate Tier. If a Saint Intermediate Tier artifact appeared in an auction, it would definitely attract countless experts' attention. Due to Zhang Xian's young age, the attendant had thought that he would only have a spirit pinnacle artifact in his possession at best. Yet, who would have thought that Zhang Xian actually had an artifact of such caliber with him? The attendant couldn't help but ask, Young master, are you a master teacher? Zhang Xian nodded. Slightly intrigued by the attendant's question, he asked, How did you know that? He was not wearing his master-teacher robe at the moment, and there did not seem to be anything about him that would suggest that he was a master teacher either. How did the attendant know that he was a master teacher? If you weren't a master teacher, your Saint Intermediate Tier artifact would have long been snatched from your hands, the attendant said with a bitter smile. All Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts could be considered top-notch treasures within the Qingyuan Empire. Any news about them would induce countless cultivators to gather together like ravenous piranhas, and they would do everything that they could so that the Saint Intermediate Tier artifact would be theirs in the end. Considering how young Zhang Xian was, it was hard to believe that he would be able to retain possession of his Saint Intermediate Tier weapon by himself, unless he was a master teacher. Considering the vast power that the Master Teacher Pavilion wielded, there were very few who would have the guts to steal from a Master Teacher. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He knew of this as well. Had it not been for his standing as a Master Teacher, there would have surely been many who had attempted to obtain his cultivation technique, and he would have met with much trouble along the way. He would not have been able to progress this far so smoothly. Being a Master Teacher was a heavy responsibility, but it was also a huge umbrella that protected one as well. After confirming that the other party was a master teacher, the attendant decided not to dwell too much on the matter. A 7-star Spirit Awakener is needed to wake the spirit within a Saint Intermediate Tier artifact. In our guild, there are only 3 people who have achieved this level, and they are our guild leader and the 2 vice-guild leaders. I will help you to make arrangements now. Zhang Xian nodded. A moment later, he asked curiously, you mentioned earlier that the guild leader and the 2 vice-guild leaders are 7-star Spirit Awakeners. Is the ranking system for Spirit Awakeners the same as the other occupations? That's right. However, the lowest rank for Spirit Awakeners is 4-star, the attendant replied. The lowest rank is 4-star? Zhang Xian was perplexed to hear those words. That's right. While other occupations range from 1-star to 9-star, Spirit Awakeners have to take the 4-star examination right after their apprentice stage, the attendant said. This is just an arrangement to align our ranking system with the other occupations. Conventionally, Spirit Awakeners are divided by low tier, middle tier, and high tier. Low tier Spirit Awakeners range from 4-star to 5-star, middle tier Spirit Awakeners range from 6-star to 7-star, and high tier Spirit Awakeners range from 8-star to 9-star. However, as this ranking system deviates from the convention adopted by the other occupations, it isn't preferable. After a moment of thought, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. I see. Since the occupation dealt with spirits and souls, the minimum requirement to becoming a Spirit Awakener would be to possess a cultivation of transcendent, mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm. At such a level of cultivation, one could already be deemed to be at 4-star pinnacle or half 5-star in other occupations. If the Spirit Awakener Guild ranked their members from 1-star, they would not be able to match their ranking system with those adopted by the other occupations. Thus, for convenience purposes, they decided to set their lowest rank as 4-star. Ultimately, there were countless occupations in the world, and there were all kinds of unique or even bizarre rules for them as well. For example, there was a unique occupation in the Master Teacher continent known as a seer. They wielded the power to peer into the secrets of the heavens, allowing them to foretell fortunes and calamities. This mystical art required them to have a deep understanding of the world in order to interpret it, so the minimum requirement to become a seer was to possess a cultivation of Saint Realm. Naturally, their lowest rank would be even higher than that of Spirit Awakeners, starting off from 7-star. The 7-star Spirit Awakener that the attendant spoke of was effectively referring to middle-tier Spirit Awakeners. Judging from the conventional ranking system, an individual of that rank would possess a cultivation of Saint 2-dan at the very minimum. While maneuvering their way through the Spirit Awakener Guild, Zhang Xian continued asking questions, and it did not take long before he gained some understanding of the circumstances of the guild. The guild leader and vice-guild leaders were primordial spirit realm cultivators, and they could be considered top-notch experts within Qingyuan City. Following behind the attendant, Zhang Xian entered a vast hall. Taking a swift look, Zhang Xian saw quite a few cultivators queuing neatly in a line, waiting for a Spirit Awakener to help them temper their souls so that they could further raise their cultivation. At the very front of the line, he saw a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator walk up to the young man ahead of him and say, I haven't been able to make a breakthrough into consonant spirit realm due to my inability to sense my soul, so I hope to receive your pointers for this matter." The young man nodded as he gestured to the round platform in front of him. "Sit down." The clarifying turbidity realm cultivator quickly took his seat on the middle of the round platform. Shortly after the cultivator sat down, the young man placed his palm on the ground, and a surge of light began creeping its way toward the round platform, creating a circle of light around the cultivator. "Relax your body," the young man said. His voice carried some kind of magic to it that compelled others to obey him. The clarifying turbidity realm cultivator could not help but shut his eyes, and gradually, he fell into a unique state of mind. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He is trying to stimulate the cultivator's soul? He is assisting the cultivator in sensing his soul so that the latter can achieve a breakthrough? Incredible! His opinion of spirit awakeners, based on what he had heard from the attendant earlier, was that it was an occupation that specialized in means that stimulated the soul. However, it seemed like it was not as simple as he had thought. The occupation seemed to be a little similar to soul oracles. While soul oracles possessed expertise in strengthening themselves through unique means, spirit awakeners used their abilities to support others. Taking the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator, for example, he had been unable to sense his soul thus far, so he had not been able to reach consonant spirit realm yet. However, under the stimulation of the spirit awakener, his soul had grown stronger, making it easier for his body to tap into it. As such, it should not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Hong Long. While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator suddenly howled in agitation, and his aura surged swiftly. In a single push, he managed to break the bottleneck that had limited him and reached the consonant spirit realm. Seeing how the cultivator managed to achieve a breakthrough within just a few minutes, Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little impressed. No wonder everyone seeks to head to higher-tier empires. There are indeed more opportunities here. In places like the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the consonant spirit realm was a huge hurdle that most failed to overcome despite working their entire life. Over here, however, the very same bottleneck could be overcome that easily. Spirit Awakener was indeed an extraordinary occupation. However, while it was common knowledge that there were more opportunities in higher-tier empires, not everyone could afford to move to such an empire. Putting aside the dangers that lurked throughout the long journey from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance to Qingyuan City, the cost of living within higher-tier empires was frightening as well. Just a single enchanting session could easily cost up to a high-tier spirit stone. Not even the Alliance head residents of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance could afford to fork out such a sum. On top of that, there were also multiple restrictions here and there. There was indeed a huge sum of money flowing around Qingyuan City every single day, but without reaching a certain level of proficiency in an occupation, one would never be able to lay their hands on the resources flowing through the area. All right, we'll stop here today. I need some time to rest, and I will only return in 10 days' time. As the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator achieved a breakthrough, the young man's face gradually turned ghastly pale, as if he had overexerted himself. Fearing that the young master before him would be unaware of the matter, the attendant explained, "Spirit enchantment is very taxing on the soul, so spirit awakeners can only serve 3 people in a single sitting, and they then have to rest for at least 10 days afterwards." Zhang Xian nodded. As a soul oracle who commanded a deep understanding of souls, he could see through the difficulties that lay in spirit enchantment. 10 days was indeed the minimum time required for them to recover from their exertion. Proceeding ahead, Zhang Xian saw a few other spirit awakeners. Some were helping to temper the souls of cultivators, while others were busy enchanting weapons. In order to ensure that they could be served before the spirit awakener exhausted themselves, there were even some who paid a hefty sum to purchase the queue positions of those ahead of them. After taking a swift look around, Zhang Xian could not help but remark, "It's indeed a lucrative occupation." The cultivation of a soul was much different from the cultivation of a physical body and zhenqi. The latter two were at least tangible, making it easier for cultivators to grasp them, but the same could not be said for souls. As a result, it was not uncommon for cultivators to face trouble cultivating their souls, and this was where spirit awakeners came in. They could hasten the growth of one's soul, thus saving the cultivator much time and fumbling around. At the same time, taming the spirit within a weapon was also a troublesome process. Depending on the spirit one was dealing with, there were those who had not succeeded even after many years of effort. Since that was the case, it was sometimes a more viable option for the cultivator to eliminate the spirit and have a spirit awakener enchant a more obedient one in. These two abilities were more than sufficient to lay the foundations for the explosive popularity of the occupation. Circling through the crowd, they finally arrived at the doorstep of a vast room. Just ahead of us is the area where Vice Guild Leader Sue works. I have to give you a heads up first. The prices for Vice Guild Leader Sue's Spirit Enchantment tend to be steeper, especially when it's a Saint Intermediate tier artifact we are talking about here. How much will it cost? Zhang Xian had known that it would not be cheap from the start, so he dove right into the topic at hand. 100 high-tier spirit stones, the attendant replied. It's still all right. That isn't too expensive. Zhang Xian nodded. As long as he could save the Golden Origin Cauldron, even 10,000 high-tier spirit stones would not be an expense too high for him to incur, let alone 100. Voila! With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out 100 high-tier spirit stones. Upon seeing the sum, the attendant hurriedly nodded in agitation before saying, "Give me a moment to report the matter to Vice Guild Leader Sue." After which, he entered the room, and it did not take long for him to return with a relieved look on his face. "Young master, it seems like your luck is not bad today. Vice Guild Leader Sue happens to have one more slot left. Allow me to bring you in." Following behind the attendant, Zhang Xian walked into the room. The room was roughly 100 square meters large, and there was a beautiful lady, who looked to be in her early 30s, sitting at the center of the room. Even though she had concealed her cultivation, her subtle gestures had a peculiar air to them, a feeling that he had felt from Wu Shi and Guild Leader Han as well. It seemed that she was a primordial spirit realm expert too. Vice Guild Leader Sue. This is the master teacher who wishes to awaken the spirit within his Saint Intermediate tier artifact, the attendant introduced. Vice Guild Leader Sue nodded before turning her assessing gaze toward Zhang Xian. With a slightly surprised expression, she asked, "You have a Saint Intermediate tier artifact?" She could tell that the young man before her was only at Saint One Dan Pinnacle. Even if he was a master teacher, he should not be qualified to wield such a strong artifact yet. "That's right." Zhang Xian nodded as he brought the Golden Origin Cauldron out from his storage ring. "The spirit of my artifact has fallen into a deep sleep, so I hope that Vice Guild Leader Sue can help me awaken it." Deep sleep? Vice Guild Leader Sue got up from her seat and walked up to the Golden Origin Cauldron. After a careful examination, a tight frown etched itself onto her forehead, and she turned her gaze back toward Zhang Xian. "Its will is currently deep in sleep. Are you intending to create a new will to replace it, or do you intend to wake it from its sleep?" There were two ways for an artifact with a dormant spirit to regain spirituality. Firstly, creating a new spirit and replacing the dormant spirit with it. Secondly, awakening the dormant spirit. "I intend to wake it from its sleep," Zhang Xian quickly replied. Creating a new spirit within the Golden Origin Cauldron was equivalent to having the current Golden Origin Cauldron killed. That was something that he would never do. This might pose to be a little difficult. Vice Guild Leader Sue shook her head. Just as she was about to continue speaking, someone suddenly knocked at the door once more, and an attendant walked in. "Vice Guild Leader Sue, Elder Dao Ko wants you to enchant his disciple's embryonic soul in order to push for a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm." "Dao Ko?" Vice Guild Leader Sue frowned. "Tell him that I don't have any more slots for today." But before she could finish her words, an elder suddenly barged in with a middle-aged man following behind him. "No more slots? I'm quite certain I heard that you have only conducted spirit enchantments for 2 people so far. Shouldn't you still have one more slot today?" Chapter 1097. I hate it when others pose before me. The elder seemed to be in his 60s. He had snowy hair and sharp eyebrows that were reminiscent of arrows. The intense aura of slaughter that he carried hinted that he was a veteran of the battlefield, and the great power pulsating from his body revealed that he was a Saint 4 Dan primordial spirit realm primary stage cultivator. He's one of the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows, earth-flitting bandit Dao Ko. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, the face of the attendant swiftly paled in fright, and he quickly sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. That man over there is known as the earth-flitting bandit, and he's a dominant figure among those living near the Northern Meadows. Not only does he wield outstanding strength, more importantly, he is arrogant and obeys no rules. It's best not to get on his bad side. The Northern Meadows was the name of a territory under Qing Yuan-conferred empire, and it spanned over an area that was even larger than Hong Yuan Tier 1 Empire. To be able to become a dominant power there bore testimony to the immense strength that Dao Ko wielded. So what if he obeys no rules? Vice Guild Leader Su has already taken my spirit stones. Is she intending to go back on her words? Zhang Xian shook his head, paying no heed to what the attendant was saying. The Master-Teacher Pavilion would not allow lawlessness to occur in areas where it was stationed. Even if the other party was a primordial spirit realm expert, he would still have to lower himself accordingly. That's not what I mean. The earth-flitting bandit Dao Ko is a vindictive person, so you have to be careful around him. It's not his first time snatching spirit enchantment slots from others, and the previous clients who have turned him down ended up suffering tragic fates. While the attendant was filling Zhang Xian in on the matter, Vice Guild Leader Su shook her head and said, I have only conducted spirit enchantment for 2 clients so far, but this gentleman over here arrived before you, and he has already paid the fee for it as well. Thus, I'm afraid that you will have to wait for the next session. As the Vice Guild Leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, it was a given that she would have to obey the rules. Not to mention, the person before her was a master teacher at that. You said that this lad came earlier than me? That's an easy problem to resolve. With a hearty laugh, Dao Ko walked up to Zhang Xian, and with an authoritative and pressurizing voice, he said, This friend over here, hand your slot to me. You paid 100 high-tier spirit stones earlier, right? Here are 200. Consider it compensation from me. As he said those words, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of 200 high-tier spirit stones appeared on the ground before him. To double the price in a single breath, this was definitely a deal that few could resist. Right after saying those words, Dao Ko placed his hands behind his back, waiting for the other party to pick up the high-tier spirit stones. In his view, there was no way a Saint One Dan cultivator would be so foolish as to offend him over a mere slot. Contrary to his expectations, the young man did not seem to have heard what he had said at all. The young man continued looking at Vice Guild Leader Su and asked, You said that it will be difficult to awaken its spirit. May I know what the difficulties you will face are? Perhaps I might be able to offer some assistance. Seeing how the young man was disregarding his teacher, a look of displeasure surfaced on the middle-aged man's face as he bellowed furiously, Brat, are you deaf? Can't you hear that my teacher is talking to you? However, Zhang Xian continued speaking to Vice Guild Leader Su as if the middle-aged man was invisible. I might not have much of an understanding of spirit enchantment at the moment, but I am willing to learn. Learn? Vice Guild Leader Su shook her head. Spirit Awakener isn't a unique occupation, but it isn't something that one can master swiftly. It's unlikely for you to be able to make it in time if you start learning now. Waking a dormant spirit requires very precise control, and it's a particularly troublesome process as well. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to succeed. This, Zhang Xian frowned. Then, will there be any harm if you fail to wake the Golden Origin Cauldron up? Failure was still acceptable. What would be truly unacceptable was if the Golden Origin Cauldron's spirit dissipated as a result of it. Don't worry, failure will not cause any harm to the spirit of the artifact, Vice Guild Leader Su replied with a smile. I'll have to trouble Vice Guild Leader Su on this matter then. If you wake the Golden Origin Cauldron up, I'll surely repay your favor generously. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I am not really confident of success, so I ask of you not to hold too much hope. However, rest assured that I'll try my best. Vice Guild Leader Su nodded. Given that the other party was a master teacher and had such a valuable artifact in his possession, he was bound to be no ordinary figure. Thus, Vice Guild Leader Su's voice showed not the slightest hint of disrespect. However, while Vice Guild Leader Su dared not provoke the young man before her, the same could not be said for Dao Ko and the middle-aged man. Brat, we are talking to you over here. How dare you disregard us? Not daring to offend the vice guild leader, the middle-aged man walked straight up to Zhang Xian with blatant killing intent in his eyes. It was one thing for the other party to disregard him, but how dare the other party disregard his teacher as well? This was unforgivable. With his Saint 3 Dan pinnacle cultivation, even if he did not make a move, the pressure he exerted was sufficient to leave any Saint 1 Dan cultivator trembling in fear. Zhang Xian shot a nonchalant glance at the middle-aged man before speaking impassively. Young man, watch your attitude. If you show some humility, I can consider replying to your request. You're seeking death. Hearing those words, the middle-aged man's face twitched in anger. To think that a 20-year-old brat would dare to address him as a young man and speak to him as if an elder lecturing a junior. He could not help but be overwhelmed. Boom. Unable to hold himself back any longer, the middle-aged man raised his palm and thrust it toward Zhang Xian. Seeing that sight, Vice Guild leader Su's face darkened. She instinctively stepped forth to stop the middle-aged man, but before she really did anything, the young man raised his gaze and bellowed, "Scram!" Boom. It was as if a clap of thunder had exploded within the room. Dang, 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 dang. Seemingly having suffered a heavy blow, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned ghastly pale before his attack could land, and he was forced to retreat 8 steps back. Blood spewed from his mouth. Even though the middle-aged man's cultivation was far higher than Zhang Xian's, Zhang Xian was a celestial saint whose fighting prowess was invincible beneath primordial spirit realm. Against a cultivator who was not even a master teacher, he didn't even need to lift a finger. Just a shout could easily breach the latter's mental barriers and send his cultivation into disarray. Yanqi. Seeing that his student had suffered severe damage with a single shout, Dao Kou's face darkened. He quickly rushed forward and infused Junqi into his disciple's body so as to suppress his wounds. After that was done, he raised his gaze and glared at the young man with a frosty gaze. Terpsichore and demonic tunist? This friend over here, don't you think that you went overboard? With his vast battle experience, he could immediately see through the young man's attack. It was just a single word, but infused within it was the strength of a demonic tunist and terpsichore, making it nigh impossible to guard against. If I hadn't retaliated, I would have been the one lying on the ground at this moment, Zhang Xian replied coldly before turning his gaze away. My student is indeed a little hot-tempered, but he doesn't move without a reason. Dao Kou sneered coldly. Since you have harmed my student, I believe that I have every right to return justice to him. Humph, seeing how you are just a measly Saint 1 Dan cultivator, I won't bully you. 3 moves. If you can touch even my clothes within 3 moves, I will drop this matter and leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll have you pass your slot on to me and leave, or else be prepared to face my wrath. As a powerhouse of the Northern Meadows, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? 3 moves. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Sure, make your move. Dao Kou suddenly felt incredibly stifled within. I am saying that I'll allow you to make 3 moves against me. A look of amazement appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Are you certain? Of course. Dao Kou replied confidently. While the young man might have seemed formidable, being able to force back and injure his disciple with a roar, he could tell that the other party was simply a skilled user of soul arts. It was inevitable that those who devoted their effort to furthering their soul arts would be weak physically. This was common sense among cultivators. Besides, considering how young the other party was, how strong could he possibly be? This was also why Dao Kou had proposed such a challenge. Those in the Northern Meadows would know that this was an unfair match. Putting aside the fact that Dao Kou was a Saint 4 Dan cultivator, he happened to specialize in speedy maneuvers as well. For him to be matched against a Saint 1 Dan lad, that was simply overkill. All right then. Paying no heed to the smug smile on Dao Kou's lips, Zhang Xian nodded. In the next moment, his figure abruptly blurred. Before anyone could process what was going on, he was already standing before Dao Kou. While he was reluctant to cultivate the unbounded Voyager due to the multitude of flaws in it, he had not left it lying around the past month. He had been trying to fuse portions of it into the Heaven's Path movement art, and this had raised his speed significantly. While it was still impossible to pull off the near instantaneous movement of the unbounded voyager, it was still a fearsome ability in close quarters. From the moment he moved to the point he appeared before Dao Ko's eyes, it did not even take a tenth of a breath. Hula! Right after Zhang Xian's figure appeared, a fist swiftly followed. You! Not expecting the other party to rush at him before he was even ready, and with such speed at that, Dao Ko's face paled in fight. He immediately raised his hands to retaliate, but to his shock, he realized that the fist of the young man before him was far swifter than he was. A sharp pain assaulted his chest, and with a cry of agony, he was sent flying away. Pong! Knocked heavily into a wall, Dao Ko slowly slid to the ground before his eyes rolled up. He had fainted. The earth-flitting bandit Dao Ko specializes in speed, and his movement technique, fallen footsteps, allows him to move as swiftly as an elusive specter. You really mustn't fight with him. It sounded complicated in words, but everything happened within a split second. When the young attendant heard Zhang Xian accept challenge, he hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. However, before he could finish his words, Dao Ko was already lying helplessly on the ground. Rendered completely speechless, he felt as if insanity was about to overrun his mind. From the looks of it, it was apparent that the young man before him was not too much older than he was. Yet, who would have thought that he was able to severely injure an embryonic soul realm expert with a bellow and a primordial spirit realm expert with a fist? With his movement technique, fallen footsteps, the flitting earth bandit Dao Ko could outmaneuver even a primordial spirit pinnacle expert. It was for this technique that he was renowned throughout the northern meadows. Yet, before Dao Ko could utilize his movement technique, he was knocked out. The attendant could not help but gulp in fear. It was fortunate that he had not thought of stealing the Saint Intermediate Tier artifact from the other party's hands. If he had done so, he could very well have been the one lying on the ground at this very moment. Teacher! At that moment, the middle-aged man also finally recovered from his daze, and he quickly rushed forward to save his teacher. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian glanced down at the unconscious Dao Ko and shook his head. 3 moves? You can't even withstand a single one. With such meager strength, what are you showing off for? I thought that you would at least be a worthwhile opponent. Honestly, I despise people like you who try to pose when you don't even have the capability to do so. Shameful. Truly shameful. To be fair, if Dao Ko had used his true prowess as a primordial spirit realm expert against Zhang Xian from the very start, he would have at least been able to stand his ground. However, of all things, he had chosen to give Zhang Xian a 3-move advantage. He was just asking for suffering. Not everyone was qualified to allow Zhang Xian an advantage. Putting aside a mere primordial spirit realm primary stage, not even the leaving aperture realm primary stage Skyleaf King had dared give him any advantages, and despite that, the Skyleaf King had still ended up being crushed in the end. While Zhang Xian's strength was still a little off from matching up to primordial spirit realm experts, he had many aces up his sleeves that would allow him to easily subdue them in battle. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian shook his head and stared into the distance. A forlorn look crept into his eyes, as if an undefeated expert asking for a single worthy rival. I hate it when others pose before me, and you just had to do it. You really put me in a spot there. Chapter 1098. Taking the Spirit Awakener examination, to be honest, he had already been very low profile by not bringing Wu Shi, guild leader Han, or the Master Teacher Pavilion into the picture, but that fellow just had to offer up his face for a good slap. How was Zhang Xian supposed to hold himself back? Forget it. As an adult, I should remain calm in the face of a child's tantrums. Ignoring the teacher-disciple duo, Zhang Xian turned his attention back to Vice Guild Leader Su. Upon sensing the other party's gaze on her, Vice Guild Leader Su's eyebrows shot up. The reason she had sided with Zhang Xian earlier was because he was a master teacher, and it was important for her to uphold rules in the Spirit Awakener Guild. She had intended to stop Dao Ko if he really made a move against the young man, but to her surprise, the battle ended before she could even say a word. Without a doubt, it was a thorough victory for the young man before her. For a Saint 1 Dan pinnacle cultivator to knock out a Saint 4 Dan expert with a single punch. Just where in the world did this monster pop up from? A thought suddenly emerged in Vice Guild leader Sue's mind. Could it be that he's an expert from the Combat Master Hall? Combat Masters tended to seclude themselves so that they could focus their efforts on their training. As such, even though there was a Combat Master Hall branch in Qingyuan City, she had not really seen many Combat Masters around. As such, she did not know much about the Combat Masters either. However, considering that the Saint 1 Dan pinnacle young man was able to knock out a primordial spirit realm expert so easily, there was little doubt that he was one of the legendary Combat Masters, and from the looks of it, his standing was likely rather high as well. This would explain why he had a Saint intermediate tier artifact in his possession. Previously, Vice Guild leader Sue had thought that the young man was only able to remain safe due to the protection from the Master Teacher Pavilion, but from the looks of it, his individual strength seemed to play a huge role in it as well. While Vice Guild leader Sue knew that the young man before her was not an ordinary figure, she still thought that it was best to offer a word of advice after some thought. Gongzi 1. It'll be best for you to remain on your guard. The twin bandits of the Northern Meadows are extremely famous figures. The flitting earth bandit Daoko is one thing, but his elder brother, the sky-bearing bandit Song Su, will be a difficult foe to fight against. It's said that he has already reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, and he possesses many sinister means, making him a difficult opponent to deal with. Of course, with just a cultivation of primordial spirit realm primary stage, there was no way Daoko could become a dominant power of the Northern Meadows. The one who was truly formidable of the twin bandits was the elder brother, sky-bearing bandit Song Su. Wielding incredible strength, even Vice Guild leader Su would not dare face him in a direct battle. After all, Spirit Awakener was only a supporting occupation. Their abilities were not suited for battling. Thank you for your advice. Knowing that the other party was advising him out of goodwill, Zhang Xian responded with a smile. After which, he glanced at the golden origin cauldron and asked, "May I ask, when will it be convenient for you to wake up my artifact?" "Let's do it right now," replied Vice Guild leader Sue. She first walked around the golden origin cauldron twice before abruptly pressing her palm against a certain portion of the golden origin cauldron. Wong. A brilliant light shrouded the golden origin cauldron. Zhang Xian stared at the situation nervously. Around 10 minutes later, Vice Guild leader Sue retracted her palm before taking several steps backward. By this moment, her face was already ghastly pale. "It seems like I was underestimating the difficulty of the matter. If I'm not mistaken, your cauldron fell into a deep sleep from being struck by lightning, correct? If that's the case, I fear that I am not sufficiently powerful to wake it. Spirits are extremely weak to lightning. I believe you should know of this as well. If it had fallen asleep due to other reasons, I might still have been able to wake it by pushing myself a little further. But this is beyond my current capability." Vice Guild leader Sue shook her head. "Then, do you know of anyone who can wake the spirit in my artifact then?" Zhang Xian asked. After a moment of contemplation, Vice Guild leader Sue replied, "Based on what I have seen so far, the lightning has not only eroded the will within, it has also left some remnants throughout the cauldron. To wake the spirit within the cauldron, one would have to drive one's soul energy beyond the region filled with lightning remnants. In order to do so, one would have to be at Leaving Aperture realm at the very minimum. During the Leaving Aperture ordeal, the cultivator's primordial spirit is tempered by lightning, granting it decent resistance to lightning. However, I fear that no one in the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild has reached that level yet. Even the strongest individual in the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild, their guild leader, had barely reached Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. She was still far from reaching Leaving Aperture Realm, so it was unlikely for her to be able to accomplish the task in the short run. You mean that, due to lightning remnants on the cauldron, it'll be impossible for anyone beneath Leaving Aperture Realm to wake the spirit within? What about souls with resistance to lightning? Will they work as well?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. "Theoretically, yes. But of course, the soul would still have to possess proficiency comparable to a 7-star Spirit Awakener in order to wake the spirit within. However, where in the world can one find a soul that is resistant to lightning?" Vice Guild leader Sue replied. Primordial spirits and souls were of the Een attribute, which meant they were highly vulnerable to lightning. So far, she had never heard of any primordial spirit or soul beneath leaving Aperture Realm that did not fear lightning. Proficiency comparable to a 7-star Spirit Awakener? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to ask, Vice Guild Leader Su, may I know what the conditions to browsing through the books in your guild library are? Since there was no one in the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild who was sufficiently skilled to wake the Golden Origin Cauldron, perhaps he should give it a try himself. While lightning was the greatest threat to any soul or primordial spirit, his soul had been through the field of lightning and Saint Ascension ordeal, thus making it more wholesome than the others. Ordinary lightning could no longer pose any threat to him. Conditions to browsing through the books in our library? Vice Guild Leader Su was slightly taken aback by Zhang Xian's abrupt question. She hesitated for a brief moment before replying, Our guild doesn't use the conventional rank restriction that other occupations use. As long as you pay a certain fee, you will be able to freely browse through our books and even copy them if you like. However, you aren't allowed to take away the original book. Zhang Xian was delighted to hear those words. I wish to browse through all of the Spirit Awakener books, from 4-star to 7-star. May I know how much I have to pay? Only unique occupations with a perfect heritage would be stricter on their hierarchy. Typical occupations did not have that much requirements. In fact, some would even loosen the conditions so as to attract more people into it, thus bolstering their forces. Vice Guild Leader Su did a swift calculation before responding. To browse through all of the books, you will have to pay a sum of 2,000 high-tier spirit stones. Here you go. With a flick of his wrist, 2,000 high-tier spirit stones appeared on the ground. This, Vice Guild Leader Su was taken aback. Even she would have difficulty whipping out 2,000 high-tier spirit stones all of a sudden, and yet, the other party willingly forked them out so decisively just so to browse through books. Wasn't he a little too extravagant? All right, I'll have to trouble Vice Guild Leader Su to show me to the library. To the current Zhang Xian, it was not an issue for him to whip out 2,000 high-tier spirit stones. If he could save the Golden Origin Cauldron and learn a new occupation on top of that, it would definitely be well worth the sum spent. All right. Seeing the earnest look on the young man's face, Vice Guild Leader Su could tell that the other party was not joking. Thus, she accepted the spirit stones and said, Follow me. Zhang Xian swiftly stowed the Golden Origin Cauldron back into his storage ring before following her. Leaving the room, they walked through a long corridor for quite some time before eventually arriving at a vast room. It was the library of the Spirit Awakener Guild. At the entrance of the room, Vice Guild Leader Su handed a token to Zhang Xian before she began briefly explaining the rules. You are free to read any book you want, and if you want, you can cultivate in here too. If you suddenly have a stroke of inspiration while reading the books, there are also puppets that you can try enchanting. Those puppets are classified by ranks, and the higher rank the puppet is, the more difficult it is to enchant it. If you succeed in enchanting the spirit within a puppet of a certain rank, that means that you have achieved the corresponding level of mastery as a Spirit Awakener as well. While Spirit Awakener was an extremely lucrative occupation in Qingyuan Empire, it was not a unique occupation, so it was not bound by the rules that governed them. Even the examination for it was relatively informal and simple. Thank you. Zhang Xian nodded before taking the token from the other party's hand. All right, you may enter now. Actually, there are quite a handful of people who visit our library every day in hopes of learning the art of spirit enchantment, but it's a pity that very few of them succeed. Vice Guild Leader Su sighed deeply. Considering how lucrative the occupation was, it was inevitable that many wished to learn its arts. However, the conditions to become a true Spirit Awakener were simply too harsh. On top of possessing a strong soul, one also had to be capable of pulling off precise maneuvers with their soul energy. In a sense, being able to become a Spirit Awakener could be considered an inborn talent. Just reading the books was not sufficient for one to grasp the art of spirit enchantment. Without saying much, Zhang Xian pushed the door open and stepped in. The first floor of the library was not too huge, consisting of only several dozen shelves. All in all, there were a few 100,000 books. Just as Vice Guild Leader Su had said earlier, there were quite a few people flipping through books within the library. Most likely, they were also intending to grasp the art of spirit enchantment, just like him. In order to not stand out too much from the others, Zhang Xian walked up to the first shelf and casually took out a book. Putting on an impression of being absorbed into the book, his eyes slowly glanced down the shelves. Walala! Whichever book his eyes fell upon swiftly materialized within the library of Heaven's Path. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Xian had already succeeded in collecting all of the books on the shelves. Compile. Zhang Xian willed. Innumerable books gathered together, fusing as one to form a single book. Zhang Xian flipped it open lightly and began browsing through it. It was the 4-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art. Swiftly flipping through the contents, Zhang Xian gained a deeper understanding of the occupation. To put it in the simplest terms, enchantment was the act of using one's soul energy to nourish the spirit of an artifact or the soul of a cultivator. The prerequisite to doing so was for one's soul to be attributeless. This was so as to avoid the spirit awakener's infusion of soul energy from being rejected by the receiver. Just the very first prerequisite of their soul being attributeless was already a hurdle that most cultivators would never be able to overcome in their life. However, this was not a problem for Zhang Xian at all. As one who cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art, his soul was devoid of any attributes. Otherwise, he would not have been able to imitate the aura of others perfectly and deceive others with his disguise. After browsing through the entire book, Zhang Xian swiftly internalized what he had learned before driving his soul energy through his body. All in all, it took him less than an hour to fully grasp the 4-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art. Let me see if it works or not, Zhang Xian thought as he walked to the corner of the room, where he found a bizarre-looking puppet. The puppet had 8 arms and 4 heads, and it seemed to be made of some kind of peculiar material. It was impossible to determine what tier it was. Even so, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to use his Eye of Insight or Library of Heaven's Path on it. Tapping into his soul energy, he placed his palm on the ground in front of the puppet before extending his consciousness toward it. In an instant, Zhang Xian suddenly found himself standing in a world of perfect darkness. Driving his soul energy, he sought to create a spark of light within this world. Wong. A burst of light shrouded the puppet. Jai. A few breaths later, Zhang Xian successfully enchanted a spirit into the puppet, and it gradually came to life. Its hands and heads began twisting and moving about randomly, creating quite a peculiar sight. Opening his eyes, Zhang Xian thought with a smile, "Seems like the 4-star Spirit Awakener examination isn't too hard after all." He had been wondering how difficult the occupation would be, but judging from how he could enchant a spirit within the puppet so easily, it didn't seem to be as difficult as he had thought. After that was done, he began making his way to the 2nd floor. There were also several 100,000 books on the 2nd floor as well. It did not take long for Zhang Xian to finish collecting them and form the 5-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art. Once he was done grasping it, he headed to the puppet in the corner and successfully enchanted a spirit into it once more. Seeing that he was done for the 2nd floor, he headed up to the next floor. 4 hours later, Zhang Xian stepped onto the 4th floor. The entire room was filled with 7-star Spirit Awakener books. He swiftly collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path and compiled the 7-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art before heading to the corner where the puppet had been placed on the previous floors. However, when he arrived at his destination, what he saw left him with a deep frown instead. There isn't a puppet for this floor? Wait a moment, what is that pillar for? There was no puppet for him to enchant on the 4th floor. In its place was a fairly large pillar that extended from the ceiling to the floor. Perhaps it might be a weapon. If I successfully enchant it, I should be qualified as a 7-star Spirit Awakener. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian walked up to the pillar. Chapter 1099. The lively guild on the previous few floors were the 4-headed, 8-armed puppets. Even though there was none to be seen on this floor, the black pillar before him should serve a function similar to that of the puppets before. Never mind, I'll know once I give it a try. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Xian placed his hand on the ground, and a circle of light swiftly shrouded the pillar. Just like before, Zhang Xian extended his consciousness to the pillar, and he suddenly found himself plunged into a world of absolute darkness. Light up. Knowing that the presence of light within this dark world represented the successful enchantment of the object, Zhang Xian drove his Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art and tapped on the space ahead of him with his finger. Wong. A spark of light came to life, warding off the darkness. However, its radiance was extremely weak, reminiscent of a candlelight flickering in the midst of a powerful gale, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Zhang Xian frowned. Previously, as long as he were to drive his Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art, he would have been able to light up the entire world. However, it had only managed to produce a spark of light this time around, and it looked as if it would be extinguished at any moment. This meant that due to certain properties of the artifact, it was much harder to enchant a spirit into it. As expected of the 7-star Spirit Awakener examination, it's indeed much harder than the examinations before. In face of such a situation, instead of wallowing in his failure, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement instead. Honestly speaking, he felt that the previous few examinations were nonsensical. It was so easy that just anyone could clear it with ease. Finally, there was something that was worthy of a challenge. I sure would like to see how difficult the 7-star examination will be. Regardless of the cost, I'll definitely be going to light you up today. With a worthy challenge standing before him, Zhang Xian's fighting will was stoked. While other Spirit Awakeners could only conduct 3 enchantments within a day before going into a period of long rest, Zhang Xian found that he wasn't bounded by the same limits. Perhaps it was due to the flawless Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art, or maybe it was simply because his soul was far stronger to his counterparts. He found that he could easily enchant dozens of times in a single day without feeling fatigued. Thus, he raised his finger and tapped the space in front of him once more. Yet another spark of light appeared. Just like the one before, it was flickering weakly amidst the darkness, but nevertheless, it still succeeded in driving the darkness slightly further away. Merge. Driving his soul energy, Zhang Xian brought the 2 sparks together, and they slowly fused together with one another. As those 2 sparks were spirits which he had enchanted into the pillar, it harnessed his will, so it wasn't too difficult for him to merge them together. But of course, it was also due to the flawless Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art that he was able to produce identical spirits that could be merged together in the first place. While ordinary Spirit Awakeners could enchant spirits of similar attributes, it was inevitable that the spirits they enchanted would differ slightly from one another due to imperfections. Naturally, it went without saying that spirits of differing attributes couldn't be merged together. Otherwise, that would be equivalent to creating 2 wills within a single artifact. The 2 wills would vie with one another for possession over the artifact, and if things were to go wrong, the weapon could very well be destroyed. Back then, it was due to this problem that the Hongyuan royal family's Bodhi Saint tree nearly lost its life. The merged spark was significantly brighter than before, lighting up a significant portion of the darkness. While it was still insufficient to drive off the darkness entirely, the spark was no longer at risk of extinguishing soon anymore. Indeed, it works. Zhang Xian thought in excitement. It was out of a moment of inspiration that he thought of merging the spirits together, and he hadn't really thought that it would work out so well. Delighted, he continued tapping the space ahead of him. Hoo-hoo. Another 2 sparks appeared, and Zhang Xian swiftly merged them into the one. With 4 sparks merged together, the initial flicker of flame had finally grown into a flame torch. It glowed brilliantly amidst the darkness, bringing light to at least a radius of 100 meters. What a massive space! With enhanced visibility, Zhang Xian was finally able to get a glimpse into the space he was in. For the puppets before, the worlds of darkness were only several meters to around a dozen meters in radius. A single spark of light was more than sufficient to light up the entire space. But in the space he was currently in, he had already lit up more than 100 meters of the area, but the end was still nowhere in sight. Wasn't this weapon a little way too big? The larger a weapon was, the stronger its spirit had to be in order to sustain it. But he had already enchanted 4 spirits, and yet, the end was still nowhere in sight. Wasn't this pillar an extremely fearsome existence? Well, I haven't thought that the 7-star Spirit Awakener examination would be so difficult. However, I don't believe that I won't be able to light it up with my strength. Seeing that even a torch of flame was sufficient to light up the entire world, Zhang Xian began feeling a little competitive. As one who cultivated the Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment art, if he couldn't clear the examination, wouldn't he be letting down the library of Heaven's Path in his mind? Continue. Driving his soul energy swiftly, Zhang Xian tapped on the area before him and produced several more sparks of light. However, the consecutive enchantments had expended quite a bit of his strength, causing his face to pale from weakness. Even though his soul was much stronger than an average person, there was still a limit to how much he could bear. If he were to overexert himself, it could potentially create grievous damage to his soul. Fusing all of the sparks together, it didn't take long for the torch of flames to turn into a bonfire. The area shrouded by light expanded amidst the world of darkness, but there was still no sign of reaching the ends. Until the world was fully lit up, the enchantment couldn't be considered a success. Forget it. I'll go all out. Gritting his teeth tightly, Zhang Xian continued the process frenziedly. After fusing 32 sparks together, the bonfire finally turned into something that was reminiscent of a blazing sea of flames or a searing sun, illuminating the surroundings. Hong long long. The space trembled, and finally, Zhang Xian was finally able to see the ends of the space. To his astonishment, the consciousness of the artifact actually extended for several kilometers. It was no wonder why it was so difficult to enchant a spirit into it. Having finally succeeded, Zhang Xian felt a feeling of weakness consuming his body. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel deeply intrigued. Having cultivated the Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment art, his comprehension of spirit enchantment had reached 7-star pinnacle, and his skills could possibly be on par with even 8-star primary Spirit Awakeners. He was certain that Vice Guild leader Su and the others weren't able to match up to him in terms of efficiency in enchanting. Considering how he had nearly tired himself to death before clearing the examination, did they really clear the same examination as well? Wasn't it a little too hard for a 7-star Spirit Awakener? In a vast room in the Spirit Awakener Guild, 3 ladies were seated together. They were the three most influential figures in the guild: Vice Guild Leader Su, Vice Guild Leader Qin, and Guild Leader Wan. Suing, what happened? You should know that the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows aren't opponents whom we can afford to provoke. The flitting earth bandit Dao Ko might not be much, but the sky-bearing bandit Song Su is not an enemy we can defeat. If they were to come after us, we will have to owe the Master Teacher Pavilion yet another favor, Guild Leader Wan said with a frown. Dao Ko had come to have his disciple's soul enchanted so as to push for a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm, only to end up being pummeled unconscious instead. It was after hearing that news that Guild Leader Wan hurriedly called for an urgent meeting with the 2 Vice Guild leaders. If the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows were reasonable individuals, they wouldn't have been so fearful of them either. There were none in Qingyuan City who were unaware of their callousness and lawlessness. If they were to attempt to get back at them for this matter, given the limited strength the Spirit Awakener Guild wielded, they might find themselves in a helpless position. By then, they would have no choice but to turn to the Master Teacher Pavilion for help. It's actually like this. Vice Guild Leader Su swiftly went through the matter concerning Zhang Xian. You were saying that the fellow could very well be a combat master? Guild Leader Wan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. It would be best if that's the case. No matter how arrogant the twin bandits are, they wouldn't dare to challenge the Combat Master Hall. Putting aside that the Combat Master Hall was considered as a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion, just the sheer amount of experts they had in their midst was sufficient to deter any occupation from offending them. If the sky-bearing bandit Song Su were to come and attempt to get even with us, you must have sure to push all the blame to that fellow. Don't bring unnecessary trouble into our Spirit Awakener Guild. We are only a supporting occupation. We don't have the strength to get involved in such conflicts. Guild Leader Wan instructed. As Spirit Awakeners devoted their efforts to cultivating their soul so as to further their spirit enchantment abilities, they tend to be relatively weaker as compared to their counterparts of other occupations. As a result, they had no choice but to avoid conflicts as far as they could. To be honest, if not for the order established by the Master-Teacher Pavilion, there would probably have been many who would attempt to kidnap Spirit Awakeners for the valuable ability they possessed. They wouldn't have been able to run such a lucrative business without any fear. It was precisely for this reason that Spirit Awakener guilds would only be established in places where the Master-Teacher Pavilion held dominant power. They would avoid anywhere aside from those places so as to avoid unneeded trouble. All right. Understanding the position they were in, Vice Guild Leader Sue nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind, and she asked, "Right? The young man hasn't left yet. He said that he wishes to learn the art of spirit enchantment, and he's currently reading in the library." He's reading in the library? A man wants to learn spirit enchantment? Guild Leader Juan frowned. It was not that Guild Leader Juan was looking down on men, but spirit enchantment required very precise control which ladies were more apt at. As a result, there were very few men within the Spirit Awakener Guild. I've already dispatched my student to check on him to see if he's really studying. I think my student should be returning any time now. Vice Guild Leader Sue shared the same views as Guild Leader Juan. She didn't think that it was likely that Zhang Xian would successfully become a Spirit Awakener either. 6 hours had passed, and the other party should have already noticed it was futile and gave up by now. Yet, he was still within the library. Thus, she couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Gia. Right after speaking those words, a young lady suddenly barged into the room. It was Vice Guild Leader Sue's student, a 6-star Spirit Awakener. "How is it? Is that lad really studying?" Seeing that her student had returned, Vice Guild Leader Sue asked with a smile. Reporting to Guild Leader Juan, Teacher, and Vice Guild Leader Chun, not only has he been studying within this period of time, he has even taken the Spirit Awakener examination as well. The young lady recalled what she had just seen, and a look of disbelief surfaced on her face. "He has taken the Spirit Awakener examination?" Vice Guild Leader Sue frowned. "It doesn't seem like he knows much about the occupation the previous time I saw him. In just 6 hours after he started studying, he's already attempted the 4-star Spirit Awakener examination." In her previous encounter with Zhang Xian, she could tell that the latter knew next to nothing about Spirit Awakeners. Yet, in such a state, he still dared to take the Spirit Awakener examination? You must be joking. Not only did he take the examination, he even succeeded in bringing the puppet that stands by the corner to life. The puppet is currently running around chaotically, and our sisters are trying our best to suppress it at the moment. The young lady quickly replied. "The puppet is running around chaotically? That can't be." This time, it was Guild Leader Ruan's turn to be perplexed. She turned to the young lady and asked, "One just has to successfully enchant 2 hands and 1 head of the puppet in order to clear the examination. So even if he were to successfully enchant the puppet, limited by its other body parts, it still shouldn't be able to move. How could it possibly be running around chaotically?" He enchanted all 4 heads and 8 arms of the puppet, bringing its entire spirit to life. With quivering lips, the young lady also looked as if she could hardly believe what she had just said either. He managed to bring its entire spirit to life? Shocked by what they had just heard, the 3 of them stood up simultaneously. Due to the limitations of the human soul, it was a nigh impossible feat to enchant a spirit which was capable of moving 4 heads simultaneously. Putting everything aside, even 7-star Spirit Awakeners like them couldn't dream of pulling something of that sort off. Yet, a fellow who knew nothing at all a moment ago managed to accomplish it just by reading a few hours of books? Just to confirm, you are saying that he managed to fully awaken the 4-star puppet? Vice Guild Leader Sue asked anxiously. If that was truly the case, the young man might very well be an extraordinarily talented Spirit Awakener. He didn't just awaken the 4-star puppet, the 5-star and 6-star puppets, he has awakened those too. Currently, he is on the 4th floor of the library, seated before a pillar at the corner of the wall. I'm not too sure what he's doing at the moment either, the young lady said. You are saying that he managed to awaken the 5-star and 6-star puppet too? The bodies of the 3 of them jolted from shock. A short moment later, Guild Leader Juan frowned. The 7-star puppet is spoiled, and as there hasn't been anyone qualified to take the 7-star Spirit Awakener examination in recent years, we haven't had it fixed yet. That pillar there should be the main pillar supporting our entire guild building. However, it isn't an artifact, so it shouldn't be possible to enchant a spirit into it. So, what could he be attempting to do? Boom. Before guild leader Juan could finish her words, the entire guild suddenly shook intensely. Following which, an elder rushed into the room with a ghastly pale face. Bad news, guild leader. Our guild has come to life. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.